Found somebody else. Now I gotta say goodbye. Boo. Ba-da-boo-boo. Boo. Boo. Still gotta say goodbye. Boom. Boom. Say goodbye. Do do do. Do 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 do. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, the headphones aren't plugged in. Found some. I don't wanna see you fly, see you looking down and now coming crying. And blue when you say something influence all attention to me being now you gotta fix me. I know that I gotta stay away from all your games and I know that I found somebody else to love you did, but you realize the grass and greener on the other side. You did me dirty for the last time. So now I gotta say goodbye. Cause now I gotta say goodbye to. God, this song's beats are trippy. Oh my god, I'm such a normie. I've been listening to like a lot of nightcore music, I guess. Not like the kind of emo nightcore that you listen to when you're in your emo phase as a teenager, but like just regular songs that are remixed in a nightcore kind of way. And it's alright, testing. Alright, cool. And it's I don't know, I've been listening to songs like that, so first it's been Japanese songs. There's some Japanese songs that they're good songs, but they're kind of slower paced. So I'll listen to the Nightcore version first, and same with these English songs. But any song I'll listen to the Nightcore version first, and then I'm thinking like, not only is this good, but this is a good pace for the song. And then I listen to the regular version afterwards, and it's just absolute crap. Like you can't. Like I don't have the attention span to wait for the lyrics almost. So it's not that. It's I don't know, what would you call it? Like it just doesn't sound good. Like songs for me need to be fast paced. Cause that way like you can jam out to them. You can I don't know, there's just more of like a mood there. That's there. You guys remember when people used to say the word mood? Now it's vibe. Like, there's some good vibes in the chat or whatever. It's like when did we go from mood to vibe? Like, oh, I'm in a good mood, or like, oh, like people. It was the old meme. Not that old. Old as in like 5 years ago is old news. It was the old meme that was like, somebody would say something relatable, and then someone would respond with mood. Like, I don't know. Oh, when you have a test today, but you stayed up all night looking at TikTok videos. Mood. Oh my god, that's so me. Same, girl. Mood. That was the response, was mood. That was sort of the first one. And then people transitioned from that. That died off, and then it turned into vibes. Like, oh, we gotta have good vibes in here or whatever. Oh, vibe check. What is a vibe? It's just a mood. These fucking Zoomers, man. They're like, it's so basic. Memes and like popular phrases and slang. It's all just different versions of the same idea. Whether you're saying vibe or mood or PogChamp or, any of this other stuff. It's all the same stuff. It's an iteration, or it's a different version of the same idea. What's your mood like? Or, do you have a good attitude? Or, oh, something exciting happened and here's the exclamation to it. It's like a wow or amazing, or, whatever it is. It's like we just every like 3 to 5 years we come up with different ways to say the same thing, and then that becomes the meme. It's so weird. I don't know. I probably sound like such a boomer talking about this, but it's like I'm not gonna say like why can't we just stick to one thing? I understand that it's like, people need some identity. So, oh, I'm the generation that said PogChamp, whatever, right? People want to get excited about that, good for them. But it's just, it's weird because people, especially older people, always get so confused about, oh, it's the new lingo. What are the kids on the street saying, Oh, I can't keep up with all you youngins and your new phrases, and can't keep up with your PogChamps and your vibe checks and all that. And it's like, I don't know, I guess I'm more so criticizing the older people who, who get confused, because it's the same ideas. I mean, human beings haven't changed at all. We're still displaying, young or old, we're still displaying the same emotions. It's just we have a slightly different way, each generation is a slightly different way of expressing those emotions. So hence, new terms and memes and everything like that. Anyway, I got totally off track. Anyway, these Nightcore songs. It's like, the faster paced versions are better. And obviously, like, some songs are better slow. You're in a more of like a somber mood. Slow songs are gonna do it for you. But I don't know, I've been really into like Nightcore remixes of just regular songs. So Japanese songs, the Nightcore versions are pretty decent. Unless it's like a fast-paced song already, then the Nightcore version will just be out of control. But, some of these slower-paced songs, Nightcore is basically you heighten the pitch of the song a little bit and then speed it up. It's like 1.25 times speed or whatever, right? You guys know YouTube. It's basically that. You put on any old song, you increase the pitch and you increase the playback speed, and And that's basically a Nightcore remix, right? A little bit more goes into that, but that's the gist. And so, I mean, with these Japanese, with some of these Japanese songs, it's great. It's fine. But, yeah, and then I've been listening to English songs too. So, some of the mixes. Ugh, God. Now we gotta say goodbye. Ba-da-ba. Some of the mixes that I have, mixes, like, it would be like, oh, it's a 1 hour Nightcore gaming mix, or whatever. And that'll be, and that Nightcore and you know, the English songs, or the 1 hour mix tape video or whatever, it'll be English songs. And so, you know, I'm like, normally I don't listen to English songs, but because they don't have, a lot of English songs don't have the same, I guess the same feeling to it as Japanese songs, which is something I like. Not saying it's superior or anything, but it's just, you know, I like Japanese songs for the kind of mood that the songs give or whatever. But some of these Nightcore remixes of these English songs actually give that same feeling that I get from the Nightcore Japanese songs or whatever. In fact, sometimes when I'm listening to it in the background, I'll actually mistake it. I'll mistake these English songs for Japanese songs. Or like some parts of the songs, they'll be speaking really fast or whatever, because it's an Nightcore remix. And then I'll think like, oh, and then I'll mistake it in my head thinking that they're speaking Japanese. Because, you know, it's all a blur, right? You guys know that feeling of like, you listen to a song, even if the song's in your native language, and then you can't understand the lyrics because it just goes so fast, or it's all like mumbled, you know, jumbled together or whatever, right? So, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, some of these English songs, they're actually really good. And so, in my opinion, when I say really good, I mean they're comparable to the good Japanese songs that I normally listen to. And again, I'm not like some freaking like xenophobic, you know, oh, Japanese master race kind of person when it comes to my music. Because there's a lot of Japanese music that I won't listen to. It's just specific, like J-pop. It's J-pop. I like J-pop, and just the way that they do pop music in Japan is just, especially like anime songs and things related to that, it's just ever so slightly different than how America does it. So there's like, okay, there's the radio garbage that you'll hear on the radio on like popular news stations or popular radio stations like Taylor Swift and Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande and, you know, those kind of pop songs. I don't like those. Because those, I mean, they're very generic, they're very formulaic, but they appeal to a different audience than I am. But then, and Japan has that same thing where they actually just have regular pop songs that are supposed to appeal to young, normal Japanese citizens. They appeal to the normies, just like how in America, you know, the radio garbage, it appeals to the normies, right? And obviously I'm not a normie, and I'm not a normie in my music taste either, so, you know, there's that section of the music industry, and that's the section that makes a lot of money. Those are like signed artists, and, you know, copyright strikes and all that stuff. So. And then there's another section of pop where it's like lesser known pop songs where it still has that same poppy feel to it, but it's not necessarily mainstream. There's mainstream pop, and then there's, I guess you would call it alternative pop or something. I don't know what we could call it. Alternative indie pop. I've never heard of these songs that I'm listening to before. I've never heard these on the radio. These aren't known artists or anything, so I guess it's alternative indie pop music. So that's what I listen to. It's still normie as fuck. I mean, you put these songs in front of any normal person and they'll probably enjoy it. Which makes me a normie in that regard, but it's still like, it's not the popular stuff. It's pop, but it's not popular. You guys see what I'm saying? Anyway, so Japanese, they have that with the anime songs. They're not playing anime soundtracks on the radio in Japan. Some stations they probably are. Anime's pretty popular there. But they're not playing anime songs on the radio, and they're certainly not in Japan, and they're certainly not playing any of the Japanese songs that I'm listening to on the radio in Japan. It's some of the, I don't know, maybe they are. I don't know, I probably shouldn't make those kind of statements when I don't really know. But yeah, it's just, I don't know, I'm just browsing through music on YouTube. These are still songs that are getting like 1 million plus views anyway, so. And they're by artists that have a lot of songs out, so maybe it's popular stuff, I don't know. And it's good music, I like the music, I don't care about being normie in my music taste and that, as long as I'm not listening to the American garbage that is the popular pop music. Because the only reason why I don't like the popular American stuff, well, mainly because it's popular. I don't like popular things in general, but I don't like the message that they state. Like Taylor Swift, like her past like 15 songs are all about like sleeping around and cheating and falling in love with bad boys and all that crap, right? All the stuff that like incels would, write in their manifestos before they go on a shooting spree or whatever, right? Everything wrong with society. So, all of Taylor Swift's songs are those kind of ideals or whatever. Taylor Swift in her early career, she was, it was all about like the love and the romance aspect. She was still talking about like getting with dudes, but it was more of like from a loving side or whatever. It's like you listen to God, what was the song? Love Story or Romeo? One of her songs was based off of Romeo and Juliet. It wasn't based off of it, just used their names. But we were both young when I first saw you. I closed my eyes and the flashback starts just standing there. Yeah. That song was about like actual romance or whatever. The music video had some hot dude in it or whatever, but. So that one I liked. That one came out when I was in high school. And then, she did another one. Oh yeah, You Belong With Me. That was a good song. That one was about like some nerdy girl on the band, in the band club, liked this guy who had like some prissy girlfriend who, didn't treat him right or whatever, so she was trying to get... She wanted him to notice her instead of the bratty girlfriend or whatever, and that's fine, right? It's, I guess it's fine. I still don't like that concept of like, oh, the nerdy girl is falling in love with with, oh, the popular athlete boy, because, oh great, yeah, every other girl is falling in love with the popular athlete boy. So, oh, Whoopi Kaye, you know, the nerdy girl also falls in love with him, right? And it leaves behind all of the nerdy guys who like the nerdy girl. And it's always that, like, dynamic that I hate, where there's nerdy guys and there's nerdy girls. And then there's the popular people. The nerdy guys think realistically, and they like the nerdy girls. But the nerdy girls always get a crush on the popular people. It's stupid. It's so stupid. And I've seen this everywhere. Girls who are nerdy, or they're outcasts, or they're socially anxious, or whatever, more often than not, they will develop if left to their own devices, they'll develop a crush on the popular guys. And it's so stupid, because the thing is, everybody is, you know, all the other girls in the school are developing crushes on the popular guys. You know, let's say, you know, you're in a class or whatever of 30 kids. And, you know, this more applies to like middle school, but you're in a class of 30 kids, and one of the boys is like really popular and talkative, and he's nice and funny and outgoing, but he's also an athlete, and he's also, you know, well-rounded, and he's also a little smart or whatever. Like, he's everything, right? And so all 15 girls in the class develop a crush on this one dude, right? It always happens. The popular girls have a crush on the dude. The average girls have a crush on the dude. The nerdy, antisocial outcast girls have a crush on this popular dude. It's so you have this dynamic of one guy getting the affection of all the girls, and then all the other dudes, the other 14 dudes in the classroom, you know, assuming half and half gender, the other 14 dudes in the classroom don't get any female attention whatsoever. What are those other 14 dudes supposed to do? Let's say your entire society was this class of 30 people. What's going to happen? If left to their own devices, what's going to happen in that situation? One dude is going to could potentially get with all of the girls. He could have all the girls to himself. Big ol' harem. He probably won't do that. That's a lot of work. And typically those kind of guys, if raised in our society, don't have an interest in getting with a bunch of girls. Maybe he'll sleep with all 15 girls, or with most of them. Maybe he'll sleep with most of them, but he's not going to, like, get in a relationship with them or whatever. So let's say that happens, because this is what happens with Tinder. This is what I've complained about before. This is what happens with Tinder, and, you know, even back into, like, high school. If, you know, teenagers are sleeping around, and this is what happens, where the dudes who are popular and they're well-liked end up having most of the girls throw themselves at him, and so he'll get all of that action or whatever, right? He'll sleep with all of them, but he won't stay with any of them, right? He's better than that. He's not gonna stay, you know, the popular dude isn't gonna marry the antisocial girl, obviously. He's not going to. He doesn't like the antisocial girl. He doesn't like the anime that she's into. He doesn't like, you know, he wants somebody who's pretty and outgoing like him, and who shares his interests. He's probably into sports and hiking and all that. I'm just stereotyping, but yeah, so obviously he's not going to stay with her. But he's either going to sleep with her, so she's going to give herself to him, or he's going to, or he's just going to ignore her. But her affection towards him won't change, right? She'll still have that crush on him. It might fizzle out, whatever, right? But what happens in the end is that as they grow older, you know, this girl, whether she slept with the popular dude or not, she won't ever get with him, like, romantically. So, off of his rejection of her, right? So she will have to settle, and it's, in her mind, it's settling for one of the other dudes. For one of the other dudes who are left over, right? One of the dudes who nobody liked in high school. Or nobody liked in middle school or whatever, right? One of the other 14 dudes who's literally like, you can either get with the popular guy, or you can get with literally any other guy. And so the nerdy girl will have to get with one of the leftover guys. And in her mind, it'll be settling, because this isn't the dude that she liked, or whatever, right? A lot of these girls would... I shouldn't say that. But anyway... she's going to view that as settling, and, you know, it's going to be bad or whatever. Especially if she slept with a dude, with the popular guy, right? And this happens with Tinder a lot, right? I've explained to you guys before how really highly desirable guys will sleep with all of these average girls. And then now all the average girls think like, oh, he slept with me, I'm so special, right? And then and then they realize that they threw themselves, you know, all these girls who didn't deserve it threw themselves at these highly desirable men, but they can't keep them. So, you know, they get in a relationship, they have to settle for a guy who will actually date them, which is someone in their own league. But women have a tendency of dating up, meaning that, you know, a 6 out of 10 girl is going to get with like a 7 out of 10 guy, or an 8 out of 10 guy. So, generally. So that's what they want to do. Guys obviously want to do it as well, but guys are more realistic about it. You know, like, look at me. If I were to say, like, oh, I don't know. If I were to say, like, oh, I'm a 7 out of 10, let's say. I don't know what I am. I can't judge my own attractiveness. But let's say I'm a 7 out of 10. Generally speaking, right? And obviously, to each their own, some people might look at me as a 9 out of 10, and some people might look at me as, like, butt ugly. So it's like, you know, it depends. But let's say generally I'm a 7. If I'm thinking realistically, I'm not going to go for a girl who is also 7 out of 10. Maybe I'll go for her, but, you know, whatever. I'll look at all the supermodels who are 10 out of 10s, but, I'll realize, like, oh, they're just eye candy. I can't get with any of them, right? And then, you know, I'm going to go lower. I'm going to be like, okay, I can realistically get in a relationship with somebody, with a girl who's like a 6 or a 5 or whatever, right? On the realistic, logical side of it, that's how it is. And obviously all of this dismisses like any kind of romantic intent, right? Obviously if I fall in love with a girl, she's a 10 out of 10 to me, and I'm insanely lucky to have her because the girl I've fallen in love with. But the thing is, people don't fall in love these days. A lot of people don't fall in love these days. And it's a problem of our society. And I believe the internet as well. We're exposed to so many different options out there that it really skews our views of like what we can get, what we deserve, and what we have to settle for in the end, right? So I'm thinking that a lot more people are going to end up alone romantically in like the next 100 years than they would have 100 years ago, because people aren't willing to settle, right? People's romantic preferences and standards are skewed. So, I mean, it goes back to the whole, like, you know, girls want tall guys, for example. If every girl naturally wants a tall guy, which seems to be the case, then, generally speaking, if every girl wants a tall guy, you know, 100 years ago, most girls wouldn't be exposed to tall guys. If you live in a city where everybody's short, then as a girl, you're only gonna be exposed to short people. You're gonna see one or two tall guys maybe throughout your whole life. And maybe you're not interested in a relationship when you see them. Or maybe you are, but obviously they could leave or they get with someone else or whatever. So you're not exposed to tall guys, and so even though you might naturally want a tall guy, you're not going to think about that standard when you find a romantic partner, which means it's going to be more easy for you to fall in love with somebody with a shorter guy because of that. And it makes sense, because it's a matter of what you're exposed to. This is why short people exist still, is because, you know, we've mated with, you know, human beings have mated within their own communities for tens of thousands of years. So now with the internet, however, and, you know, global travel, every girl has access to a tall guy. So they see tall guys on the internet. They see people in relationships with tall guys. They can go on Tinder and ask a dude for his height, which is disgusting that happens, but not like I'm complaining, right? I don't care, but I know guys who do. So that's not something I care about. Again, I don't care about it because I'm tall, so that actually works to my advantage. If I were to ever do something like that, I would never. I hate Tinder. Anyway. Yeah, people have standards, so it doesn't really matter to me. But the point being that, you know, these girls have access to a tall guy whenever they feel like it. So it's like, because they have access to it, it is possible for them to get with a tall guy. Which means that when they don't get with a tall guy, that standard is, that dating standard that they have is unfulfilled. And so when they get with a short guy, then they're going to be less satisfied in that relationship, which diminishes the romantic feelings that they would have. Obviously, love transcends all, and if you fall in love with somebody, then you tend to not really care about your own standards in comparison to them, guy or girl. But you know, things like height or weight or age, or even going so far as like hygiene, those things tend to not matter as much when you're in love with a person, which I like, because obviously, like, for me, I have flaws about myself, and you know, and obviously, like, any girl that I get will have flaws within herself as well. But obviously, if the both of us are in love with each other, then we will both naturally overlook those flaws, because we won't care, because they're superficial standards, right? So they're superficial standards that don't matter when you're actually in love with the person, but which, you know, that's how it's supposed to be, and that's how it's worked for thousands and thousands of years. But But the problem is that nowadays people aren't falling in love because people have as much. Because people have easy access to the superficial standards. You know, oh, when I go on the dating website, I can put in my preferred height. I can put in my preferred weight. I can put in my preferred lifestyle, whatever, right? So, and with that, you're going to filter out a whole bunch of potential candidates or whatever. So, anyway, getting back to the whole, like, you know, the nerdy girl falls in love with the popular dude. It's a tale as old as time. With guys generally, and this doesn't apply to every guy, because I know some guys who break this rule, but guys generally won't fall for the hot girl. They'll think she's attractive, but they won't fall for her. With guys, biologically, they're just driven by that desire to mate as much as possible. So a guy could realistically have a crush on multiple girls, or a guy could realistically desire multiple girls. Maybe not have a crush, but he could realistically desire multiple girls or whatever. So, you know, your typical middle school or high school dude can look at, you know, hot Instagram models on his computer in his free time while he also has a girlfriend. And those two won't necessarily conflict, depending. It does really depend. I mean, the dude can also have a crush on a girl, I should say. When you're actually dating, it's a little different, but if the dude has a crush on a girl, then he can also go home and look at Instagram models who are different people. So, it's the whole thing. But again, the point being, where, you know, they look at romance like that, whereas girls will look at it generally more so as, like, potential partners. Like, oh, if a girl has a crush on her classmate who's the popular guy, then she wants to give herself to him, essentially, right? It's like, you know, the giving or whatever. So, and I hate that. I hate it so much because it's this aspect of it's this aspect of one dude gets all the girls, which I've explained on stream before. I really hate, because it exists. This concept exists out there. And this concept alone has ruined a lot of relationships, because girls will act on that desire. And it's terrible, and I think it does take a lot of self-control to not fall victim to that. But there's this whole, I mean, I could get into it, this whole, you know, biology thing or whatever, the biological drive for it, but I won't. Just, it's so dumb. The world works perfectly when one guy gets with one girl, and vice versa. One girl gets with one guy. That's where it works. Soulmates. You know, that's how the world works. That's the perfect situation. So you find your soulmate and you stick with them. You're dedicated. You don't betray them. You stay loyal. You know, that's what it is. That's the only situation where it works, because human beings still have, and I've thought about this a lot, human beings still have a 50-50 birth rate. If you have a kid, it's a 50% chance that they're gonna give birth to a guy. And it's a 50% chance they're gonna give birth to a girl. So if the birth rates are 50-50, then the mating, when that kid grows up to be an adult, they need to be able to get into a relationship 50-50, right? A guy gets, if you have a son, then that means some other couple somewhere in the world is having a daughter. And so your son gets with their daughter, and that's that, right? They have a kid, right? The world works, just like that. But, so anything that conflicts with that, anything that works against that, it doesn't work, right? I would, the thing is, I would be all for the harems and, one dude getting a bunch of girls if the birth rates reflected that. If there were way more girls in the world than guys, then obviously, one guy would have to go with multiple girls to even out the numbers, right? It's a numbers thing. You even out the numbers, right? Right now in the world, it's 50-50. There's one dude exists for every one girl that exists. So those two have to get together. It's monogamy, right? You guys have probably heard the term monogamy before. That's when two people get with each other and they stay with each other, right? They're soulmates, they fall in love, they're loyal to each other. That's the whole point. They're loyal and they're committed. It's commitment. In psychology, they teach you that some dude's theory on romance is that love, and this kind of relates, but this is just something I wanted to mention because I found it interesting. You can think of love like you can plot it on a triangle. Not a love triangle, that's completely different. But think about a triangle. There's 3 points on the triangle, right? One point is passion. One point is intimacy. And one point is commitment. So, with passion, intimacy, and commitment. A perfect relationship has all three of those. They combine it, right? So, if in the middle of the triangle, it's all three, right? And on each side of the triangle is where a relationship will have just two of them. And obviously like can have one or more of those qualities, but passion being like, that like intense desire for the person, right? That's what you would probably call like having a crush on somebody is passion. So that needs to be there in the relationship. And then a relationship also needs to have intimacy, which is the feeling of like comfort and familiarity, right? You view your partner as your best friend, that sort of thing. So that's the intimacy. And then obviously the commitment, right? You're both loyal to each other and you're both willing to stay with each other. That's a big thing. And I think with commitment, it's not a matter of feeling at that point, it's a matter of decision. Commitment is when you decide to stay with somebody. Some relationships only have commitment. You think about arranged marriages that happen in like ancient times or third world countries. Arranged marriages only have the commitment aspect, right? Because these two people get married not necessarily by their own choice, but they're like, okay, we got to stay together, right? We might not love each other, we might not be passionate, and we might not really even know each other, so we're not intimate. But we're committed, right? So the relationship has commitment, even though it doesn't have the other two. Some relationships only have passion, where you know, you both have these really intense crushes on each other, but that's all it is, right? That's normally described as being infatuated with the other person. You have that passion, you have these really intense feelings for the other person, but that's it. You don't have the familiarity of intimacy, right? You don't have that like friendship bond with them, that connection. And you also don't have the commitment because, you know, typically infatuated people, they're normally only infatuated for a short time, right? Maybe they're not at a point in their life where they want to stay committed or whatever. So, oh, this relationship is only fun for me, right? It's not, you know, I'm not looking to get married to this person or whatever. So some relationships are only based off of passion, right? They don't have the intimacy, right? They're not like friends in the beginning. Right? They don't even have to be friends in the beginning, but they're not like super comfortable with each other and like comfortable sharing things with each other. That's a big thing about intimacy, is that you can be open and honest with each other and confide your feelings in each other. You know, all that stuff. You don't have to talk about, you don't have to hold back talking about something just because you think that, oh, this isn't a fun topic to bring up and they won't like it, right? That's where intimacy comes in. So obviously there's certain points in your life where you can't talk about that sort of stuff anyway, even if it is a perfect relationship. But I mean, obviously when two people are like together physically and they are sharing their lives with each other, like, then that's where it is. Hey, what's up, Trinko? How's it going, man? I'm just gonna play Plague Tale today, so I got a beer back, actually. I need to get some food and stuff. I've been putting it off all morning, but this is Plague Tale Innocence. It's just about like the Black Plague, and like this is like kind of a fantasy spin on the Black Plague, where like the rats they basically all have rabies and they're all trying to bite you and kill you with the Black Plague. But and so you're this girl who has to take care of her little brother, and you're trying to like run through this world in order to save it or something. I don't know. The little brother has like a sickness that you have to go find the cure for. So it's a decent game. I mean, it has a good story and everything, but I've been playing it on and off, so it's very scattered in my mind. But yeah, anyway, guys, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna get food and other stuff. I don't know how long I'll take, like 10 minutes or so. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm starving. Oh. Oh, my glasses. I ended up being quicker than I thought. Thank God. Okay. But yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, the I thought I was gonna get food, but my brother's making something for me, so it's nice. But yeah, I hope you guys can hear me alright. Testing. Hello. Alright. But yeah, whatchamacallit? Oh, what time is it? 11? Right. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the whole love triangle thing is really cool. Not like a love triangle, but the triangle that has the three features of love. So passion, intimacy, and commitment. So where you have just the commitment is like arranged marriages, right? Oh, or like those marriages, even nowadays. Sometimes you'll get married to somebody and you'll have kids with them, and then you won't really like each other anymore or love each other anymore. So, but you're gonna stay together for the kids and because neither of you will survive on your own financially. So that's typically how it is a lot these days, especially these days. I mean, I could complain about the economy, but people get married sometimes out of necessity. I can't afford rent by myself, so maybe I'll marry a girl who is also working, and we can split the rent and split the bills and everything. And it's a marriage of convenience at that point, because it's more convenient that we just live together. So we'll stay committed to this relationship, but we're not necessarily in it for the passion or the intimacy. So that's another example of just the commitment. And then you have just the passion. That's infatuation, right? You both just have really big crushes on each other. Oh, you think he's hot, and oh, you think she's pretty, and But then, but that's about it, right? And so those tend to die off really quickly because you can't sustain a relationship off of just passion, because the passion will wear off. That initial crush period will wear off, and then you'll realize that you both don't have anything in common, or you both, are two different people. You don't see this working out for long term or whatever. A lot of people, or some people, will get in short-term relationships. It's one of the settings you can put on your dating profile. I think you can do it on Tinder. I know you can do it on OkCupid, because I used to have an OkCupid account. Well, I still do. Technically, I have an OkCupid account, but I haven't used it since college. Since the first time I'd gone to college. But, yeah, they have it on there. You can look for short-term or long-term relationships or whatever, so you don't necessarily have to be infatuated with somebody. You could just be looking for a short-term relationship, and that's just like, oh, you get in a relationship with somebody, normally to sleep around, which I despise, and then you get in and you get out, basically. So that's a passion relationship. Intimacy, if you have just an intimate relationship, then obviously it's like, you have a best friend of the opposite gender, and then you just get with them, right? That's sort of where that is, and obviously there are different variations of that. But yeah. So yeah, and then, there's a combination. You guys can look it up. I don't know if you'd search love triangle. I don't know, you'd probably search a romance triangle. I don't know what you would even search for that. It's in my textbook. I don't know the dude's name otherwise. But anyway, it's a triangle of like passion, intimacy, and commitment. As obviously, if you have all three of them, then that's a perfect relationship. But you can have a relationship with just two of them, right? You can have a relationship where it's passion and intimacy. So you feel really intensely for each other, but then you're also super comfortable, but you don't have that commitment. That would be a friends with benefits relationship. And then you could have a relationship where you have passion and commitment, but no intimacy. So that's a relationship where you get married really quickly. So like, somebody for like a month and then you marry them or whatever, right? So, but then, you marry them, but then it ends up turning into the fact that like, you two didn't really have anything in common. You two wouldn't really be comfortable with each other and stuff like that. So you didn't develop a relationship. You didn't develop yeah, that's what it is. You didn't develop a relationship. Intimacy is about developing a relationship with somebody else, right? You can have a crush on somebody and even fall in love with them without knowing anything about them. So that's how crushes work. So you could have a crush on somebody and then just get married to them based off of that without developing the relationship. That's where a passion and commitment combo would occur. So that's that side of the triangle. And then, so obviously, in that instance, I mean, you guys can see flaws in these different kinds of relationships, right? For that relationship, a passion intimacy one, or not passion, a passion commitment one, you moved too quickly throughout the relationship and you didn't give it time to develop. So you can, I mean, it works where like you can kind of cross your fingers and then just hope that like, okay, we'll just get married and then, it'll work out in the end. And sometimes it does. Sometimes it does. I mean, most people will advise you not to do that, but most of the time it does. Especially if the two of you know what you want and have similar life desires and stuff like that, then you can make it work. Even if you have to force it, you can make it work. So that's what I genuinely believe. So I know most people don't believe that, but I genuinely believe that. I don't think relationships are actually like as difficult or as fickle as like people claim they are. I think it just depends on the person. To have a successful relationship, you need to have the right mindset and you need to get with somebody else who also wants to have a successful relationship. And just the mere fact that the two of you want it to succeed. You two like each other and are committed and want the relationship to succeed. That in itself will make it last. Because you will both work towards that. So, in developing the relationship. So, I don't think you need the intimacy part of it from the get-go, because it'll just develop naturally over time. You'll get to know each other over time and stuff. So. But whatchamacallit? But yeah, so there's that. And then there's an intimacy commitment kind of relationship where it's the combo of those two. I talked to a guy long time ago. I played Call of Duty with a dude a couple matches, and he was describing his relationship to me. He ended up marrying his best friend, who was a girl. The way he described it to me, he was just saying that, you know, our mutual friends joked about, you know, us getting in a relationship with each other, and so we just decided, you know, F it, we'll just get together and we'll try it. And now we're married and we have a kid together. I'm thinking, like, what a good story. Like, that's more genuine than other ones that I've heard. So, you know, I think that's good. Two people, opposite genders, they're best friends, so they're already comfortable with each other, so you've already established that part of the relationship. And they're both willing to try it, which means that they're both committed. I think, you know, that's the intimacy commitment combo. I think that kind of relationship will work. I think you do need to develop, just as in the other one where you need to develop the intimacy later down the road, I think in this kind of example, you do need to develop that passion down the road. You need to eventually have the attitude where you see, and it's going to apply to any relationship, but I think you need to have the attitude where you can see, like, hey, this is a pretty cool situation we're in. You know, I kind of like you now, right? And I kind of, you know, not just as a friend, but I kind of like you, you know, like you or whatever, right? And so sometimes the passion can't develop, and so that's unfortunate. But sometimes it can. So I understand both situations. So. Obviously, I think the main thing is that you have to find each other attractive for the passion to develop. So, if you really don't find them attractive, then that would be the thing. Like me, for example, I don't like black girls, right? I mean, this might sound kind of random, but it relates, I promise. I don't like black girls. So if I had a best friend who I was really chill with, and I actually enjoyed spending time with her, and she was black, and then, you know, we both turned 30, and we're like, okay, we're not going anywhere in our dating lives, why don't we just get together? Even though I view her as like a really good friend, somebody that I could hang out with or whatever, and I'm the kind of person to stay committed in a relationship no matter what, I'm never gonna develop passion for her because I'm never going to find her attractive. Like, and it sounds cruel, but I will never find her attractive. Just because that's my preference. I can't change. That's one part of your mind that you can't change. The thing is, in your mind, you can adjust how committed you are to somebody, and you can adjust how willing you are for the intimacy part of the relationship to develop, right? You can pick and choose your friends, and you can become friends with somebody that you normally wouldn't by simply telling yourself that, you know, hey, you know, we want this, let's do it. But the one thing you can't change is, like, who you're attracted to. Now, if you don't have, and with me, with black people, with black girls specifically, I can never find them attractive. So, I'll never develop that. If that situation were to occur with a black girl, then I would never be able to develop that or whatever. Whereas in contrast, I don't prefer Asian girls, but I'm not completely rejecting of them. So so if that exact same situation happened, but it was with an Asian girl instead of a black girl, then it wouldn't be my preference, but I could eventually develop the passion for that, because in my mind I'm not inherently rejecting them based off their appearance, right? I could eventually find them attractive, and I could eventually become impassioned with them or whatever, if given enough time and reason to. So, because my standards aren't, because it doesn't completely go against my standards. Whereas with black girls, I can never, right? I can never. So, but with Asians who are darker skin, but they're not completely black, I wouldn't mind. That's the thing. So, and obviously this is me personally. So, for other people it differs, right? So, I have preferences, but those preferences don't necessarily have to be met for me to be passionate about a girl. It's just I have a couple specific things that I just cannot get past. So, appearance-wise. So, I mean, I only have 3 things that I don't want, that, I just cannot ever get past in a girl. It's disloyalty, right? The whole betrayal aspect. Her being black, so a really dark skin or whatever, like insanely dark skin, right? I mean, African level, and only African level, right? Again, Asians and Latinas, they're completely fine, right? Because that's not too dark. And then she can't be fat. And I'm not talking about a little pudge on the stomach. I don't care about that, or that doesn't matter to me. But I care about obesity, like my 600-pound life obesity, right? That's something I can never get with. So even half that, if it was if a girl was shorter than me and she's clocking 250 pounds, then that's gonna be ridiculous. That's gonna be, I won't be able to get past that, right? So yeah. Disloyalty. Is the word disloyalty? Not being loyal, okay? Which means that there's no commitment there in the first place, so that relationship wasn't gonna work. Being black, which is something, I mean, I cannot get past, in my mind, right? And then obesity, which is also something I can't get past. So, obesity is more of a lifestyle thing, right? How, you can be 40 pounds extra above your weight class, and I'll understand that, because it's okay, you neglected yourself and you didn't take care of yourself, and whatever, you're 40 pounds extra. I can understand that. I won't necessarily like it, but it's not gonna be a means of me it's not going to be a deal breaker. But if you're any fatter than that, then like you had to try to get fat. You know, if you're under 5, if you're under like, I guess if you're shorter than me, if you're shorter than me, especially for girls who are typically like more than 6 inches shorter than me, if you're shorter than me and you're like 200 pounds, then you had to try in order to get that fat. You had to be either that or you had to be wolfing down McDonald's every day since you were a kid. And that's like, there's no way, right? First of all, I can't even afford that lifestyle. I can't even afford McDonald's every day. So, certainly not gonna take care of your fat ass doing that, right? If you're not fine with fruits and veggies sustained from my garden, then it's gonna be pretty hard to be together, right? Anyway, so those are the 3 things that I can't be in passion, or that would prevent me from finding passion in somebody. So everything else is like, if she's a little chubby, that's fine. Or if she's, you know, a little dark skinned, that's totally fine, right? So anyway, so as far as that triangle goes, having like marrying your best friend who you don't necessarily have romantic feelings for, that would be that intimacy commitment combo, and then the passion can be developed later. And see, the thing is, with all of these, it's, you know, if you have 2 of the qualities, 2 of the 3, you know, passion, intimacy, and commitment, if you have 2 of the 3 there, then you can eventually develop the 3rd one. And a good functioning relationship has all 3 of them. You're committed to each other, right? You're going to be loyal, you're not going to leave each other. You have the intimacy, which means that you're familiar and you view your partner as a friend, which honestly is a good relationship, in my opinion, because why would I marry somebody who I can't, like, chill with, right? Who I can't, like, talk about anything with and play video games with and stuff? So, video games optional, right? But still. And then, you know, just somebody to hang out with, essentially. And then the passion, right? You have to, they have to not be any of your deal breakers. But then you also have to be able to eventually, at least eventually get attracted to them. So you don't have to start off being attracted to them, necessarily. But you can eventually. So, give me a second, guys. Or give me a minute. I'm gonna be back. Never mind. Gotta wait a few more minutes. But yeah. If you have all 3, or you at least go into a relationship having 2 of the 3, and then are willing to develop the 3rd one later, that's when it's a good relationship, and that's when it can be a good marriage. You love each other. You like each other. You love each other in the sense that you're attracted to each other, right? You like each other on a personal level, and you're both committed. Those are the three. Those are the three key elements. So obviously, also you have to like care for each other and stuff like that, but that sort of comes with the territory. I would hope that it comes with the territory. For me, it comes with the territory. Caring about my wife is kind of the given, but I know for some people, it's not. I don't know why, but for some people, they just cannot care about their partner. But, I mean, it's whatever, right? So, but yeah, I found that triangle really interesting. I do think it kind of holds up to, you can look at every relationship out there and compare it to this little triangle, and then see like, okay, it's what kind of relationship do they have, and did it start off like that, and has it lost some of those things, right? Have you lost the passion for each other? Right, if I had a wife and she wasn't black, but then she turned black by some God knows what could possibly do that. It's like a reverse Michael Jackson. Then that would kill the passion for the relationship, and I would probably still stay with her because she's my wife, but I'm not gonna feel that passion towards her anymore because she's some unknown reason she turned black or whatever, right? God just wants to smite us. Obviously, like, if there are some relationships where maybe they don't turn black, but one of the people in a marriage will actually come out as transgender, and they'll transition to the opposite gender. I don't know what would compel somebody to do that, but whatever, right? I can't imagine those relationships lasting, and I certainly can't imagine myself in that kind of relationship. If my wife ever like wanted to transition into a dude, like, I'd probably just leave her on the spot, to be honest. She can go do that by herself, because it's not, being transgender is a mental illness. It's, you know, I'm just gonna come out and say it. Gender dysmorphia is a mental illness. It should be treated as such. But I mean, people can do whatever they want. I'm not gonna sit here and criticize people for doing whatever they want. I'm just not gonna have any part of that, right? I'm not gonna get with somebody who's like super hardcore transgender. I'm not gonna get with a transgender person, and I'm not going to get with somebody who's like zealously supporting transgender people, right? They can do whatever they want, and maybe I'll even be friends with them, but not going to. I wouldn't dismiss the idea of being friends with them, but there's no way I could be impassioned towards being in a relationship with them. And that's, a lot of transgender people complain about that, and they're entitled for doing so. And by entitled, I mean they're whining like spoiled kids when they complain about it, but a lot of transgender people hate, and they complain about the fact that people aren't attracted to them, and people don't want to date them just because they're transgender, and they'll call you transphobic for not wanting to date them simply based off of them being transgender. But the thing is, I mean, yeah, you could say anything you want about that, but at the end of the day, it's a standard. People aren't going to discriminate against you because of what you've done in your free time. But people have standards for relationships. That's just what it is. I'm not a racist for not wanting to date black girls. Because I'm not being racist towards black girls, it's just simply not my preference, right? It's the same. It's the same as, you know, I'm not homophobic just because I don't want to date dudes, right? I don't want to go out with gay guys because it's my preference. So I don't know. That's a whole nother thing. I mean, it's such a small portion of the community, but I'm sure you guys have seen it before, where there'll be transgender people complaining about how other people don't want to date transgender people. And it's sort of like, okay, well, that was kind of a consequence of it. It's the same thing with the fat community as well. There's a lot of fat people who will complain that people don't want to date them just because of their weight. And that's a whole double standard on that you see on Tinder. You know, a girl can ask the guy for his height, and that's normal. But if the dude asks the girl for her weight in response, then he's the bad guy. So it's the same. Both of them are valid. They're dating preferences, right? You can ask a girl can ask a dude for his height. That's totally fine. If a girl is absolutely not going to be attracted to somebody who's under 6 foot tall, which, by the way, it's hard to tell that, you know, because the difference between being 5'11" and 6'1" isn't that much. Or the difference between being 5'11" and 6 foot isn't that much. You know, it's just 1 inch. But still, if that's her preference, then that's totally fine. People are allowed to have preferences. Will some people get shafted from the dating scene because of their preferences? Yeah, they will. So, to make yourself the most likable, you don't be fat, don't be transgender, and then you're pretty much good to go, right? So, at least for girls. For guys, we gotta do a little bit more than that. That's why I'm not dating you. Because it's a lot of effort. I don't know, for me, I mean, pretty much my only problem in the dating world, like for myself personally, is that I'm not tolerant of, or I guess my standards are a little high, right? I'm not tolerant of people who, I don't want to be with a girl who's been a slut, right? That's that's what it is. I mean, cut and dry, that's what it is. I don't want to be with a girl who's slutted around. And so because of that, and just simply because of that attitude alone, I am isolating myself from a good portion of the dating world. I mean, depending on on my definition of what constitute as, you know, being a slut, I'm probably excluding myself from dating like the majority of the women my age. So, who are still single. So, because typically if a girl is like 27, if a girl is in her late 20s or early 30s and she's still single, then it's probably because she slept around. Like a bunch. And she's had unsuccessful relationships. Maybe not because of that, but you know, that definitely factors into it. So I'm not gonna get with anyone my age. Did you guys know, though, however, that in the Philippines, at least in the Philippines, I know there are other countries where it's similar, but Philippines is a popular one. There are girls in the Philippines, or young, like, you know, early 20s, who are looking for guys, who are looking for older guys. anywhere from mid-20s to like even up into late 40s, which I think is kind of gross. Why does an 18-year-old girl want to date a dude who's like 45? It's just there's, 45 is the age where like you start getting bags and your skin starts sagging and all that. Guys start balding, especially white dudes will start balding. These girls are looking for a relationship with an American, with any first world dude. American, Canadian, Australian, European. These girls in the Philippines are looking for that. Mostly for financial stability, but these girls believe, in the same sense that, kind of the same sense that I do, that they can get with a guy, and as long as they like being around the dude, then they can fall in love with them eventually. These Filipino girls, they believe that love is a choice, and you can choose to love somebody. So, I think that's totally good, right? So, all hope is not lost for dudes. I mean, these girls in the Philippines are looking for financial stability. If an American dude owns his own house and has a bit of money in the bank, then he can land any Filipino girl. Because all these Filipino girls are looking for is financial stability. So that's the consequence of living in a third world country, is that, for your literal survival, you want, you're willing to like give yourself to somebody who's going to take care of you. But the nice thing about these girls is, for the most part, they're committed. So they got the commitment aspect already. They're committed. You think about that triangle. These girls are committed before they even meet you. They're committed. They're literally thinking, in the same sense that I do. They're thinking that, okay, I'm gonna look for a relationship and I'm gonna stick with it, right? I'm committed to that relationship. So they're committed even before meeting the person that they're gonna spend their life with. So they look for people with that in mind, and then these girls will talk and develop the intimacy part with somebody, with one of these older American dudes. They'll develop the intimacy part of the relationship, where they determine, like, okay, do I like talking to this person? Do I enjoy being around them? And then if the answer is yes, then, their standards are a lot lower, because they are just in it for the money. But their standards are lower. But if they say, yeah, I could reasonably enjoy my life with this person, then they'll pull the trigger and they'll get married. And they'll just, and they'll develop, over time throughout the marriage, they'll develop, they're already committed, they'll develop the rest of the intimacy along the way as they spend more time with the person. And then the passion will also come through. Once they start liking the dude more and more, then the passion will come through as well, or whatever. I feel like people and girls in third world countries have a lot lower standards, because they're taking what they can get, pretty much. They're not necessarily settling. Their minds are worked. Their whole like attitudes are shifted to accommodate for their settling in a more conscious, willing way. Conscious, like, willing way. Yeah, I guess you could say they're more willing to be with somebody like that and develop a relationship like that. It's very, to me, it compares to like Stockholm Syndrome. You guys know Stockholm Syndrome, and I've talked about this before, where Stockholm Syndrome and whatever else, a couple other things that are related, it's a survival tactic. You need, you're falling in love with somebody who literally has your whole life in their hands, right? They can crush you at any moment. You are completely dependent on this person. So you need to get on their good side. And so your mind is going to subconsciously try to appease them. And so you're going to fall in love with them. It's typically how it is. Because it's for your literal survival, right? Would you rather be in love with some dude who you wouldn't like otherwise? Or would you rather be dead? It's like, between those two options, we're going to take the choice that lets us live. And so, the choice that lets us live is to fall in love with our captors, right? Stockholm Syndrome. So, some people would call that very forceful. Other people would call it romantic. So I would call it romantic. It's just, it's like it doesn't matter, right? like it doesn't necessarily matter who you fall in love with, as long as you end up happy in the end. Then any relationship works. So I don't understand that, these American values of oh, but we have to choose who we get with, and we have to have the freedom to be that, and we have to be independent enough to, yeah. Alright, I'm back. My brother made me breakfast tacos with eggs and meatballs and cheese. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's hot. That's so good. Oh, that's so good. Oh, but yeah. Now, as long as you're happy, then it doesn't matter. And it's kind of nice that in otherwise despairing situations, like being held captive, we, as human beings, have a defense mechanism that allows us to be happy in that situation. If you're kidnapped, then your mind is naturally going to make you fall in love with the captor. And so you're going to enjoy you're going to not hate your situation as much. Which is totally fine, right? You gotta live with it anyway. You're in this shitty situation anyway. Yeah, you shouldn't be. As human beings, as a society, we shouldn't be, but I'm sure that the reason why we have this in our brains in the first place is because this probably happened a lot. Back, thousands of, throughout the history. There were probably plenty of women who got kidnapped. If you think about it, we didn't have police back in ancient times. We didn't have, this and that. A lot of these things went unchecked. So, it's pretty easy to do. Now, obviously, for people who don't necessarily have anything else to live for other than, working the farms as a peasant, being kidnapped and fed and clothed and stuff would actually probably be a pretty decent situation compared to what else life has to offer. So, obviously nowadays we condemn it, but a bad situation doesn't have to be as bad as you make it out to be. So, especially if you're going to be stuck in that situation forever, then you kind of got to live with it, right? Stockholm Syndrome. They discovered it in, what was it, the 80s? But, I mean, it's probably been around for, thousands of years, at least, so. I mean, you think about, having a pet. If you have a pet, like a pet cat, or dog, or rabbit, or whatever, you're keeping that animal captive. You're restricting its movements by keeping it in your house or in its cage or whatever. What is the animal gonna resent its situation every day? Some pets do. Some cats' sole mission in life is to run out that door the instant you open it. But for the most part, most animals develop a companionship with you, a companionship with their owner, the person who's holding them captive. When you have a pet, you are holding them captive. And so, you're holding them captive and you're preventing them from being free. And yeah, you can pull all the mental reasoning and gymnastics that you want in your head, being like, oh, but I'm protecting them because being trapped in my house is a better life than being a feral on the streets. It's yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. But the animal doesn't know that. The animal that you're keeping captive doesn't know that. In the very same sense that, if you kidnapped a poor person and gave them a luxurious life in your basement, then they're still going to hate you for it, even if their quality of life has increased based off of the luxuries that you're giving that person. You're still holding them captive against their will. So that person doesn't see it in your perspective, just in the same way that a pet doesn't. A pet that you have trapped in your house or in a cage or whatever doesn't view this situation with the same positivity that you do. So in their perspective, they're in a most unpleasant situation. But despite that, they get attached to their owners. A pet gets attached to its owner. The very owner who's keeping them captive. You feed it, you clean their cat box, you give it pets, cat beds, or dog, you take it, if it's a dog, you take for walks. You give it treats, whatever. That, what are you doing? You take care of the pet, and you hope that it likes you. What are you doing as a pet owner? You are intentionally trying to develop Stockholm Syndrome in your pets. That is what you're doing. Nobody will put two and two together, but that's essentially what you're doing when you have a pet. And looking at it from that perspective, again, you could think of all the positives. Oh, well, it's a better life than it is outside, but the pet doesn't see that. My cat Kiwi keeps trying to run out the front door. It wants to explore. But we don't let it. We don't let her. And then, you can also bring up the negatives. Oh god, I am developing Stockholm Syndrome in my... Give me a second, guys. But yeah, you could, as I was saying, you could develop, or you could look at the negatives. Oh god, entrapping this animal, and then I'm making it develop an attachment towards me to get it to be tolerant of being trapped, right? That's what it is. But we justify doing it. If for nothing else, it's we're the humans, we're the powerful, we're the powerful ones. These animals don't get a choice. You go to the adoption shelter, you go to the cat shelter. You're the one who picks what cat goes with you. That cat might look at your face and think you're the ugliest person alive, and that it would rather freaking starve itself to death than be with you. And you pick it anyway. And you trap it in your home anyway, and you force it to love you. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. And the thing is, you can never know. That cat might look at you and think, oh, I hate it here. I'd rather be literally anywhere else, even if it means being with this person in their big home, and I would love it and appreciate it to get out of here. Maybe you're adopting that cat, and maybe that cat is actually grateful that you're giving it a big home. I'm sure a lot of dogs feel that feeling of gratefulness, right? A dog would rather not be in a freaking dog shelter trapped in a cage. They'd rather have like a backyard to run around in, an actual big house to run around in, and, obviously an owner to take care of them. But what we're doing, essentially, is inducing Stockholm Syndrome into animals that we're keeping captive in our homes. That we're forcing these animals to like us. Whether you intend to or not, that's what you're doing. That's what I'm doing with my cats. That's what every pet owner is doing, so. But the question isn't, are you doing this or not? The question becomes, are you giving this animal a happier life than it would have had? Survivalistic wise, yes you are. Are you giving the animal a better, happier life than it would have had? Logically speaking, yes, because you are giving it a bigger space to live in than it would have had, and you're giving it that security of, it has food and water and a litter box. Or whatever else, right? I'm just thinking about cats right now. It has food guaranteed to it every day. It has water, a place to poop that gets cleaned, and it has a securable shelter, right? It's not in an alleyway hiding under a dumpster when it rains. It's in a nice house that smells decent. And it can eat whenever it wants and yada yada. So yes, you are giving it a better life in that sense. But emotionally, Whether the animal appreciates that and actually likes the new situation it's trapped in is dependent on how intensely the Stockholm Syndrome occurs within the pet. How intensely this captive animal develops a bond with its kidnapper, aka you. So, anyway, I'm not trying to shame anybody for... I'm not trying to shame anybody for owning a pet. I own pets. I have multiple cats. It's the fact that people look at something like Stockholm Syndrome as bad because you're restricting freedom. But what people don't look at, because the thing is, I don't give a shit about freedom. Like, I've never been one to be like, oh yeah, you know, everybody needs all the freedom and all the independence in the world and yada yada, right? Most people are like that. I'm not like that. Because realistically, it doesn't matter. Even if you have all the freedom even if we give people all the freedom in the world, human beings, as well as other animals, are naturally going to settle in to a specific, predictable routine. A specific, predictable lifestyle. We live in a house. We leave that house to go to work or school or whatever. And then we come home. We go to the grocery store to pick up our food. We come home, we cook it. We eat it. We watch TV and we go to bed. And we repeat for the rest of our lives. People rarely leave the city that they're in. They have the freedom to. And sometimes people do take vacations. But the majority of the time, people stay in their houses and they only go to the same specific places every single day. Their work, school, the grocery store, their favorite restaurant, whatever. And that's it. We have the freedom to choose which of those to do, but we restrict ourselves naturally. When we have freedom, when we have the freedom to choose what we want to do, we naturally pick and choose a limited number of options and then restrict ourselves to only going to those options. Now, obviously, it's not cut and dry, it's not 100%, but that's essentially what we're doing. So, you take somebody out of that situation and you put them in a very similar situation where they're essentially doing the same exact thing, but they don't necessarily get the freedom to break out of that cycle. What difference does it make? Honestly, people don't have the freedom to stop needing money to survive, so they're forced to work. Just because they got a choice in a job doesn't mean that they have the freedom to not have that job or to not work at all. You know, before you turn 18, you got to go to school, right? You don't have that freedom. You don't have the freedom to choose not to. Oh, I got to go to the grocery store. I am forced to go to the grocery store because my stomach, my growling stomach, will not give me the freedom to not require food. So realistically, we have all these things that are restricting us in life. The way we go about satisfying those needs differs. And we got a choice to do stuff. But we're essentially doing the same stuff every day, right? So people don't actually have that much freedom, if you think about it. So tying this back to like something like Stockholm Syndrome. God, these tacos are so good. Tying this back to something like Stockholm Syndrome, if you're kidnapped and then you learn to love your captors, aren't you in the same situation right now? Aren't people in the same situation right now? If you're forced to go to school, and you're forced to go to work, and you're forced to feed yourself, and you're forced to pay rent, and all this stuff, maybe you don't necessarily love the situation you're in. Maybe you don't like your job. Maybe you don't like going to school or like having to feed yourself or whatever. But you make the best of your situation. You're stuck in the situation anyway. You gotta make the best of it. Even if you can't necessarily choose a job that you're going to, or choose a school that you're going to, or choose, the food that you eat because you can't afford that much or whatever. Or you can't choose the house that you live in because you can't afford rent on the nicer homes. You still make the best of your situation. We're restricted to a specific set of choices that we can make, and we make the best of the situation. You just take away some of those freedoms, and it doesn't really change your life that much. In fact, hell, I would rather, I would be fine being kidnapped and kept in somebody's basement, as long as I'm insured food and shelter and entertainment. And a lot of kidnappers do that. Some kidnappers who are in it for the short term, they'll kidnap somebody, and then they'll keep them, chained to a pole in their damp, murky basement. And, 6 months from now, they'll kill them, right? Or they'll turn up dead. That situation happens. That's the situation you hear on the news. The thing is, there's what is there? There's 90,000 missing people in this country right now. 90,000 missing people. And those are the ones who haven't turned up. Those are the ones who, we haven't found where they are, we haven't found their bodies or anything like that, right? Obviously, a lot of them probably are runaways. A lot of them were probably, killed and buried somewhere, immediately. But some of those people, at least a few thousand of them, are probably kidnap victims who are still alive. And you gotta figure, if they're still alive right now, how have they been living? What I would like to believe, and I think my belief is actually justified in this, is that some of these people who have kidnapped a potential victim, let's say it's some lonely dude who kidnapped a young girl. All right, that's your stereotypical situation. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, this dude probably isn't chaining the girl up to a pipe in his damp basement that's fallen apart, and she's gonna die. She's gonna be bored out of her mind. She's gonna die from a cave in 5 years from now. That's probably not the case. It would be in a kidnapper. If a kidnapper is looking for long-term satisfaction, then it would be in his best interest to give the girl a somewhat enjoyable quality of life within her situation. And you can relate to Stockholm Syndrome too, right? If the dude knows about that and wants to induce Stockholm Syndrome in his captive, then he can. But it would be, whether or not he intentionally does it, it's probably in his best interest to keep the girl alive and well groomed, clean, hygiened, good food on her plate. That doesn't necessarily get her fat, but, something that nourishes her, at the very least. So, good food. Probably a good living situation, a good, clean living situation, too. Any kidnap victim is probably going to complain about, entertainment. The more bored out of her mind she is, years and years from now, she's probably going to go insane. And that insanity is a risk to the kidnapper. if some girl is sitting there on a dirty floor, chained up for like 10 years with no entertainment, that is a really crappy situation. And so she's going to be desperate, and she's going to maybe she's going to get the handcuffs free, and then she'll go kill the kidnapper, whatever. Strangle him in his sleep, and twist her body in some way when he's trying to do something, and then yeah, I mean, it could be a number of things. Anyway, it's a risk. Having a captive going insane is a risk. It's a liability to the captor. So he's probably gonna, for those reasons, he's probably gonna keep her entertained. Plus, he's probably not like the coolest, the most evil person on the block, right? I'm sure there are some of them who aren't, and so they're not gonna make somebody suffer. They're gonna understand, okay, I need this, and so I got this girl, but I understand that I am imposing on her life, so I'm gonna try to alleviate that suffering as much as possible. And so it's probably in his best interest to keep her entertained and her, pacified, essentially. And for someone like that, I'm just going into the psychology of all of it. I'm not necessarily like advocating for any of this, right? God forbid. But in this hypothetical situation, which does happen in this country, like 100, I would put my life on that bet that this situation does happen in this country. If somebody gets kidnapped, they're probably being held in a nice place, still restrictive, but in a nice place. Their food and their shelter are taken care of, and they're properly entertained. They're properly entertained and satiated. You sprinkle in some Stockholm Syndrome into that, where the captive person actually like grows an attachment towards her captor, which she more often than not will, if he's being decent towards her. Then you have this. Then she is happy. The victim is happy in that situation. Is she as happy as she could have been not being held captive? It's hard to say. Probably not. I mean, most people would say no, but realistically, it could go either way. Because there are some people who grow up and develop depression, or they'll grow up and develop like really hardcore anxiety that keeps them from living life, or maybe they'll go throughout their whole life being single, or maybe they'll be like abused in some way, or this and that, whatever, right? Any number of things can happen to somebody that would result in them being an unhappy adult. I mean, there are some people who have just lived normal lives, but now they work in a cubicle and they come home to an empty apartment 5 nights a week for the next 40 years. That's not a happy existence. But here's a kidnap victim who doesn't live that life, who lives a restricted life, but is properly fed, sheltered, entertained, and has somebody there who actually cares about her. Because like I was talking about earlier, guys have this, especially guys who are kind of that, a little insane, but not like completely insane. They actually like will care about the person there, right? Society likes to paint kidnappers as like these deranged, insane people. Simply not the case. I mean, some of them are, but some of them aren't. And so, first bite of toy soda. And so, because they aren't, they'll actually treat these people like human beings. Not like human beings in the sense that we would. But my whole point being, a kidnapped victim with Stockholm Syndrome sprinkled in there could actually end up having a objectively and emotionally better life than they could have otherwise. I'm sure that's part of the reason why there's actually a kidnapping fetish. Not just for guys who would do it, but for the people who would do it, but for potential victims. In fact, I go to wager that there are probably more girls with a kidnapping fetish than there are dudes who would actually do it. Than there are dudes who actually want to do it. So, like, I'd put money on that. I wouldn't bet on my life on it. I mean, that's still a toss-up, but there are probably more girls who actually, like, fantasize about being kidnapped than there are dudes who fantasize about kidnapping someone. Pretty sure of that. So, and for a variety of reasons, right? I mean, look at it. You're taken care of. Like, at that point, at this point in freaking, like, in society, like, who cares about the restriction of freedom? Like I said, I wouldn't mind a restriction in freedom as long as I don't, as long as I don't have to go to work. Like, goddamn, Like, goddamn, if there's a girl who doesn't want to work a job and she wants to be loved by somebody, then, I mean, kidnapping sounds, being a kidnapped victim doesn't really sound that far-fetched. So, I'm not saying it doesn't sound bad. I'm just saying that it's not the worst thing in the world. Especially if you're not, because, society also paints kidnappers as, like, abusive people who would beat their victims and all this sort of stuff. They beat and they rape and they kill the people. And in some cases, that's true. That's why, the fetish itself, the fantasy, doesn't involve that. For the most part, you don't fantasize about being raped and killed by some dude who, who you would essentially hate or whatever, right? Typically, the fantasy, at least as far as what I've seen, the fantasy of being kidnapped is an unrealistic fantasy of you get kidnapped by an attractive guy who will just simply keep you in a decent living situation with a lock on the door, and you'll have all your entertainment, and you'll have all your favorite food, and you'll get to shower once a day, and the dude will just simply come in and have his way with you or whatever. But hey, he's attractive, and hey, he cares enough about you to kidnap you in the first place, and to take care of you under those circumstances. So, that fantasy sounds pretty alright. I mean, at least from a girl's perspective. So, again, all this could be false, but my whole point with this is that we do this with pets. We do this with pets anyway. This happens with people because it's a biological thing, and so therefore this has happened with people throughout history. And the thing is, the quality of life that we have now isn't necessarily the best. There's a lot of crappy aspects of life that you have to go through because you have to live in this society, because you have to live within the confines of the rest of the world. And it's rules that you have to live by, determined by the majority of people. The majority of people say you gotta work, so now you have to work, regardless of if you actually want to or not. Majority of people say, oh, you can't get married at 18 because that's bad and romance is bad. You got to go on Tinder and blah blah blah, right? And so, regardless of if you actually want to or not, obviously at 18 you have the freedom to do whatever you want, but other people aren't necessarily going to agree with that. I'm sure I guarantee there's a lot of people out there who all they want in life is to find a mate, find a life partner and get married to them as soon as possible, aka at age 18 to 20. But they can't find that because the vast majority of people around them don't want that. They either don't want that naturally, or they're conditioned by society to say, okay, we're not going to get married when we're young. We're going to be independent, and, we're going to enjoy our single life and blah blah blah. Regardless of if you sleep around or not, which I'm sure a lot of people don't. It's just another aspect, right? I'm sure there are people, guys and girls, who would want nothing more than just to find one person who cares about them, spend their life with them, right? I'm 18, I'll get married to you now. We can live the rest of our lives away from all this madness. But people don't get to, these people don't get to do that for the most part, because it's so hard to find that. It's so hard to find people, like-minded people in that aspect, because of society, because of the fact that society's values are different than your personal beliefs. And so that's another point of suffering, right? So, in the face of all of that, Stockholm Syndrome actually giving you the means to be happy in an otherwise bad situation doesn't sound so bad. We do with pets. We don't call having a pet, trapping a pet in your house, we don't call that animal cruelty, because it's not animal cruelty. Because even though they're trapped in your house and they're restricted, they are objectively happier in this situation than they would be elsewhere. And I think the same thing can apply to some people. Not all people, and definitely not most people, but a select few people could be happier in a situation where they love somebody, or, somebody cares about them, is taking care of them, is being there emotionally for that person, and you can fall in love with them and live your life with them. And the only price you gotta pay for that is that you gotta stay in the same one room or the same basement your whole life. It's like, okay, not the best, but there are worse things. I mean, there are people out there who are homeless. Would you rather be homeless than taken care of? I mean, some people would say, yeah. Personally, I wouldn't, but that's just me. I don't know. So anyway, the reason I brought this all up at all is because I was comparing the girls in the Philippines. I'm sure other poor countries out there. They're giving up these girls at a young age. By young age, I mean young adults. They're giving up their romantic freedom by just simply dating one dude and staying committed to him. They're giving up that romantic freedom that America seems to really be proud about. Oh, you have romantic freedom, you can date and break up with whoever you want, and blah blah blah. These women in the Philippines, they're giving up that romantic freedom, like literally as soon as possible. They're giving it up in order to secure, and they're restricting themselves, dating wise, by simply getting with a dude who will care about them. Getting with a dude who will care about them and who will take care of them financially. These women are optionally putting restrictions on themselves in order to ensure an objectively happier life and an objectively better life for themselves. And again, it's similar to Stockholm Syndrome in that aspect. Your freedoms are getting restricted, but you are able to be happy in other ways, and you're certainly able to survive in these other ways too. It's a matter of mindset. I mean, Stockholm Syndrome is just simply a mindset. I mean, obviously with real Stockholm Syndrome, you don't necessarily control it. If it's happening to you, you don't necessarily control it happening, but whether it's like this uncontrollable change of mind, like it is in a kidnapping situation, or whether it's a personal choice, like it is with these Filipino women, you're still going towards you're still able to be happy. That's what it is. You're still able to be happy. Freedom does not necessarily equal happiness. Independence does not necessarily equal happiness. It can, but it doesn't for everybody. It does not equal that for everybody. And personally, I like that it doesn't. I like that people are varied enough to where, you don't... Whatchamacallit? I like that people are varied enough to where they're not all the same. Because when I was growing up, especially as a teenager, a lot of I told you guys this before, but most of my angst as a teenager a lot of my worry came from the fact that everybody was the same except for me. Everybody wanted the same thing except for me. I wanted something that was different than what everybody else wanted. And I hated that because I was the only different person. In my eyes, I was the only different person. And the people around, this probably applied to the people around me, but in my eyes, it was a whole world. Everybody else wants something different than what I want, and I'm the odd man out, and I'm just going to live to suffer with my unfulfilled desires. But the reality is, and it's taken me 27 goddamn years to figure it out, but the reality is that there are different people out there with different circumstances, and they desire different things. There's people who fantasize about getting kidnapped. And there are people out there, there are girls out there who fantasize about being kidnapped, and they take that fantasy to its logical conclusion of you'll spend the rest of your life in some dude's care. Care in quotes. It could go either way, but who would have thought? I wouldn't have thought You know, if I had known something like that as a teenager, then maybe I wouldn't have had this bleak outlook on the world or whatever. Because at least that would have proved, even if I wasn't interested in something like that, that would have at least proved to me that people can be different than they appear to be. People who have weird fantasies like that are never going to be open about it on the forefront, but they'll go online and do it. They'll write stories about it on Wattpad. They'll just say it in offhand comments on Tumblr posts. I mean, but if you don't see those, if you don't look for them, then you don't see that. And so it's very unfortunate. So naturally, as human beings, we have this tendency to be attracted towards people who are similar to us. Even if we don't know that they're similar to us, we have a natural tendency to be attracted towards them. If you end up falling in love with somebody and dating them, then when you get to know them well enough, then you get to know all of these things that they agree with you on. They have the same fantasies as you. They have the same mindset on things as you. They have the same, I don't know, fetishes, or the same, like, personality as you, or they have the same life problems, or whatever, right? And the thing is, you weren't attracted to them for any of those reasons. You didn't know that about them. But the person that you're attracted to ended up also having all of these similarities to you, and it's crazy how that works out. It's really crazy how that works out. You could not know that this person is similar to you at all and still be attracted to them. And it will turn out that they are similar to you, that, you know, in the end, so. And you could only be attracted, you could have only started liking them because of their physical appearance. But, you know, it could be that they're as much of a degenerate as you are. Turns out, but you didn't know that going into it. But it's kind of like this happy bonus that you get with them or whatever. Oh good, I don't have to conceal any of my weird tendencies because the person that I'm dating just so happens to be similar to, not just okay with those, but also has weird tendencies of his own or her own. And it's great. It's awesome how that works out. I've talked about that before, but it's awesome how that works out. Because it just works. It just works. Sometimes. It doesn't work every time. And obviously, if you're attracted to supermodels, then it's not going to work any of the time. But people who aren't conventionally attractive, but that you happen to be attracted to, and despite that, are going to be just as weird as you. More likely than not. So. Anyway. You know, the whole thing is very similar. Being born in a first world country is just such a huge advantage. The thing is, like with me, I could just work my butt off and just save up money for like the next 5 or 10 years. I get some lucrative career and then just work really long hours and I can save up money. And then I turn 35 and all of a sudden I have $500,000 in the bank. I moved to a third world country, lived like a king. You know, I retire and live like a king. At the age of 35, I could retire and live like a king if I worked my butt off right now. And the thing is, in that third world country, I could buy myself reasonable security. And as long as I don't have any of those American needs of like, oh, I gotta have a sushi restaurant within walking distance of me. Which, I do have a sushi restaurant within walking distance of me. I actually have 3 sushi restaurants within walking distance of me from my house, believe it or not. But as long as I don't need any of those kind of luxuries, then I could work my butt off, make a bunch of money, go to a third world country, and then like have my pick of the crop of like any of the people there. because a lot of the people over there are going to be dirt poor, and they're going to Stockholm syndrome themselves into liking me for me, so that they can get my money, or so that they can take advantage of my wealth or whatever. And it's like, as a dude, obviously, in that situation, I'm not going to do that. But the option is available. And I like that the option's available, not for me, but because it shows, and I mentioned this before, it shows that there are different people out there, that everything isn't just American culture. A lot of it's American culture, but not everything is American culture. So, I can I have the opportunity to go do that, and then whatever, right? Obviously, for a guy in America, he has to make a lot of money, right? For the unemployed NEET who's, living with mommy eating chicken tendies that he can't even microwave himself, isn't going to be able to move to a third world country and survive. But somebody who's actually working, the majority of guys are actually working, so work a career, get a bunch of money, and then leave the country, and then they can go go to a third world country, and then there you go. You think about the problem of incels. You guys know what incels are, right? Involuntary celibates. Basically mean dudes who can't get girls. And the thing is, for the longest time, I was really into incel, into that phenomenon. I still kind of am. I don't consider myself a part of it, but it's an interesting phenomenon to look at. Incels, they have a huge problem getting with girls. They become super depressed and they lose all meaning in life because of it, or whatever. A lot of the time it's guys who are younger, so late teens, early 20s, but sometimes it does trickle on throughout their whole lives. There are dudes out there who are 30-year-old virgins, in the community, they call them wizards, right? Oh, you turned your 30th birthday, and you're still a virgin, you're a wizard, right? So you didn't fall for the succubus trap of getting with a life-sucking woman, or whatever. There's whole communities of these people. But you have the 30-year-old virgins. You have people who are older than that. You have guys who are getting into their 40s or their 50s who have never been loved by a woman, essentially. They've never been loved. They've never been desired. Or whatever. So they're, what's it called? Kissless, handholdless virgins. So, never had sex. Never even kissed a girl, and never even held hands with a girl, aside from their mothers, obviously, as kids. But there's entire communities of people like that. And the thing is, most of these people are American, or they're American, Canadian, or Australian, so, or European. First world countries, they're first worlders. The thing is, for people like that, it's such a huge deal that they have never been loved by someone of the opposite gender. And for them, it brings them to the brink of despair. It's truly saddening. You guys want to know why school shootings happen? It's because of people like that. It's because of guys like that who have been rejected their whole lives by other people, And they're, the people who actually do the school shootings have more violent tendencies, so they're lashing out at the world. And, they lash out at the world in that sense, and, people get killed for it, and they, the perpetrators either kill themselves or they go to jail or whatever, right? So it's a very sad time. But the thing is, it's that as an incel, you're trapped in this mindset that you are being rejected by not just a few girls, but you're being rejected by the entire society. The entire society, the world that you live in, does not like you. It does not like you, and it will never satisfy you. You are a black stain upon the human race, and it would be better if you had never been born. And that's sort of the message that these guys are getting. And so they become incels. They become insanely depressed, and they can never recover. They're socially stunted because, the rejection as kids and teenagers, caused them to not be able to socialize properly. And so now they're way behind. They can't have normal conversations with people their own age. They certainly can't get in a relationship with anybody their own age because they don't have the social skills, and they're not normal enough. They're not normal enough. Normal girls want to get with normal guys. And the thing is, in the face of all of that, you fall into despair. These guys will fall into despair, and they're forever alone or whatever, right? You can slap any meme that you want onto it, but the deep feeling of suffering just exists in their minds all the time. But the reason why that is because it's not because of the rejection, and it's not because some people don't like them. It's because they think that there is no escape. It's entrapment. Everything goes back to entrapment. You feel like you're trapped in a situation that you do not like, and you feel like there's no way out of it, and so you're going to continue suffering for the rest of your life. That's the feeling that they get. And they feel like they're trapped in their situation because incels don't think, they don't know that there's any opportunity to get out of this. Every girl that they come across will be normal, and they won't like the incel for being a weirdo. That's what it boils down to. That's what the mindset boils down to. But the thing is, that's not true. That's not true because it's true in America. I mean, you could get lucky and then not have that in America, or find somebody in America who will like you, but or in the first world who will like you, and people do. But there are other options, right? There are, you can go to a different country. You can, there are other societies out there. There are other cultures. I mean, look at like the Middle East, right? Like Afghanistan or Saudi Arabia is a big one. They're a Muslim over there. The Muslims are they're twisted. They're twisted, but it works to the incel's advantage. They're twisted, but the people over there will just, you're an American guy who has money, here's my daughter, right? There are actual stories where there are Muslim people in Saudi Arabia, like a Muslim father will sell. I've read this story before where there is a Canadian dude who was like a millionaire or something, right? He was like in his mid 40s. He went to Saudi Arabia. The Canadian dude went to Saudi Arabia, and he met a family. It was the Muslim. They're Muslim, and they had a 14-year-old daughter. And the Canadian dude expressed interest in the daughter, and the Muslim father sold the dude his daughter. Just sold her. Like, he just sold her for, God, what was it, like $200,000 or something? I don't know. It was a number of dollars that he just sold his daughter for that. Because in Saudi Arabia, $200,000 means that you're like a multimillionaire at that point in friggin' Saudi Arabia. So the rest of the family is super well off. I mean, that buys financial security for every single member of that family, including the daughter that got sold off, because the daughter now is married to this rich Canadian dude. So this sort of thing just happens. It just happens. And the thing is that one news article, I couldn't find any more news articles similar to that, but I know in other countries this happens, and obviously behind closed doors, this happens quite a bit, right? You know, I'm sure first world governments aren't really going to be fond of the idea of, you know, this sort of thing happening, but it does happen. So, I mean, you can get married I think in Muslim culture, you got to get married to the girl before you can do anything, but I mean, this does happen. You can literally just go to some poor country and just buy human beings. There was this whole website that I looked at. It was describing like the price of like human slaves. It was like, if you went to like an African, this was like 15 years ago, or the news article was like 20 years ago, 20 years old. But if you went to like a poor African country, you know, in Central Africa, where they all live in mud huts and they're drinking dirty water and stuff, like, you could just up and buy a human being for like $100. Just give them $100 bill and then you get your own human being. Obviously you can't like do anything with that human being, because how are you going to get it into your home country or whatever, right? But this is 20 years ago, so I'm sure things have changed, but this sort of stuff happens. I mean, there's 7 billion people on this planet. Some of these people are falling through the cracks. The cracks of our established world order. And some of those people are girls. So my whole point with bringing all this, I mean, the whole human slave thing is terrible, right? A lot of those were, the people would be sold into labor. So, like, some company that has a factory in a third world country will just buy a bunch of people and then force them to work in the factory, making goods for pennies on the dollar and then selling them back to America. You guys know America, right? If you have something that says made in China, chances are that some Chinese child laborer in a factory where his fingers are at risk of getting cut off every day, and who's only getting like a bowl of rice and a glass of dirty water once a day as nourishment, that kid has made your product. There's really big chances that a starving Chinese child slave made that product that you have that says made in China. There's huge chances of that. But nobody here gives a shit. Nobody here actually gives a shit. And you can you can announce the issue in public and everybody knows. But people will just sift in their seats uncomfortably. No one's going to do anything about it. So, I mean, it is what it is, but that's sort of where the market was or whatever, right? So, if you didn't want to go to China and open your own factory, then you could go to another country and just buy slaves in one third world country, import them to another third world country, where they have no family, they have no chance of living outside of your factory, so you just keep them there, right? It's modern day slavery. This happens. This stuff happens. Modern day, like, pirates are still a thing. Modern day slavery is a thing. I mean, just like a good portion of the world is still under like anarchist rule, where there are countries and governments, but they don't really do much in the way of like crime prevention, right? This stuff wouldn't fly in America or Europe, but the rest of the world, I mean, it's, you know, it's anybody's game. So anyway, my whole point with all of this is that my whole point with saying all of this is that for the incels who are so like distraught that like no woman will ever love them or whatever, right? There is opportunity. I'm not saying opportunity to go buy a slave or anything like that. That's just, I mean, morally that's bad, but realistically that won't work. But the thing is, there are countries of people who are poor enough to where they are destined for a shitty life unless they get the hell out of there. And if they can get, I mean, they would kill their entire village in order to move to America. And they would probably overthrow their whole country if it meant they get, you know, a one-way ticket to a luxurious life in a first world country where they don't have to worry about drinking dirty water or hearing gunshots outside their window every night. So, which is unfortunately how a lot of the world lives right now. So, in the face of that, you know, these poor people, what price do you have to pay? Some rich, relatively rich, right? Even someone like me is considered rich in some countries, in the poorest countries in the world, even though I don't have that much in my bank account. I still have enough. These people, they're so poor, and they're destined for like the worst life imaginable, that they would do anything to get out of it. And if the one sacrifice that they have to do is, oh, I gotta love and care for some dude who has a lot of money. I mean, a lot of people will take that in a heartbeat. Obviously, it's bad for the guys over there, because the guys in third world countries have nothing going for them, but there's no market for, you know, rich women and rich American women trying to find a, you know, a partner from a male partner from a third world country. But the opposite is true, where there's a lot of dudes who have some money but who are just really lonely, and they just want a girl. They do not care. They just want a girl who will love them. Go to the Philippines, Malaysia, Taiwan, poor parts of China, Saudi Arabia, most of Africa. I mean, even some parts of Russia and some parts of Eastern Europe. There are girls who are desperate enough to. There are people desperate enough to want to, who will do anything to escape their situation. And if that means being trapped in someone's basement for the rest of their lives, who they're forced to love, it's a hell of a lot better than what life was going to give them otherwise. So they'll take that as a win. They'll take that as like a dream come true. So, whereas the average white American prissy Starbucks girl here would take that as, take that as a complete nightmare. It's all relative. Everything in life, your very happiness in life, is all relative. And it's relative to the situation you're currently in. If the situation you're in sucks, then whatever you move on to that's better is going to give whatever you move on to that's slightly better is going to give you more happiness, regardless of what it is. So, and as long as you have the mindset to where you're accepting of that, and even to the fact that you like it, right? Let's say you're attracted to the person that you're gonna that you're going to get with, then you're going to be happy, right? Because happiness is relative to the situation you're in. If you're born into a shitty situation, then any upgrade to that is going to be a no-brainer for you. Even if you have to, and depending on how much of an upgrade it is, you're willing to sacrifice more for it. So, I mean, there are people who, they'll run away from home to be with the girl or guy that they love. No, even if it causes them like financial hardship or whatever. At least in the first world that happens. Because, I mean, think about Romeo and Juliet, right? They were both in love and they were going to run away together. They were both in a stable situation, but what were Romeo and Juliet going to do if they didn't die? They were going to, run off in the woods together, or go to a different city or something? I don't know. But them being together brought enough happiness to their own lives that the sacrifice of living stability was worth it. And for a lot of people in the world, the opposite is true. For a lot of people in the first world, it is true, right? If I love a girl, I'll be homeless for the rest of my life if it means I get to be with her. So, and I'm sure a lot of people share my same sentiment. In other parts of the world, the opposite is true, where they live in such shitty living situations that they will do, that if they're given the opportunity for a better life, they'll take it. Oh, they have to sacrifice their romantic lives for it. Okay, fine. So, it's the dynamics of the world. It's weird because you would think, like, in an ideal situation, none of this would have to happen. In an ideal situation, we wouldn't have to give up parts of our lives to make other parts of our lives better. But, I mean, life requires sacrifice. I mean, that's been true for the history of mankind. But it's, what are you willing to sacrifice in order to gain that which you most desire? If you desire love, then you'll sacrifice everything to get it. I would. If you desire stability, you'll sacrifice everything to get that. And the thing is, you won't mind your situation. It's not just a matter of, I have to give something up at that point, because it's not black and white like that. You're not necessarily giving something up in order to get what you want. The sacrifice you're making is just a change on your life. If you were going to do something one way for a better life, you just got to do that thing a different way, right? For all these Filipino girls, if the normal path in life is to get with a Filipino guy, then instead they're going to get with an American guy. But, they want, financial stability. They're just going to get with an older American guy instead. And a lot of girls over there specifically search for older American guys. A lot of them are looking for Australian guys for some reason. I don't know why. I tried to look it up, but apparently moving to Australia, like a Filipina girl moving to Australia, is kind of a popular thing. I don't know why, but anyway. They're not giving up an aspect of their life. They're just doing something different than they would. They're not getting with somebody in their own community. They're just getting with different person in a different community, but the benefits that they get from that far outweigh any kind of discouragement from that lifestyle. Oh, I don't want to be with a chubby white American dude, but he's rich and I wouldn't mind white chubby Americans. So, you guys ever see that? You guys ever see that show? God, it was on TLC or something. God, whenever I hear the phrase the TV station TLC, I think of THC, which was marijuana. So, and then I started thinking of LSD, which is acid. It's psychedelic acid. Not psychedelic acid, but whatever. And then my mind goes everywhere. Anyway, the TLC show, what was it called? 90 Day Fiancé. Yeah, 90 Day Fiancé with Big Ted. Or was his name Ted? I don't remember. He kind of reminded me of like one of those giant teddy bears that you get from the car dealership when you buy a new car. But yeah, Big Ted. He was short and chubby and really big, and he put mayonnaise in his hair. I don't know about that. That dude, by the way, had already been married and had a kid. And so one of the things was that the girl he was going to marry was younger than his daughter. But it amazes me that these people, people like him, get married and they have kids. And look at me, I've been single my whole life, right? So just makes you question stuff. I'll see this on the internet too, in these incel communities. These guys are like late 20s. And they look at people like Big Ted, and I think that's the guy's name. They look at people like Big Ted from 90 Day Fiancé, and they're thinking like, they're complaining like, this guy got a wife and had kids, and yet I'm a kissless virgin. Like, what is the world coming to? And there's a huge debate as to why that exists, but there are a lot of incels out there who are they're normal lads. They're just normal people. So I watched a documentary on it. There was like some indie documentary on incel culture, or on incels in general. It was just simply, there was a incel website, and so the owner of the website, who's an incel, met up with like a couple, like 2 or 3 other like top members of the forum who were also incel guys, and they talked about dating and stuff or whatever. One of the guys was really cocky, and he like pretended to know everything. And he was just overall like, I don't like him, but the owner of the site was just this chill dude. He'd go to work, he comes home, he has a nice house, well cleaned, well kept. And he seems like a laid back guy. But he had never been with a girl before. He had a girlfriend in high school, I guess, but they broke off pretty quickly, so. And then he had never gotten with a girl since then, and so it's the incel, it's not just simply being single, it's involuntary, which means that you want it, but you can't have it. You are not choosing to be single. Some people choose to be single. He did not, the incel does not choose to be single. They're single by consequence of circumstance. So, anyway, this guy in this documentary, he's complete chill. He's shorter, I'd say. He's like 5'9", 5'10". It's not too bad. Probably taller than a lot of the girls that he's met. Still. He had glasses. He had short hair. I think he was 30 At the time of the documentary, he was like 30. He was just this chill guy. He didn't have any personality defects. He just wasn't. He was just kind of boring. He just lives that boring, basic life. And I've met people like him. I've met people in their 50s who are like him. And it's crazy. And it's like people like that who are, they're thin enough. They're decent looking enough. I'm not attracted to guys, so I can't really tell, but they're not like hideous. And they're chill. They're just boring. They're just boring people. I don't know how he would have a conversation with anybody, but naturally, but yeah, it's just, it's people like that that are single. And then you look at someone like Big Ted, who's like, clearly he's like one of the most disgusting human beings on the planet, in my opinion. So, I mean, obviously, I haven't seen that many disgusting human beings, so I'm sure I'm wrong. But for American standards, he's pretty bad. Or, was he American or Canadian? I don't know. One of those two. Americans and Canadians sound the same, so I can't tell the difference. There's no difference. One's a maple leaf and one's a hamburger. But yeah. Anyway, he's North American, and by North American standards, Big Ted is pretty bad. Putting mayonnaise in your hair? Are you kidding me? And the dude's clearly like 300 pounds. And he's like really short too. So how can that guy have a wife and kid? When people like the dude from that documentary, who's just this chill guy who just works a career and comes home, he doesn't have anybody. Like, how terrible. Honestly, how terrible. Whatever. The world sucks, I guess, for those people. But yeah, just, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so 90 Day Fiancé. The Big Ted's daughter was older than the girl he was getting with, so. But anyway, I think that girl came from the Philippines, actually. They had filmed some of the show in the Philippines, or it was Philippines or Malaysia or Taiwan. It was one of those Southeastern Asian countries, which are the poorer countries. They're second world countries, so they're still developing. But yeah. They came from those. She came from one of those. Anyway, they'd filmed. Big Ted had flown out to see her and her family. And the girl was obviously like a real gold digger. She was like, it wasn't the same episode, but there was another couple who, the girl was clearly a gold digger and the dude was lying about how much money he had. I think the girl was white. I think she was from the Ukraine or something. Anyway, with the Filipino girl, I'm gonna call her Filipino, I don't know. It doesn't matter. She, I think, yeah, she was using the dude. I think she was gonna marry him and then like dump him later. But anyway, that whole thing gave, I mean, all of it is orchestrated. You know, they're not going to show a successful relationship on 90 Day Fiancé. They're just not going to show a successful relationship on 90 Day Fiancé because that's not content. You think about content, right? You think about thumbnails on YouTube, right? You know, stories with a happy ending don't get views. So 90 Day Fiancé, that relationship was never going to be successful because otherwise they wouldn't have filmed it. But anyway, so it gives a bad rap for that culture. And then you walk away from it thinking like, oh, all Filipino girls are just gold diggers and yada yada, right? And all the articles that I've read recently state the same thing. Like, oh yeah, you might be scared that, you know, girls from the Philippines are gold diggers. And, the definition, blah, 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 right, I could get into the whole thing, but anyway, on the show, they showed, the girl's, like, family, like, she lived in this, like, kind of beaten up house with her dad, and the dad had, like, pigs. The dad had pigs that he took care of, and it was all muddy and stuff, like, when I talk about getting a farm and stuff, I'm not gonna keep that unorderly. Those people did not have a lot of space over there, so you get a few animals and that's you're pretty much done. You're like, it's so tightly packed that you're living with the animals basically if you have anything like that. So I mean, it's a sort of living situation where you all sleep in the same room basically. You all sleep in the same room and congregate in the same room and all that sort of stuff. So like those cage apartments in Hong Kong. But anyway, they they just showed her living situation, and I mean it was good content. And Big Ted trying to, I don't know if you guys watched the show, but Big Ted was trying to, the dad was trying to show him the pigs and how to like take care of the pigs, and Big Ted just couldn't get into it. Like Big Ted was scared of the pigs, and he was scared of getting dirty and stuff, so. And the dad was kind of laughing at him. Which, honestly, if I was a father, I would laugh too. Stupid Americans. But, stupid fat American guy. But yeah, anyway. It was funny, but that's, like, the whole reason I bring all that up is because that sort of showed the living conditions that they live in over there. It's, super small house. They live next to farm animals, but they need those farm animals in order to, like, feed themselves at all. And then, all the people in the family sleep in the same room. There's probably no privacy there whatsoever. Not like they can, not like those people that even have the luxury of asking for privacy. But there's no privacy over there whatsoever. It's really dirty. I mean, they're probably getting sick every day over there. There's probably a lot of cholera. And just like, I mean, you talk about the ammonia that's in the air all the time from a lot of stuff. They probably don't even have proper plumbing, so their toilets probably don't flush. I'm sure there was an outhouse. I didn't watch the whole episode, but I'm sure they were pooping in an outhouse and all that. So it's like, compared to American standards, it's really bad. So anyway, I bring all that up because it's like, okay, if people in these third world countries are living in such shitty situations, or such shitty, like, living situations, they probably want to get out of there. They you can imagine that these people want to get out of there, and they're living in these really bad living situations, but they still probably have a TV. They probably still have a smartphone or an iPad laying around somewhere, right? For God knows what reason. And they probably go on the internet. They have internet access. And they probably go on the internet and see, like, all the nice houses that Americans have. Like, with, everybody gets their own room. That's magical. You can get an apartment that looks over a clean city. Wow. You live out in the countryside and you get a huge piece of land that you can tend to. Even if you're living on a farm, the farm is clean and pristine, and it's organized and it's spaced out properly. You have your crops separate from your farm animals, and all of that is separate from your actual house that you live in. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow, I don't have to sleep within hearing distance of a pig. Wow. What a life. What a great life. And that's sort of what you're looking at. So Excuse me. But yeah, it's like, of course those girls are going to want to, of course those people in general are going to want to leave their country. But and so, what is a girl? They grow up, it's not just simply that they're gold digging. They grow up, and you guys can imagine, if you grow up in a really bad living situation like that, and you go online and then you see how wonderful life could be, how wonderful and spacious and luxurious life could be, and then you look around you and you're surrounded by dirt and mud and 10 other people in a one-bedroom house, then you dream of it, you fantasize about it. Oh, I could have my own room. Like, that alone is enough to, want to get the hell out of there, right? I could have some privacy. If I get married to a guy, I won't have to sleep with him with my whole extended family in the same room looking at us every night. I'll actually get enough privacy to, like, spend quality time with him. That alone turns, that trickles into the romantic aspect of it. Would you rather have a partner in your current crappy living situation, or would you rather have a romantic partner in your own comfy bed, in your own spacious room, master bedroom, with your own bathroom attached to it? Like, my God. And, it really does play into the romantic aspect where, if you look at romance, if you look at, like, being married, the married life, as, like, being able to spend time with your partner in this capacity, then you look for a partner who can fulfill that. In the very same way that, like, all of us first worlders, all of us Americans and whatnot, we're looking for a partner. When we look for somebody, a romantic partner, we're looking for somebody who's going to live our same lifestyle. For me, for example, I'm looking for a girl who will spend all her time with me. And so I'm going to find the girl who will satisfy that need for me. On a basic level, it's satisfy that need for me, but really, it's, I want to live that kind of life with the girl, and so I'm going to search for a girl who I can live that life with, right? Lifestyle preferences are just that, they're preferences. So it's a matter of willingness. We Americans, we take all of our luxury for granted. We have the ability to live a luxurious, live any kind of life that we want, and so we can pick and choose. For a girl in the Philippines, or Malaysia, or in Africa, or Saudi Arabia, or whatever, for somebody in the third world, maybe they're not fantasizing about all their different choices. They're fantasizing about a better life. And so their romantic preference, just like how we have our romantic preferences, their romantic preference is going to be something a lot more basic. I want to marry a guy whom I can sleep in a king-size bed with. I want to marry a guy who I can be able to be private with. Private as in it's just her and him, and not their entire extended family in their beaten down house, right? I want a guy who I can go out with and go to restaurants with, right? The girl probably can't even afford to go to restaurants. There probably aren't even restaurants in her crappy little village, right, in friggin' rural Malaysia. So, and even if there are, she probably can't afford any of them, right? You're talking about people who are like one step away from eating tree bark and mud for their meals. So, I want a guy who I can go to a restaurant with is huge for them. It's basic for us, and in fact, some of us don't even want that. But it's huge for someone like that, right? It's like just having the luxury to be able to do it at all means that a guy who can provide, a guy who can give her that, who can give her that aspect of a romantic life, fulfills that romantic need for her, which means that which means that technically on paper, she's going to love a guy more if he can provide that life for her. She's going to feel more emotionally attached to somebody who can give her that lifestyle. In the very same sense that I would feel more emotionally attached to a girl who will spend all her time with me, right? So I'm not saying I'm going to, freaking Malaysia and find a girl like that or whatever and, make a negotiation like that, because I'm not. But I'm saying that in the very same sense that I have romantic standards, or that you have romantic standards, or that anybody else in this country has romantic standards, these girls, what seems like a gold-digging desire actually translates into romantic standards. The ability to be private, or to live a private life with her husband, is a romantic standard. And that's something, she doesn't get to live that life with a dude who's also from Malaysia. She doesn't get to live that life with a dude who is in her country, and so she's not going to be as romantically involved with someone like that. So, for the most part. The only difference is that what each person what poor people want in life is restricted by finances. It's restricted by money. Whereas in America, what our romantic preferences are just simply restricted by our own individual desires. It's a lot easier for us to get what we want because we don't have that gated away, right? Whereas if you go to fucking Malaysia or you go to the Philippines and a girl has the romantic preference for wanting to sleep with her husband in the same bedroom, right? And the guy that she's talking to has the ability to give her that, but chooses not to, then it becomes a difference in desire. In the very same sense that in America, right, if I got with a girl or if I started dating a girl who didn't want to spend all their time with me, she wouldn't be fulfilling that desire. She's completely capable. There's no paywall gating that, right? We all have the ability to do that. She's just choosing not to do that with me. And so therefore she doesn't fulfill that need, and so I don't want her as a partner, right? Whereas if she does choose to do it and she does fulfill that need for me, I'm going to fall in love with her. So it's maybe not only because of that fall in love with her, but you guys get the idea. So you have to have the capability to do something and the desire to do something. And the thing is, in America, we take the capability to do something for granted because we can do anything that we want. Obviously, if your romantic desire is to ride in my private jet every day, then yeah, I don't have the capability of doing that because nobody owns a freaking private jet. No normal person owns a private jet. So, but that's not a requirement, right? That's not a requirement that people have. It's people have these basic things. Most people want privacy in their romantic lives. If you're going to fall in love with somebody and get married with them, you're going to want to be able to comfortably go into your shared room with just them and just to be able to spend quality time alone, regardless of what kind of relationship you want. That's kind of one of the base requirements. people in the Philippines or Malaysia, some of them don't even have that luxury. Some of them don't even get that. And so when they don't get that, that desire isn't fulfilled. And so therefore, all romantic relationships are not satisfying to them anymore, because they can't even, how am I supposed to connect with somebody who I can't even share a room with? Because freaking her entire extended family is in that room as well. We're going to have to freaking, set up a freaking straw mattress in the corner of the room, 2 feet away from everybody else's sleeping bodies and whisper to each other. I'm not going to, nobody will be able to handle that kind of relationship, and yet people do, out of necessity. And it's terrible. Oh. It's not wrong for somebody to want that, but it doesn't make it gold digging, because it's a desire for how you want the relationship to work. If the relationship needs money in order to work, that money is used towards paying for the luxuries that make the relationship work. If your relationship is only going to work by the two of you going out on dates once a week, then you gotta have the money to go on dates, right? You gotta have the money. If your main place of going on dates, if you do dates as like dinner and a movie, well, friggin' a dinner is gonna be like $40, and a movie is gonna be like $30 for the two of you. You gotta be able to afford $70 a week for your once a week dates. If you don't, the relationship's not going to work in that scenario. And so if you have that preference, or if you have that need for, we got to date each other, we got to go out for a date once a week in order for this marriage to work, you're going to need the money to do that. So desiring the money in order to do that does not make the relationship gold digging. It simply recognizes the need that in order to have good romance, we're going to need to do stuff that costs money, right? I mean, obviously for me, in order for me to have a successful relationship, I got to afford my own bedroom so that I can have, my girlfriend or my wife sleep with me behind a closed door. That's like the bare minimum, right? And so I gotta have the money in order to afford that. So obviously if you're homeless, I mean, if you're sleeping under a cardboard, in a cardboard box or whatever, you don't necessarily get that privacy. You can find the privacy depending on where you go. I mean, I'll just set up a tent in the woods if worse comes to worse, but at least that's kind of a bare minimum, right? A tent in the woods with a double sleeping bag, that costs money. You have to acquire that somehow. So you can pay money for it, or you can find it out of the garbage or whatever, right? But you still require a material possession in order to give you a means to stabilize your relationship. So that's what it is. And so women in like the Philippines and stuff, on a romantic sense, they understand that. Because they've had to live their entire lives, at least their entire childhoods, having to freaking sleep in the same muddy room as their parents. And so they look at their parents who get no privacy, and they think like, oh, I don't want a marriage where I don't get privacy. I'm going to need my own room. And then they look at their male classmates who are also living like that, and then they look at the state of their country where, people are dirt poor, and they're crowded. And these girls are, they learn from a young age, I'm not, if I want privacy in my relationships, I'm not going to get that here. And then they think of, okay, what's the solution? American guy can afford it. right? American people are much richer than us Filipino people. So, go to America. Find a boyfriend from America. Find a husband from America, right? Because the way that she lives in her relationship is more important than the specific person that she gets with. And I think that's true with a lot of people too. It's you want it's the same with a lot of people in general. You want your relationship to be a certain way. I want my relationship to be a certain way, right? I have a specific preference. As to how that preference actually plays out, it doesn't matter too much to me. But I still have that that baseline of like, okay, I want to spend all my time with the girl, right? So that is important to me. And so for these women, that the ability to have that living situation and to live that life, which marriage is a part of life. In fact, your married life, that's what it is. The ability to have that trumps any kind of like other desire she could have for the other person, right? She will desire somebody who she can have a good relationship with. So I don't think that's bad because it plays off of your relationship desires, right? And these girls, I mean, you have to figure if you're 18 and you're looking to foreign countries to find romantic partners, then that's a testament to how bad it was for you growing up. You lived a life of poverty for so long. Those first 18 years of your life felt so long that you've recognized this is crappy. I don't want it. Here's a way to get out of it. You've gone through all those steps in your head, which that takes people years. There are people in America who are like 30 years old and they don't know what they want in their relationships. These girls at like I'm sure at like age 15 or 16 they figured it out. They've had this figured out. So that's why you can go on a Filipino girl dating website and there are 18-year-old girls who are looking for marriage to a foreigner. It's because they've had to go through their entire life wanting something that they didn't have. So, I mean, I feel bad for them. But this is how human beings live all across the world. It's crazy to think about. I mean, I'm speaking from a place of huge privilege, having my own room and having, internet access and a TV and a console and a computer and all that. So, huge place of privilege. I mean, I'm lucky. I'm thankful for it. But incels, they don't see this option. That's the problem. Incels, and I speak about incels. If you guys don't know anything about incels, it's actually a pretty big community. There's a lot of guys, especially I've complained about the whole, like, one guy gets a bunch of girls. I've complained about that whole thing. I've complained about Tinder and, like, online dating culture. I've complained about, like, how vapid everyone is and whatnot. So there are a lot of people who are turning out really depressed. There are a lot of guys who are turning out really depressed just because of the state of everything. And people online are always talking about, like, oh, there's going to be a tipping point. There's so many news articles about research studies, all that, about how there's an increasing number of guys who are ending up alone, and that's going to cause a huge problem because there's going to be this tipping point where you have all of these angry, disgruntled virgin guys, all of these incels who are angry at the world, and they're, you just gather them all together and you say enough is enough and you lead a charge, and they could probably wipe out the whole country. I mean, we're approaching that point where people's frustration from not getting what they need to be satisfied is going to tip over. A lot of guys aren't going to college. A lot of guys aren't entering the workforce because there's no reason to. What reason do you have to work if you don't have something to work for? Most people work for taking care of their family. And hell, I would work for taking care of my family. But you don't, that's not a motivator for you if you don't have a family. And you don't have a family if you've never freaking kissed a girl before. I mean, if you're 35 years old and no girl has shown any romantic interest in you, then you're not, you know, then what's the point, right? Like, what's the point of, like, being alive? What's the point of working? What's the point of having to go through the daily struggles of life? But so that's what it is. But and so there's all these articles talking about, and talking about the incel problem and whatnot, and a lot of news are like mainstream media news articles are very dismissive about it. They're like, oh, these guys just have a really bad attitude and they're the equivalent of Nazis and blah blah blah, right? And then there's a lot of people in the comments talking about how, society can't just ignore this problem anymore. It's a real issue and it's affecting too many people and there's going to be a tipping point, blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, like, I look at that and I see, like, yeah, society shit. There's a large group of people being abandoned. What a surprise, right? This has happened all throughout history. A large group of people who have real needs and who are real human beings are getting abandoned by the rest of the populace. I mean, what a surprise, right? But every generation's got to have something, some form of, like, mass suffering. But anyway, these incels don't, they don't have the perspective to do it, but they can just look outside of the country. What if I go to a third world country? What if I get with some Filipino girl who would appreciate, who would love me for the fact that I own my own house, who would love me for the fact that she can be romantic with me in our own private bedroom together. And when I say private bedroom, I mean, like, the luxury that every single one of us has in America, where we get our own bedroom, right? So, but that's what it is. These guys don't realize. These guys don't realize that they are desirable just simply because they were born in America. Just simply because they have a leg up compared to the rest of the world. A lot of these guys are white, too. Foreign girls love white guys. I'm not. I'm only half white, so I don't really apply. I don't really, like, have that Caucasian vibe to me, or appearance to me, or whatever, but I act like it, but I don't have it. So I act white, but I look more Asian. But anyway, a lot of these incels, they're white. They're like full white guys, so they could find, I mean, girls and, like, foreign girls or whatever, they love white guys. So they could just go with them. It's like easy peasy. What we do, right? You matched up. So it's you don't even have to go to a poor country for that. It's Asian fever. Or not Asian fever, yellow fever. That's what it is. Where a lot of white guys are getting with Asian girls. One of my old friends got with an Asian girl. But yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, no, so it's this. I mean, there are some, like, really ugly guys out there who, like, they'll have no chance. I mean, they could technically get with a poor, really ugly, poor, like, third world country girl or whatever. So, in fact, they could probably go to freaking Africa. And find some girl to marry or whatever. Fly her out of there. They could technically do that. As far as, like, relatability goes, like, probably aren't gonna be that successful. And this is kind of, I mean, not the main reason, but it's one of the reasons why I don't ever imagine myself doing something like this. It's my big thing is, well, my big thing is that I want a girl to spend all the time with me, which even going to a foreign country, that's going to be difficult to do, or difficult to find or whatever. Because I don't know why, but like a lot of people don't have that standard. Like, again, I don't know why. I mean, I think it has something to do. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say it has something to do with insecurity, but I think it does. Not necessarily insecurity on my part. I mean, I just want. I don't know. I know my reasons for wanting it, and it's not due to insecurity, but I think it's going to be very hard to find somebody who also has that, just in general. But anyway, but not only that, but like if you go to like a really poor country, like I think the Philippines, for the most part, they live in their own houses, and poor houses, but they live in their own house, and they at least have an internet connection, so they probably play like some video games. But if I go to like a poor country, like a really poor country, like if I go to like rural China, where they live in like literal huts or whatever, they're not playing video games out there. And so if I get with a girl who's like 18 or 19 years old, you know, she's never gonna have touched a video game before. And it's like, one of my big things is that I want to play video games with her or whatever, right? So. You know, somebody who doesn't grow up and didn't grow up on that and doesn't have that experience wouldn't, yeah, somebody who didn't have that experience growing up isn't really going to be like too like aware and like keen on doing it or whatever. So, God, stretch. Oh, is it this cheese that's getting me? Rest of the taco. Now stops the music? Are you kidding me? God damn. This streamer got freaking Elden Ring? Are you kidding me? No, he got a pre-release of it. Dude, fucking... It's lame. God dang it. But yeah. Some girl from like a freaking third world country who doesn't have access to like video games or whatever isn't gonna... I'm sure anyone would be willing to play video games. I mean, video games is kind of like a cool thing. But they're not necessarily gonna have the appreciation for like the nuances of video games. You know, it's gonna be like playing video games with like a 6-year-old, you know? Somebody who's just like oohed and, you know, just awed and mystified at like the pretty pictures and the graphics and all this sort of stuff, right? But they're not gonna have this deep like understanding and appreciation of like the little nuances and whatnot, right? Challenging video games are going to be way too challenging for them. They won't have the trained motor skills to do all of it or whatever. Like, it's going to take years and years of them gaming in order to like catch up to speed. So, whereas somebody, you know, my preference would be for somebody who's already into video games. You know, obviously they don't have to be a pro or anything like that. I'm not a pro, but if you have a little bit of experience with it, then that little bit of experience goes a long way. So, kind of like one of my main things when I was looking for girls back in the day was I wanted a girl gamer. Not necessarily like, oh, she has to be like a girl gamer or whatever, right? But it's just like, she's got to be somebody who has played video games before. And not just freaking Candy Crush on the phone, not just your basic stuff, but just like a little bit of a variety, right? Not nearly as much as I play. Oh my god, I don't expect that many people to play as much video games as I do. Or to have played as much video games as I do. But I know there are people who have. I know there are girls who have played more video games than I have. But I'm not going to make that a standard of like, oh, you have to be as into video games as I do or whatever, right? It's just like, but to be able to play with me every once in a while requires you to have like a little bit of experience. So, somebody, you know, a girl who is in freaking Saudi Arabia, who has lived in a freaking, like, in a clay house with no windows. She probably doesn't even know what a video game is, to be honest. Like, she's probably never touched a controller before in her life. She probably doesn't even know how to type on a keyboard. So, I mean, I wouldn't mind being with someone like that, but it's gonna definitely like restrict what it's gonna definitely restrict what she's capable of in sharing with me. So that's kind of the main thing that I would look at. Obviously, if I was desperate enough, that I wouldn't care. And again, I don't mind giving up video games entirely if I love a girl for it, but I'm not. But you know, it's one of the bigger things to me. I'm very adaptable. I'm very like, you know, I can do whatever, right? So if I'm with somebody and she just cannot do something that I want to do, then that's fine, right? I won't reprimand her for it or anything, right? And I'm not gonna have hard feelings for that. But you know, it would be a plus if she could pick up a controller and play Overcooked with me, or pick up a controller and play freaking It Takes Two with me, or what other games? Rocket League. I mean, Rocket League is pretty typical and difficult on its own. I wouldn't expect a girl to play Rocket League with me, but to be honest. If she could, I mean, that'd be a fantastic plus, but by no means is that, you know, like expectation or whatever. But yeah, no, it's just some of the nice, especially since I don't really find too much enjoyment like going out on the town for dates. You know, I'm more of a we stay in and, you know, do something on the electronics, watch a show together, or play a game together, you know. Even if it's freaking something as basic as like Mario Kart, you know, we just play 2-player on that. It's like, that's fine. Like, it doesn't matter to me. So, which I will get a little salty on Mario Kart, to be honest, but I don't know if that's her jam then. But yeah, excuse me. But yeah, so that's kind of my one big thing. And I mean, I know that, like, you know, it's not as easy as just saying, like, oh, just go to a third world country and pick up a girl or whatever, right? First of all, you need the money for that, which a lot of dudes don't have the money for that. Because a girl isn't going to get with you if you're also poor, right? She's not going to marry you just for, you know, a U.S. citizenship. Some girls will. But you gotta be like, you gotta have like an actual stable position, right? You can't just be living with mommy and daddy when you're 30 and you know, expect one of these, I don't want to say gold digging women, but one of these women who places value on financial stability to want to date you. So a lot of incels, they live on their own, and they a lot of incels live on their own, and they don't and you know, they have a lot of money or whatever. They're not rich, but they're well off enough. But you know, there is that, you gotta have money. There's a language barrier. So, I mean, Philippines, they all know English, so that's pretty easy. But if you go to, like, China or, like, Saudi Arabia, maybe they don't know English. Saudi Arabia might. I don't know. It depends on where you go. Most third world countries actually do know some English. Like, they have some broken English. It's odd how much of the world knows English, to be honest. But English, I mean, it's probably the most convenient language to know, to be honest, because, like, most people know it. At least a little, so. But yeah, there will be the language barrier, the communications barrier. And then, something my uncle had to deal with. But then, and then there's going to be the whole lack of interest thing. So, like, the lack of relatable interests, you know? No way you're going to be making any, like, you know, normal American TV show references, right? Like, God, imagine going up to a foreign person and making a SpongeBob reference. Like, they're going to think you're insane. God, I can just imagine, you know, the situation calls for it, and, you know, you just say something like, oh yeah, bringing it around town, and then you go on the whole thing, and then And then the girl sitting next to you just like gives you a really weird look. Like, what are you just like a really confused look. She's like, what do you mean bring it around town? What does that mean? In just broken English, and you're just, it's nothing, just a TV show reference. And she's like, oh, which show? And then you have to sit there for the next 20 minutes explaining what SpongeBob is to freaking to somebody from a foreign country. It's like it's not even worth it at that point. It's like, enough of those. Like, my patience runs real thin. So you just live to learn. You just learn to live with it. You just don't make those references. But yeah, what should I call it? Yeah, my uncle married a Chinese woman, or a woman from China. And there was a huge language barrier there because he didn't know Chinese, and she only kind of half knew English. So, and he married her and brought her to America. They've been having all kinds of problems, but over there in China, they're very like, not only do they care about the financial stability, but the thing is, in China, they all have the opportunity to not be poor as long as they work their asses off. And so but the culture over there is that, they all want hard-working guys. They all want millionaires, but they can't all get millionaires. So they all want hard-working guys. And that puts a lot of pressure on the husbands to fulfill that standard of being a hard-working guy. So if a guy, loses his job or something, then, that relationship's over. Not necessarily over, but she's going to have like a lot of resentment. Oh, why'd you lose your job? What are we supposed to do now? Money's everything, that sort of thing. So they place a lot of value on that. But the thing is, valuing a hardworking person by itself is very superficial. It's as superficial as wanting somebody who's attractive. Because it's a standard that's based off of an arbitrary thing that could change, right? What happens when you retire? When you're not hardworking anymore because you got old and your hair's turning gray and you stopped working, right? So all of a sudden that standard isn't being fulfilled. So there's other things too, but in China they're very hard pressed to find somebody who will make a lot of money, and the culture over there sort of necessitates it. So, whereas, if you're poor, you can live poor, right? You're not going to die from it. In China, it's like literally life or death. And so, the people over there got this really twisted view of it. And so if you find like a middle-class Chinese person who's willing to marry an American, then they're going to have very high standards for that American to sort of like fulfill all of these expectations. And that's very bad. So I wouldn't marry a Chinese woman, not at all. I don't like how they look, first of all, but like aesthetically, but their culture and their values over there are just piss poor. So, and because they have such a very deeply ingrained value in hard work and financial stability, they take that to an extreme and they go a little crazy. I mean, what's happening with my uncle right now is that, and I've heard this happen with other people too, is that his wife is pretty much taking over, like, caring for the child. Like, the child is, their kid is being, like, coddled and, like, overly protected and all this sort of stuff. And so, my uncle's not really involved in his kid's life that much. So he is more now since he lost his job, but he was working, my uncle was working all the time, so he wasn't, so it was the Chinese mother who was taking care of the kid. And then, and she was, like, super overprotective and instilling all these ideas into the kid and all that sort of stuff. So, point being, I mean, nothing like that is, I mean, I personally find it to be wrong, but realistically, it's not that bad. But the bad thing was that the two parents were, they were acting independent of one another. They weren't acting as, like, in agreement. So they didn't have the same values, and so they weren't going to push the same values onto the kid. My uncle's a very, like, laid back, and he's a very unopinionated man. So he pretty much, he just goes with whatever other people are saying. Basically, he's that kind of person. So he's the kind of person who would marry a woman who is opinionated and overbearing, and he would just go along with it. I mean, thank God, like, he didn't marry somebody who's, a woman who's abusive, because he would probably become abusive too. Did you guys know about that? If there are two parents and one of the parents is abusive and the other parent is supportive of the abusive one, then that in itself is a different kind of abuse. They have YouTube videos on it. So the God, I forget what the term is. I had the video up a few weeks ago. The other parent who is simply turning a blind eye, or who is supportive of the other parents who is abusive, that passive parent is actually considered to be worse and actually more evil towards the kid than the actual abusive parent is. So you have a situation like an abusive mother and then a father who doesn't do anything. The father is considered worse in the abuse department than the mother is, because the father's not protecting his kid. He's being complicit. So silence is worse than the actual action. So this is psychologically towards the kid, right? Psychologically towards the kid, it's worse because, I mean, for multiple reasons, but one reason being that it teaches the kid that when somebody's being mean to them, nobody's going to come to help. You trust both of you, as a kid, you trust both of your parents to have your back, to be caring and supportive towards you. And you don't get that, right? If you're being abused by your parents, you don't get that. You don't get that love and support that every child needs to develop properly. And so having one parent being abusive just turns in the kid's mind, it just turns them into, like, an evil person, right? But then that kid will look to the other parent who's not being abusive for help. And that parent that they're looking to for help turns their back towards them. That does a lot more to damage the kid Parents who are complicit to their spouse's abuse of their child are in my opinion and every known psychologist's opinion to be just as bad or worse than the actual abusive parent. For those reasons, for the fact that that complicit parent is teaching the kid that you will get beaten and abused your whole life and nobody will be there to save you. Nobody will help you. You know, you rely on me to help you in tough times. Nope, I'm going to abandon you. I'm going to abandon you. Because whenever somebody's mean to you, then everybody in your life is going to be supporting the mean person and not you. It's essentially what it teaches. And so a kid from an abusive household grows up on that. They have two parents who are both supposed to be positive, who are both supposed to be loving and supportive towards them. One parent just turns out to be plain evil, and the other parent abandons them in their time of need. And it breaks the kid, and it teaches the kid that the world is not safe, everything sucks, and, you know, the people who you want to trust the most are going to betray you in your worst moments. And it damages the kid because it teaches the kid as an adult that, you know, they're not going to be able to trust anybody. And so you have trust issues, you have abandonment issues, you have insecurity issues, right? If for nothing else, it's the insecurity that you're never safe. You know, it's all this stuff. And so if a kid in that situation isn't able to, you know, they're going to grow up with that. And so if they're not able to find a person in their life who provides them with actual safety and actual, like, you know, if they don't find a person who they can actually trust, who they can be safe and comfortable around and rely on in the worst of times, then that kid is, if they can't find that person, then the kid is going to grow up thinking that person doesn't exist. Thinking that everybody in their life is either going to be evil or complicit to evil and nothing else. There's no positivity, right? So it really paints a bad picture, and those kids need a lot of emotional support, but they need it from their parents. They need it from at least one parent. And it's not a good cop, bad cop thing anymore either, because, I mean, that in itself is pretty bad, but it's, it's just, yeah, it's a whole mess. I don't know. So anyway, I hate passive men, because passive men who are complicit, it's passive agreeable men. They're complicit to what other people do. And not only do they not have any control over their lives, but those are the kind of men who are most likely to end up with narcissistic women who will turn abusive because there's nobody to resist them. Whereas if those passive men just simply stood up to their wives and said, no, you're going to stop. If they just put their foot down like a man should, if they would actually fucking grow a pair and put their foot down and tell their wives, like, no, you're not going to be abusive towards my kid anymore, then the wife would stop. The wife would stop, because that's how the world works. The wife's, you know, if you're a shitty person and you're met with resistance, then you will stop being shitty. That's all it takes. But these men are too passive, and they're too afraid. They're too afraid that they're going to offend their wives. Maybe they're scared that their wives are going to leave them. Maybe they're insecure. that their wives are going to stop loving them if they resist at all. And these women know it. These women know it, and they take advantage of it. And some of these women would leave the guys. Yeah, 100%. Oh, for a guy, oh, I'm just, this woman is willing to be with me, and oh, the only sacrifice is that she's going to abuse my children. Fine, so be it, right? Those men deserve to be shot. And those women deserve to be shot. Child abusers deserve to be shot. Child abusers and people who let child abuse happen deserve to be killed. There's no way around it. In Minecraft, obviously, just kill them in Minecraft, but there's just no way around that. Because it stacks on. The more people who exist who don't defend you are the ones are just simply add to the army that's against you. And it adds to the suffering. That's all it is. It's not all it is, but that's what it is on the surface. And then it goes deeper and deeper, right? Because kids are a lot more sensitive towards things, and they process things a lot more radically. That's why teenage angst exists. Is because you're trying to figure out how the world works, and every negative thing that happens to you that hinders your stability or your survival makes you doubt the righteousness of your own existence. And that creates so many problems for you. It's insane. You see it. I've talked to adults who are victims of parental abuse, and in every situation they are at least a little fucked up, like mentally, and not in that they're weird or anything, because I don't judge on somebody's weirdness, but they're like affected by it. They're like mentally affected by it, and they carry that with them. They can live their life afterwards, sure. Nobody's gonna die from any of this, but it's still honestly, like, having a single parent who is abusive would be better than having a mom-dad combo where one is abusive and one looks the other way. Because that goes, that is a lot worse. But anyway, back to my uncle. So my uncle is one of those kind of dudes, but where he's passive, but his wife's not abusive. So they're not by my standards anyway. She's just kind of crazy. She's like overprotective of the kid, but maybe she'll turn that way when the kid's older. I don't know. The kid's like 6, I think. But you're but it's that same concept where and again, I don't believe that narcissistic people start off being abusive. Everything that I've seen and everything that I've read kind of proves that they don't start off being abusive. They turn into that when they push a little and get no resistance, and so they push more. You can nip it in the bud. It's like raising a child, right? If the child's 2 years old and he misbehaves, then you can either discipline the kid and he'll never misbehave again, or you can leave it alone and the kid will continue to misbehave, and he'll misbehave more and more. When he's 3, he'll misbehave double. When he's 4, he'll misbehave triple. When he's 16, he'll go rob a bank. It escalates. It escalates day after day, year after year. And it's sort of the same with narcissists. They do something narcissistic that is a little mean, and they get no pushback from anybody else. They have a complicit husband or whatever. No pushback. Next time, or next week or next year, they're doubly mean. Year after that, they're triply mean. And then 10 years from now, they're just downright abusive. I mean, even like 2 years from now, they're just downright abusive. I mean, and then they just keep going and going, and they never have to regulate themselves. Human beings who have power are in a constant battle of having to regulate their emotions against what they instinctually want to do. So if you're a narcissist, and there are some narcissists who can do this, right? If they need to comply by certain standards. If you're a narcissist and you have these urges to be mean or abusive or just a downright awful human being towards somebody, you have this urge. But if you have faced resistance against it and you know that's wrong, and because other people have told you that it's wrong, then you need to resist that urge, right? You need to, you constantly check yourself. Okay, I'm feeling really bad right now. I feel like I need to enact punishment in order to, bring justice to the world or whatever, right? My kid did a bad thing, so therefore I must punish them in order, and I feel bad because of it, so therefore I need to enact punishment onto the kid in order for everything to be just. Otherwise it's unfair, and why poor me? That's a narcissist thinking. So when they get that emotion and they get that urge to enact punishment, to enact abuse onto their target, whether it be to their kid or to a relationship partner or to their family members or a friend or whatever, they need to check themselves. They need to, and some people have this ability because they've been forced to get it. They check themselves and they say, okay, I have this feeling, I have this urge to do this, but I need to take a step back. I need to really look at it, right? Look at the situation. And, they look at the situation, and obviously, with a narcissist, they're always going to be full of themselves. But if they have met, I mean, it depends on the situation and it depends on the narcissist, because it can go any which way, but a rehabilitated narcissist is able to resist that urge and, calm themselves. Maybe they'll carry that anger, maybe they'll carry that grudge, but, they're able to eventually just let it go, right? A narcissist's biggest trouble, and when I say narcissist, I mean people with narcissism, people who are abusers, people with bipolar disorder, they're typically abusive. I think borderline personality disorder also can go into that. These people, right? People with power and like a huge sense of justice, but it's like skewed because it's based off of their own selfish needs. They whatchamacallit, they what was I even saying? Their biggest challenge is to let it go. If they feel angry, they gotta let it go, right? Anger is within the self. Anger is not somebody else's fault, it's within the self. This is what Buddhism teaches, right? If you guys have anger issues, Buddhism is the religion to adopt, not fucking Christianity, because Christianity teaches anger. But and I mean, I could go on for like 3 hours explaining why it does, but I'm not. Buddhism teaches that negative emotions come from within, and it's about letting go. And even if you think that negative, and for a narcissist or anybody of that caliber, they think that the cause of their anger is external. Something happened, or in other words, somebody did something that made them angry. They'll take it as like a personal offense. They'll take it as a personal slight. Oh, he didn't come to dinner tonight, so obviously he hates me and he doesn't respect this family. And, next time I see him, I'm gonna punish him because that's gonna make everything right. And, he deserves the punishment for disrespecting the family by not coming to dinner or something like that, right? There's millions of situations, right? So they feel anger, and they feel angry. Everyone gets angry, but they feel anger at something, but they blame it on somebody else, right? They blame it on the kid who didn't come to dinner, or they blame it on the husband or the wife who didn't obey their orders or whatever. I don't know. And millions of situations. So in whatever situation, they blame somebody else for their own bad feelings. And Buddhism, and obviously their angry feelings come from within themselves. It comes from within themselves because they're the ones feeling angry. The kid didn't manifest anger and throw it in your mouth. No, you interpreted a situation as negative and got angry from it and reacted from it, right? It's, it's psychology. But that anger comes from within. So Buddhism teaches that instead of blaming other people for your anger, you instead blame yourself for getting angry at the situation. And once you blame yourself, you introspect. Why does this make me angry? Why do I feel and react this way? And how can I move past it? You sit there and you meditate. You meditate just as the Buddha did to reach nirvana. And you introspect and you sort out your emotions and you let go. You found your reason why. And a narcissist, master manipulators, they understand things like that, right? They can find the root cause of their angry emotions in a second. They have the emotional intelligence in order to do that. But the thing is, they take that power and they skew it the other way, right? They use that to manipulate and to abuse, the person that they're blaming to feel satisfied within themselves, right? They use their superpower for evil. And so instead, the Buddhists, they say you're in control of your emotions. You have to let go. And you let go, and you're at peace. You take your emotion, you understand your anger, and it's not about not feeling angry anymore. The narcissist thinks that their anger is justified. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. We're not gonna sit here and say whether they have the right to feel angry or not. It's about knowing that you have the right to feel this, but to let it go anyway. And that's really hard for these people, for a narcissist or someone with bipolar or anything like that, to let go of their anger. They know they're justified. They know they think that they're the center of the world, and that every negative thing that happens in the world is a slight against them. But they have to introspect and find the source of their anger within. And they know that they think they know that it's justified. It doesn't matter whether it is or not. They have this anger. It belongs to them. But they need to let it go. And that goes against everything that they believe in, everything, their own sense of justice, their own sense of what's right in the world. Because the narcissist will look at that. They'll listen to these teachings of the Buddha, and they'll say, well, no, that person did something bad to me. That person did something bad to me. They deserve punishment, but it's unfair. It's unfair. Why do they get off scot-free? They did something bad. And yeah, you're right. They did something bad. Maybe, right, to you, they did something bad. And they deserve punishment, right? That's the only way we're going to face justice in the world. But you're not going to do that. You're not going to enact that punishment. If they did something bad, then they will live with it. But for you to move on and to have a better life, you take that anger, you take all the reasons why you are allowed to be angry, and you take all of your desires of enacting punishment and seeking justice for the wrongs that have happened to you and all that. You take all those feelings and you let go. You let it go. You take it and you grab onto it, and then you hold out your hand and let it disappear. It is so hard to do. And I speak from experience. It is so hard to do that. I mean, there's a reason why narcissists are so abusive towards their partners or towards their kids or towards whoever else. It's because first of all, in the moment, even if you know all this, which most people don't, people aren't Buddhist. So not in America. So they don't. So, first of all, they don't know about this, but this is what going to therapy would teach you to do, right? If you send a narcissist to therapy, and it's a good therapist, they would teach the narcissist how to let go of their anger through very similar means to what I just described. And so not only do you not think about this, right, because you don't know about it, but even if you do know about it, it's very hard to in the moment do it. Even if you're in the moment and you know about this and you're consciously thinking about this, you're so angry, and maybe thinking about having to let go of your anger just makes you more angry. Oh, this person has cornered me into a situation where I am so angry I have to let go of it. You could blame them for that. You can blame them for you being a narcissist in the first place. You can spin it in your head however you want, right? These people, a narcissist they're a master manipulator, and they're a master manipulator even to themselves. If they feel the pain of anger, they feel the suffering of anger, and they turn it and they try to justify that suffering. And the way that they justify it is that they blame other people for it. This is how they become abusive. They blame other people for their own suffering. That's the only way they can justify it. But it comes from a place of insecurity. They are too emotional and they are too sensitive to the things around them, but they don't want to take the blame for it themselves, because that's another way that they're suffering. I'm suffering and it's my fault. That's just unfathomable. So they can manipulate even themselves in order to justify, oh, you are the reason for my anger. You're the reason, you're to blame, and so you need to suffer. You need to suffer as I have. That's their justification. But the thing is, Buddhism teaches us that we need to that holding on to your anger will only cause you to suffer more. We're not even going to talk about the people you abuse or the people who are affected by it or your complicit husband or whatever, right? We're going to talk about you and the fact that you're, by blaming somebody else and by punishing them and enacting your own sense of justice, you never let go of that anger. You never let go of it. You're not the person you were before because you have this weight on you now. You have this anger. And the fact that you enacted punishment means that you kept it. The anger exists when you bring it out into the world. Anger is suffering. But it's suffering onto the bearer of the anger. It's suffering onto you. When you hold on to it, you just prolong your suffering. What Buddhism teaches us is that when you look within yourself and you understand that you are the source, your anger is inside of you, and you let go, it's gonna hurt more in the moment to let it go. You hate that you have to let go of your anger. The world wronged you. That person wronged you. They deserve to suffer. They didn't show up to dinner. That's their fault. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. You're the one feeling that anger. And it's gonna hurt more to let it go because it goes against everything that you believe in. And yeah, you believe it. But you have to let it go for nobody else but yourself. You let it go. Because at the end of the day, you won't have that anger anymore. You won't feel bad anymore. You will have gotten rid of your suffering. And even if you get angry every single day, letting it go means that you relieve yourself of that suffering instead of prolonging it. The problem with narcissists is that when they get abusive, it turns into a point where they get angry, but the abuse feels good to them. To abuse the victim feels good to the narcissist because it gives them this sense of power. You got me angry, so you have power over me, right? That's sort of where, and I mean, Buddhism agrees with that. When you get angry at something, you have given that thing that got you upset, you've given that thing power over you. They were able to make you feel an emotion that you didn't want to feel. They had that power over you. The narcissist hates that. The narcissist hates the fact that somebody else had power over them. So what does the narcissist do? Well, you know what they do. They go and punish. They enact justice. But they do so in order to get that power back. You don't have power over me. I have the power. See, I'm punishing you. I'm punishing you. I'm yelling at you. I'm taking away your things. I'm making you cry. I have power over you. The more you cry, the more the victim cries, the better the narcissist feels about themselves because they feel like they are getting all that power back. See, you don't have power over me. I have the power. It's exactly what they're thinking. Not consciously. Mind you, none of this is conscious, right? None of this is intentional. None of these thoughts are intentional. The actions are intentional. They have gone through the step-by-step thought process for these actions, but the result is this feeling of power that feels good to them, because these narcissists, these people, they're so insecure about themselves that they cannot tolerate somebody else having even a little bit of power over them. They can't tolerate somebody else having any kind of control. And the thing is, this is why the Buddhism tactic works, is because when you give up your anger, you are also retaking control of your life. That person affected you, they had power over you by getting you angry. Sure, let's go with that. When you take that anger and you let it go, you're showing yourself, and that other person, who knows, but you're showing yourself that you have more power over yourself than they do. You have more control over your own emotions than they do. You aren't going to succumb to the suffering that they have put onto you. Superficially, that's the benefit, right? And again, we're talking about from the narcissist perspective, right? We're not talking about from the other person. Because, your kid didn't come to dinner, boo-hoo, right? This isn't an actual problem. It is an actual problem when you start abusing them, but, this isn't like a real problem that exists in the world until you make it exist, right? But we're not even talking about that. And yes, I do know, have seen multiple situations where, a kid will get punished for not going to dinner or whatever, right? By like a narcissistic parent, or, a variety of things. They got bad grades when their parent told them that you need to get straight A's, and so they got punished for it, things like, and it's not the kind of punishment where, if you fail your classes, you're grounded for the summer. It's the kind of punishment where it's like you've done emotional damage to your parent, because your parent for some godforsaken reason, your parent took offense to the fact that you got bad grades, and your parent thinks that it's an attack against them that you did poorly in school for some godforsaken reason. I've seen this happen before. It's insane. It's so batshit crazy that these people can justify this within their mind. But for some, it's, again, a narcissist thinks that any negative situation, any negative thing that happens in the world is an attack on them, right? It's an attack on the narcissist. So the narcissist gotta defend themselves, and they gotta, punish the attacker, right? It's, because to them, everyone who wrongs them has declared war. And they don't care if it's their 4-year-old child. That 4-year-old child has declared war on them, and they, as a big grown-ass adult, has to enact punishment on their 4-year-old child, right? Because that's the only way that the grown-up's gonna feel better, right? It's the most insane thing, right? And these people should be put in insane asylums, honestly, but we're not doing that. So Buddhism is here to teach us that, and this isn't, general therapy would also teach you this, but Buddhism teaches you this when you're not willing to go to therapy. When you feel angry, you are suffering. So, when you feel anger, you are suffering. And so it doesn't matter the source of the anger. You have to let it go. Barb. Oh my god. Why am I burping so much? Oh god. Burp, 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 burp. But yeah, it's just... Oops. Too much dairy. Too much cheese. But yeah. Anger is suffering, but the only way to rid yourself of anger truly is to release it. Whenever a narcissist goes and punishes or abuses or whatever you want to call it, whenever they enact their sense of justice onto the person who has wronged them from their eyes, from their perspective, the person who's wronged them, regardless of how true it is or not, the narcissist is still angry. And the reason why the narcissist keeps pushing and pushing and pushing, the abuse gets more and more, a fight that should be just a few sentences lasts for 4 hours, right? It happens because it happens because the narcissist is enacting that punishment, but their anger is not satisfied. Their anger will never be satisfied. That's the thing. With a narcissist, whenever they fight, whenever they punish or enact justice or whatever, their anger will never be satisfied. Anger is not something that can ever be satisfied. It's not. You will hold on to that anger for the rest of your life, or at least until you forget about it, right? I mean, humans are so fickle. The rest of the lifetime of an angry emotion can be like just a couple hours, but I mean, it could be like 5 minutes, right? But you let go. But the anger is never satisfied. So you have to so anger can never be satisfied. That's what Buddhism teaches. The only way to rid yourself of it is to let go. Of course, letting go seems like the weaker thing to do. It really does. This person beat me down and made me angry, and now I gotta just let it go. Now I just gotta let them get away with it, instead of standing up for myself. Well, yeah, you're a grown-ass adult and you're looking down on a 4-year-old child. Yes, you have to let it go. What do you think the alternative is here? It is a matter of letting go. And so it makes you look weak. It makes it look like you're submitting to your anger, and you don't want to be either of those things. Or you're submitting to the other person, not to your anger. You're submitting to the other person. You really are submitting to your anger. You're letting your anger control you. That's what a narcissist is doing. But better your own emotions than somebody else's actions, right? In their mind. But the only way to really move past it is to let it go. And the thing is, they don't become angry anymore. You guys ever see a Buddhist monk before? You go to a Buddhist monk and try to make them angry. Try to find their deepest, darkest emotions. Their deepest, darkest fears and insecurities, and you attack those. You just stab at them verbally. The Buddhist monk will not get angry. They might feel the emotion, but they've trained themselves to let go. They've trained themselves to let go so fast that you won't even notice it happened in the first place. That's what it means to become enlightened. Buddhism is a religion. It's an ideology that's based off of finding inner peace, because through inner peace can we achieve enlightenment, and enlightenment is truly the best way to exist with ourselves and within the world. That's what Buddhism teaches. It also teaches, if you want to add the actual religion aspect to it, we follow the teachings of Buddha, and when you achieve enlightenment, your mind goes to ascends to a higher realm, and when you die, you go to nirvana. It's typically what it is. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in religion, but the practices of, but the thing is with Buddhism, you don't need to. You don't need to, believe in their deity or anything like that, because it's truly about how to live your life, right? It's a practice. Buddhism isn't a religion like Christianity or Islam or Judaism is. Buddhism is a religion, is a belief on how to live your life. So it's hard. It's hard. You guys look up the teachings of Buddha. It's difficult. I mean, I would swear by it. There's very few people in America who could say that they actually practice these beliefs, or who could say that they can actually obtain these beliefs. Letting go of your anger when you're angry, that's insanely hard to do. There's a reason why narcissists exist. There's a reason why abusive people exist. It's because most people aren't able to do that, right? They're not able to let go. They are able to, but they have to be willing. They have to look at their own lives and say, okay, I don't want to let my anger ruin the relationships that I have with people. And I don't think that human beings are inherently evil against me. So I need to get this sorted out, right? I need to fix this so I don't do this anymore. So that's why you do it, right? So if you don't have the self-awareness to do that, if you're not even willing to call yourself a narcissist when you clearly are one, then there's no way you can even reach that step. And it takes a lot of self-awareness to do it. And it's not the kind of self-awareness that anyone else can push into you. It's the kind of self-awareness that you have to introspect and see that you yourself are doing. So, I don't know. It's just, I believe it to be the best way to achieve that, but even I forget about the teachings a lot of the time. Because it's unless I have I could put up something that says let go of your anger or whatever, right? And I could just constantly be reminded of it. God, it's difficult. It's so hard. I don't know. I speak from experience, but it is so hard. I don't know. It's just whatever. But anyway, yeah. Anyway, so back to my uncle. So he's in a bit of a pickle right now because he married somebody who isn't the best. Oh, God. Oh my God. Okay, there we go. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, he married somebody who was really crazy about, we get it. This life we gotta live and blah blah, right? So someone with actual like huge standards or whatever. A lot of the Filipino chicks that I saw online when I looked, because I wanted to see how far it goes, because it could have just been a one-off thing, but apparently there are whole dating websites for Filipino girls who want like first world men. Funnily enough, I mean, they make it like super easy. I'm sure some company can just cash in on that. So, but yeah, anyway, did you guys know I met a girl from, I think it was the Philippines. It was either Philippines or Malaysia. I don't know, one of those. But yeah, God, it's back in high school, I think. Was it high school? Might have been middle school, actually. God, I think it was middle school. Yeah, I was in middle school. And I don't know if you guys have heard the website OMG Pop. OMG Pop. I think that was the website. Anyway, the site shut down years ago. They got bought out by Zynga, the company that makes the Facebook games, and then they got shut down. Facebook games, they took a couple of the games from the website, and then they shut the whole website down. So I guess they were a direct competitor to Facebook games. I don't know why, but it was a shame. But anyway, it was up when I was in middle school. God, that was 15 years ago. So anyway, OMG Pop, they had a bunch of games, and then they also had chat rooms. So it was great. Early days of the internet, chat rooms. You're talking to people you don't even know. They're all lines of text. It's fantastic. But it's not like Discord where you have to add people. You just make a username on the website, and then you just go in these chat rooms and just chat it up. Say, hey, what's up, everyone? And then everyone ignores you, and it's fantastic. So anyway, I was in this chat room. It was my friends and I. We went into this chat room, and we were all chatting it up. And there was this one girl in the chat room. She was an active member. She was some middle schooler or high schooler in the Philippines. And that was super interesting to me, because it's like, oh, this person from some foreign country is on this American website. Apparently a couple other people in the chat room were also from the Philippines, but they were dudes, I didn't care. So anyway, it was cool though. I mean, she was your typical like, oh, random XD girl. Like, you could just tell. So I wasn't really into her, but I thought it was cool that there were these people. So that was kind of my first exposure to it. I was back in late middle school, I think. But yeah, I mean, it was cool. So that was a great website. There's this game called Hamster Wheel, and you were a hamster in a wheel. It was on like a 2D race course, and you were racing against like 10 other people who are also on hamster wheels through these race courses. It was awesome. Oh, I loved it so much. And people would talk in the chat. Oh, God, I missed that. Social game websites like don't exist anymore. They have some, but they don't have, a lot of them don't have the chat up. But even the ones that do have the chat, don't, they're so heavily moderated by the website itself that you can't really say anything. It's a shame. But yeah, no, it's great. They had Draw My Thing. Draw My Thing used to be exclusively on OMG Pop, but then when Facebook Games bought the website, they actually that was one of the games that they took the rights for, and they put it on Facebook, which it sucked on Facebook, and then they shut down the website, of course. So. But yeah, that was one of the things. So it was great, because I would go in a lobby with two of my friends, and the three of us would just like upvote each other's stuff. So I would draw like a line, and then my friend would guess it he'd be like, oh, it's an elephant. And then he would be the only one, and he'd get the maximum points, and I would get points for a good guess. And so we would just like beat all the other people in the lobby in points because we would just give each other our answers on Skype or whatever we were using. I think we were using AIM at the time. God, AIM. AOL Instant Messenger. Dude, AOL isn't even around anymore. I'm sure they are, but popular. But yeah. Great website. But yeah, they had that, and they had people talking in the chat in the games, and then they also had actual chat rooms. They had so many chat rooms up. That was a great website. God, I miss those days. But yeah, anyway. Those days were before the teenage angst had kicked in. But yeah. Anyway, so these on the dating website, these Filipino girls, and I haven't been on there. I only went on there once, and that was when I first told you guys about it, a month ago, I think. More than that. They don't really seem to have like those insane standards that like the Chinese women have or whatever, so it's excuse me. So you don't really have to worry about. I mean, if you get someone like the girl Big Ted was going for on 90 Day Fiancé, then yeah, that's something to worry about. But normally you can vet the girls pretty easily. I mean, if you have any social awareness, you can vet the girls pretty easily. You can basically because you can tell through like the nuances in having a conversation with them how like crazy they are. So typically when I talk to somebody, I can tell how weird or not weird they are. So, and that really helps me because I don't like talking to normal people. But I'll adjust, like, if I have to, I'll adjust like the way that I talk based off of like who I'm talking to. So most of the time, if I'm talking to somebody I'm really comfortable with, I'll be myself. Like on stream, I'll be myself, right? But I'm not. But you know, if it's just like a one-off conversation, then I'll adjust. Whatever. There's a little social awareness there, but anyway, when you're looking at, I mean, online dating's risky in itself, but when you're looking at people who are all the way across the country, it's also, or all the way across the world, it's also risky. I mean, it's not, there's still the same risk. If you go on friggin' OkCupid or Tinder and you look in your own city, there's still risk there. And I would wager there's almost as much risk. So, but we ignore that risk. For some reason, people on Tinder are willing to like hook up with each other like the same day they met. I don't know how you could be that trusting of somebody that you don't actually know. I mean, there have been people who I've talked to for like months straight who like I don't know anything about, like, and I understand that I don't know anything. I would not trust this person with anything, right? Like if I lended them $10, I wouldn't expect to get that money back. Like that's how much I don't trust these people, and those are people I've talked to for a long time. These people are willing to have sex on the first day. It's like how are you? And it's not just a one-off thing. It's like a lot of them are willing to do that. I have not met a single person who I am that comfortable with after one day of talking. So, not a single person. So, and I'm a dude. I don't have to worry about like safety as much on that regard. But so anyway, online dating in itself, like even if you're just looking locally, it has the same amount of risk. You don't know who this person is, and you're not going to know who this person is until you get to know them. So, people always talk about, oh, there's risk of like, oh, what if she's secretly a gold digger if you go to freaking Thailand or... Not Thailand. You could go to Thailand. Taiwan. if you go to some foreign third world country, they could be secretly gold diggers. It's like, yeah, they're all gonna expect you to have some form of wealth. Like that's sort of the standard going into it. It's just you get to know them on the basis of, are they in it only for the wealth? And that's the thing. I think a lot of these people are in it for the romantic aspect. Because honestly, like, very few people out there are like true gold diggers. Because you think about it. Would you marry a millionaire if you couldn't love them? If you just absolutely could not fall in love with them, would you marry them? Most of you probably say no. I would say no. Yeah, it's an easy life. I don't have to work anymore. I'm still not going to do it. Because I want something better for myself, right? I want somebody that I can fall in love with. I think that's the case for a lot of these girls. They want the money and the financial stability. That's why they're looking outside their country. But they're still human. They're still human, and they still want romance. They still want love. And so they look for love, and they're trying to find love. They're trying to find love that is attached to a large bank account. That's what it is. They're not looking just for the large bank account. They're looking for both. When they're going on these websites, they're looking for both. And mind you, not every single girl's on these websites. That's proof enough, right? I mean, Philippines alone has, God, I don't know how many tens of millions of people in that country. These dating websites do not have tens of millions of people on them. They don't even have close to that. They probably have like a few thousand. So, you know, they're not all looking for this. So the people on these websites know what they're looking for, and the Americans and whoever else who are on these websites know what they're looking for, right? They're looking for a girl who's willing to be attracted towards them, and they can give them that bonus of having the big bank account, right? So, a lot of these girls also want like some place for their family to come. They want to bring, you know, they want to move to America, and they want to bring their family with them when they move, which legally they can, if the husband agrees to it. But you know, that's sort of one of those things. So they're very, I guess in the Philippines, I don't know about other countries, but I guess in the Philippines, they're very what do you call it? They're very family values. They're very family oriented. And that typically means they have, that typically means they will value the family they make with you, right? They're going to love you, and they're going to love the kids that the two of you produce. But but that also extends to their own immediate family of their parents and their siblings. So they're going to want to at least ship their parents on over. Gods, I do not want to live with in-laws. Oh my God. Like, I've never want, I don't care what country you come from. I don't care what your values are. I don't want to live with in-laws, right? But the thing is, it's not going to work in the sense that, like, because I've always imagined, I described this to you guys last stream. If I have my own plot of land that I make my own house and farm on, I'm going to I'm going to have my kids and I'm going to raise them in that one house. But then as soon as they become adults, I will give them the option to build their own homes on my property. That's totally fine. If they want to go 50 feet to the left and just build a house there, it's totally fine. They can live in that and they can have their own family there. Whatever, right? I'll see them like once a day, right? Maybe, if I even leave the house. right? They're on my property, but, whatever. I was thinking, it's the thought that occurs, right? Because I play all these scenarios in my head. It's the thought that occurs that if I had that situation, but it's like, oh, some girl from the Philippines wants to bring her family over, then that situation in itself, it sounds like it's the same thing. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing because in-laws are always fucking crazy. They're always crazy. I've read so many horror stories on in-laws. Your in-laws, if you guys don't know what I mean by in-laws, I mean your spouse's parents. Your spouse's parents are if they want to live any distance from you, they're batshit crazy. That's what it is. If they have any desire to live close to you or in your same home, or they want to visit you in your home or whatever, they're crazy. And by crazy, I mean they have attachment issues towards their own kid. And if they have attachment issues towards their own kid, then they're going to be controlling, because the parents are so used to controlling their kid. Because that's what you do, as a parent, you are a little controlling of your kid. The thing is, your kid turns 18, you don't get to control them anymore, right? Neither of my parents have told me to do anything when I turned 18 or whatever, right? So, because they don't get to, right? But that's the thing, these parents, your in-laws, are, and luckily I don't have these crazy parents. So, my future wife doesn't have to worry about, my parents like coming to chase us and criticize every little thing that we do. But if I get with a girl who has crazy parents and she does not distance herself from those parents, then they are going to breathe down the both of our necks for the rest of our lives. Or for the rest of their lives, because they're probably going to pass first, but for a long time, they're going to breathe down our necks. Come visit the house. Oh, the house is so dirty. Why don't you clean up? Oh, you're not, why don't you cook this instead of that? Oh, when I was raising your wife, we, as a kid, we did things this way. Or, oh, you're not taking care of your baby the correct way. Here, let me handle it. Or, oh, why are you doing this and that? Blah, 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 right? It's all of that. It's so much nuisance. It's just a nuisance because it's going to be these parents who, again, they have attachment issues towards their kid because they want to, by virtue of them wanting to be within proximity of their child, who is my wife, they are going to have this natural instinctual need to continue controlling the wife, or continue controlling their child, who is my wife. And by consequence, or by correlation, they're going to try to control me. And they're going to try to control my house. And they're going to try to control the raising of my kid, who is her kid, who is their grandchild, right? And they're going to feel this sense, this need, this sense of, like, oh, I should be involved in my grandchild's life. You guys know the people. The freaking the grandparents who want to be, who, like, insert themselves into the lives of their adult children and into the lives of their grandchildren. More than just, oh, Merry Christmas, here's your presents, and blah, 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 right? So type of grandparents, and obviously if the grandparents are so old they don't have any energy to do any of that, then yeah, they're not going to do any of this. But typically with the parents who insist, with the in-laws who insist on living close by to you, they, or God forbid, living in the same house, they typically try to enact control or whatever, right? Especially when you're starting out, right? If, you've been married for freaking 20 years, then this probably doesn't apply, right? The grandparents probably went through that phase, but then they gave up. And obviously it depends on like culture from culture too. But when you're just starting out, right? And obviously, you know, in this situation, because this is what I'm afraid of, right? Because it's the formative years. It's the formative years of the marriage. If I get married to a girl, then those first like 5 to 10 years are subject to in-laws influencing it. I do not want that. So that's typically where it happens. So after that, it's, you know, it's easy peasy, right? It's, you know, the grandparents typically give up. But up until that point, crazy in-laws will, they'll try to control certain aspects of the marriage or of the situation by very virtue of them being in the same area as you. They will try to control certain aspects of your life, certain aspects of your marriage, certain aspects of how you raise your child, things like that. And I will not deal with that. I am not complying any which way to, if I have my in-laws living fucking right next door to me, kicking them out. If I own property, if I own like a piece of land, they don't get to live on that piece of land. You know where they get to live? I'll buy them another piece of, you know, if God forbid, I were in that situation where, like, you know, Philippine wife or whatever, right? And she moves to America with me. And then she wants to ship her parents on over too. You know where they get to fucking live? They get to live like 4 states over. I'll buy another plot of land for them and they get to live 4 states over. But the problem is when you see somebody who says they have family values or they value family or whatever, right? That typically means they want to stay with their parents. That typically means that they want to at least have their parents within proximity of them so that they can talk to them and, you know, ask them for advice and blah, 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 right? I understand, but that is not good for a marriage. If you marry somebody, you're married to your spouse. You know, my future wife's married to me. She's not married to her parents. She's married to me. So if she wants advice, she can come to me. If she has concerns, she can come to me. If she really has to talk to her parents, we have phones. She can FaceTime them. Whatever. I don't mind. I'll be in the next room over when she does it. I don't care. Right? But if they're knocking on my door, if they are knocking on my door asking to come in, I'm grabbing my shotgun. Like, I do not give a shit. If they step 1 foot in that door, they are intruders. I am not going to have that. I don't care if my wife divorces me over that. I do not care. I am not having them in my house. I'm not having them in the proximity of my house. I don't care how good of people they are. I don't care if, they're only coming to help. I don't care if, you know, blah, 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 right? I'm not going to be one of those parents who relies on the grandparents to, you know, babysit or whatever. I'm never going to put myself in that position. If I'm in a position where I'm going to need family members to help babysit, I'm just not going to have kids. I'm just going to get a vasectomy or whatever. If I just cannot avoid that, whatever, you know, whatsoever. It's not, in-laws are like the worst thing on the planet when they are within proximative distance of your space, when they position themselves close to the kid. And some fucking parents do this, where they will, like, if their kid marries somebody and moves in with them, the parents will move with them. Not necessarily to the same home, but maybe to the same neighborhood, or at least to the same city. My wife's parents moved to our city to be close with us. That is a death sentence. Yeah, goodbye the first 5 to 10 years of your marriage. You know, because your in-laws are going to come to take it over. I hate that. I hate it. I've read so many horror stories on it where it's like, oh, these invasive in-laws or whatever. And every single time I read these stories, I'm just you guys go to r slash reddit.com slash r slash am I the asshole. Literally half of the stories on there are about some person's in-laws, some person's spouse's parents being a nuisance. And then they ask, it's all, oh, am I the asshole for telling my in-laws to fuck off when they're trying to invade my life, right? That's essentially what it boils down to. And you read all these stories and it's horror stories. Why would I ever live a life where I give somebody outside of my marriage that much influence and control over me? It's like the whole anger thing, right? You are only as angry as you let in, as you let other people do to you. So I would never put myself in a position where I'm going to have in-laws near me. It's just whatever, right? If I have some foreign wife and she wants to bring her parents over to the country, it's a pretty big country, lady. They can come to the country, piggybacking off of my citizenship. That's totally fine. They're not going to be anywhere near us. You can Skype call them on the iPad. You can Zoom call them on the iPad. We have that technology. I'm sure you're used to it by now. I'm not doing that. They don't get to be in proximity to me, right? Hell, they're not even coming to my wedding. If I ever meet a girl, we're not having a big wedding, right? I'm not gonna get with a girl who wants like a big wedding. For me, my ideal situation is that we elope. We go somewhere like hidden and private and have a little wedding ceremony that's just 3 people. Me, my wife, and the priest who's marrying us. That's it. If there is another soul within a mile distance of that place, we are not doing it. Because I can't. This isn't good, right? I'm not going to invite my own parents to my wedding. Even though I love them, I'm not inviting them to my wedding. That's just another thing, right? I'm not getting married to them. I'm not getting married to the friends and family of my spouse. I'm not getting married to freaking my friends or family. Nobody needs to know this, right? Weddings, to me, people can live their own lives, right? But to me, weddings is a special day between me and my wife, and that's it. This is the only 2 people to whom the the wedding matters, right? For everybody else involved, it's a spectacle, and I'm not there. I'm not gonna say my vows to my wife, my wedding vows to my wife, for the entertainment of other people. Like, what the fuck? So, but apparently, people who have weddings want to put on a show for their friends and family, so, whatever, they can do their own thing, right? It's just, I'm not gonna live like that. I'm not gonna get married to somebody who wants to live like that. My parents eloped, and the only people who were there at their wedding was my uncle and his fiance, which was my mom's friend. And they were there because, well, first of all, they were really close, right? It's, my father and the uncle were brothers, and then my mom and my uncle's fiance were like best friends. But they were really close, and both couples were getting married on the same day. They were getting married the same day, the same place. So they had the ceremony for my parents, and then they had the ceremony for my aunt and uncle, and like that same day. That's like the only reason. So I wouldn't even do it for that. To be honest. So I would do it, just me and my wife, right? Because I'm not going to be a spectacle. I'm not a piece of my wedding is not a piece of entertainment for other people to watch. Why would it be? Why would I But whatever, right? I'm not gonna stand there and say my vows with freaking my wife's parents, being like, "Aw, what a great husband you found." I'm like, fuck off. Like, honestly, just fuck off. Like, this isn't you. This isn't about you. This is about me and my wife, and that's it. Nobody else. So anyway, God. Ah, I'm so impassioned about this because it's just problems. Every problem in this world is a result of other people's involvement. When other people are involved, when people are involved with each other, there is conflict. So to reduce the amount of conflict that exists within your own personal life, you can simply reduce the amount of people that are involved in your own personal life. You got yourself and your spouse. Conflict is now at a minimum, right? You have the minimum amount of people possible involved in life. The instant your parents get involved, more potential problems. The instant my parents get involved, more potential problems. The instant your siblings of either side get involved, more potential problems. Friends, more problems. Kids, more problems, right? When I recognize that if I have children, or if my wife has children, right? Because technically, when we have kids, we are producing a new source of problems. Obviously, I want kids because it'll be cool, but I recognize that it's going to come with a huge slew of problems. It's not like making a friend. It's not like, oh, I get to spawn in a new best friend in the world, or oh, I get to spawn in whatever else, right? It's literally you're spawning in a series of problems that take the form of a human being that looks like you. That's what having a kid is. That's what having a kid is. I still want kids, but I understand that a kid is going to be more problems than benefit. Like, way more problems than benefit. Like, so many problems that it's not worth it, rather than benefit. I'll still have them. I still want them. That doesn't change my opinion of kids, but you have to recognize that, right? You can't just have a kid because you want a kid. You need to recognize that it's a bunch of problems, right? And it's a bunch of problems, if not for the fact that you are having a kid who goes through all stages of life, but simply on virtue of the fact that there is another human being. You had a simple marriage. It was just you and your spouse, and now you've involved another person into it now. You had a kid, that is another person who's involved in your marriage now. But by your marriage, bye-bye, that's essentially what's going to happen. So I want kids. I don't want to have kids yet. Maybe when I'm like 36. Kids at 36 sounds pretty nice, to be honest. That's cool. But yeah, just random number. That can obviously change, but that's not too big of a deal. But yeah, no, it's the more human beings that are involved in your life, the more problems that will occur. It's just a natural consequence, and the number of problems increases exponentially because you have all these connections now. If it's just you and your spouse, well, there's still problems that occur. But when you are simply by yourself and alone and nobody else is in your life, there are zero problems. It's great. There's zero problems. Of course, there's zero happiness too, but there's zero problems. For me, when I have a girlfriend or a wife, I get some problems, but then I get like maximum happiness. But then so that's great. But then for every extra person I add to my life after my wife, every extra person I have increases the number of problems and decreases my overall happiness. and then of course it'll eventually, like, after probably like two people, it'll pass each other. So I'll have more problems than I will have happiness. So that's why I can't get with like any social girl or whatever, right? Or if I get with a girl who's social, I would just not be involved in her social life because I don't. It's a recipe for disaster, right? I don't want to deal with that. So I don't know why a girl with a social life would even date me in the first place. I wouldn't really be into that relationship anyway, for related reasons, but you know, that's what it is. But yeah, anyway, in-laws are the fucking worst, dude. Like, I'm not gonna deal with that, right? If like my own parents follow, like either one of them, if they followed me where I was gonna go, then I would probably be pretty pissed. To be honest, I would probably be pretty pissed. Like, I would not deal with it. I would not deal with it out of respect for my wife. That's what it is. Because I know how much issue it's going to be if my wife's parents were to move in with us or to be close to us and involved in our lives. I know how stressful that would be for me. And so I, apply the golden rule. I would not involve my own parents into my wife's life, right? Or even into my life, to be honest. But if she still wants to meet them and get friendly with them, fine. That's on her, and I'm not going to hate the idea at all. So I won't be against the idea, whatever. But it's, the instant she wants to, if that were to happen, the instant she wants to pull the plug and just say, okay, no more of this, that's it, right? That's, we don't have to anymore, right? So, unfortunately, by the time I get a wife, or at least a girlfriend, I'm probably still going to be living in this house with my family. So, at least for a little while. So, hopefully I'll have enough money to eventually move out, but, like, I won't be here forever. And part of the main reason why I want to get my own place is in anticipation for having a girlfriend or wife who wants to live with me. Because I don't want to subject her to having to live in this house where maybe it becomes a little cramped, or, we don't get as much privacy. There's still privacy here, right? I mean, there's enough privacy to where I'm willing to stream even though everybody's home. But, I can close my door, and I have a lock on my door too. But, yeah, just like, it's still like we don't get the whole place to ourselves. So, that's, that is a huge thing. That's the thing I was talking about with the Philippines girls, where it's like, you kind of want a place all to yourself, right? That's sort of a big thing. So it's nice to have, and you really notice when you don't have it in a relationship, right? If you're single, you don't tend to care that much, but when, in a relationship, you do want your own place. Unfortunately, a lot of my generation and younger cannot afford to move out, so that's why I gotta figure something out. But that's why I need to get a job. I was supposed to put in job applications 2 weeks ago, and I didn't. So I got rejected for all those general labor jobs, so whatever, right? But yeah, anyway, but yeah, I don't mind living here, but I don't want to subject my wife to that, so longer than needed to, right? So chances are I'm probably gonna have to live like a few months like this, but it's not gonna be forever, and it's definitely not gonna be for like a long time. So, oh my god, available now, Assassin's Creed. Ah, god. But yeah, I just... Oh my god. Okay. That's all that... Guess these tacos had a lot of cheese in them. It's the same amount of burp that I get from when I have breakfast tacos from Del Tacos. I think they jack those up with a bunch of cheese too, so... It's not painful, it's just annoying. But, yeah, no, anyway. I'm not going to be living like this forever, so I could. I'm in a pretty easy living situation, to be honest. But, I mean, honestly, like... 1660. Yeah. Like, I could just work weekends at the grocery store and afford, like, all my living expenses as I am now, and that'd be a pretty easy life, right? 5 days a week off, and I still have spending money to get whatever I want, so that'd be pretty nice. But I'm not... I mean, obviously I'm never going to grow up. I certainly can't support a wife off of that, so... Ah, God. Oh, God. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, anyway, I'm not getting involved with in-laws, right? That's a little bit of a deal breaker for me, so... I guess that's another one. That's one I didn't think of. If she needs her in-laws, or my in-laws, if she needs her parents or her siblings to be within physical proximity of us, then that is a no-go. She's still free to call them. If I get with a girl who actually like has a good relationship with her parents and she wants to call them every once in a while, that's totally fine. Even if she wants to call them like once a day, that's fine, right? That's not terrible. But they aren't allowed to get involved in our lives, and I would paint it out straight away too, because I would actually predict this, right? Because that first phone call to the parents, and or she would bring it up, so I would put my foot down straight away. They are not allowed to get involved in our life, in our marriage. If they do, then we're gonna have to uninvolve them from the marriage, right? So, because I'm not getting married to your parents, so I'm not gonna put up with you being like overly influenced by them or whatever, right? So that's something I would put my foot down right away, right? At least I have the balls to freaking do that. All these people on Reddit that I'm reading about, it's like they see these problems. They'll describe situations where like they'll get married to their wife, right? And they get married to the wife. And the thing is, when the dude and his wife were dating, like before they got married, the in-laws were very involved, and overly so, and they were trying to be controlling and stuff, and the dude kind of put up with it. He just put up with it, but then now that they're married, he's, it's gotten more and more, and the guy's, and then the guy eventually puts his foot down, and then the wife is like, oh, they didn't, you know, you didn't object when they were involved, whatever, before, whatever, right? Or like the in-laws don't get the picture because, you know, the wife's parents are so used to being involved with their daughter and their daughter's relationship that you know it just comes natural to them, and so they don't understand why they're being shut out, and so they're lashing back and they're calling the dude controlling and all these sort of names and stuff, and then the wife starts to agree with them, and it's just a whole mess. It's a whole mess. First of all, when you get married to somebody, you trust them, you trust your spouse over anybody else, and guy or girl, doesn't matter. You trust your spouse over everyone else. If you don't trust your spouse over everybody else, then you shouldn't have gotten married to them. You should have gotten married to somebody who you can trust, right? Marriage isn't just this willy-nilly thing. It's a life partnership. But with partnership comes resistance. Not from the two of you, but from outside forces. So you mitigate the resistance. You mitigate it or you avoid it altogether. Which in my case, I want to avoid it altogether. But then these guys, you know, they don't, or these people, they get married, because I've read it from both sides. You know, their spouse is angry at them for getting mad at the spouse's parents. And so, you know, obviously it's, you know, all the comments are literally like, voice my exact opinion. You're married, and yet you are prioritizing other people instead of prioritizing your spouse. Every single bad situation involving in-laws amounts to that. And there are the bad in-law stories that end up turning good only because when the in-laws do something bad, the spouse will actually side with the husband or wife, right? They'll side with the person that they're married to against their parents, which is fantastic, right? That's how it should be. But that's how it should be when you have to pick sides. You side with the person you marry. Because you marry this person, you're putting them above everyone else, right? As they do for you. So, like, if I get married to somebody, I'm not gonna listen to my fucking parents. Are you kidding me? Like, their opinions of my spouse. No. Why would I even give an ear to that? You know, if they shit talk my wife, then they don't get to be in my life. You know, they're not respectable people. So, you know, that's a problem for when it occurs, but obviously I'm going to avoid all that by removing myself from the situation. But yeah, anyway. What was I saying? Yeah, no, it's just... Anyway, so as far as like the Filipino girls go, some of them I haven't seen it in their profiles, I guess, but on certain things that I've read, it's pretty common for them to want to move their parents with them or whatever. So again, it's like I can't, like, that's another big reason why I wouldn't do something like this, is because they are prioritizing, or it depends on how much they value their parents over how much they value me. And it's a point of suspicion. It's definitely suspicious because, these guys, and obviously when I say me, I mean other guys, right? If an incel, or the equivalent, lonely dude from America, if he gets with a Filipina girl, Filipina, if he gets with a Filipina, then their skin color kind of has the same hue to it as peanut butter. Now that I think about it. That's dope. Wait. What was I saying? Yeah, so they anyway, so some guy gets with a Filipina girl, then, and especially, they want the romance side, but they also want the wallet. They want the dude to have financial stability at the very least. Some of them are materialistic. They want the dude to buy stuff for them. I would not recommend those kind of people. Even if you're rich, like, there are a lot of rich guys who get with wives who are very materialistic. They want to buy jewelry and expensive clothing, and they want to go on shopping sprees and stuff. I don't know why you would do that. I don't know why you would get, especially if you had money. There are a lot of girls who would appreciate a guy with money who wouldn't splurge the money. They're not appreciating the guy for the money just to spend it. But there are some girls who do want a rich guy so that they can spend money. And those are big red flags. Big red flags, because that means that they've either been spoiled as a kid, which means that they'll have this entitled attitude going into the marriage, or they fantasized about being able to spend money, which makes them materialistic, which means that they value superficial things, which is a red flag. They're putting more value on superficial things than they would be on, like, the romantic side of the relationship. But obviously many such cases. Obviously that doesn't apply for every relationship, but it applies for a good number of them, so I wouldn't even risk it. Like, if I won the lottery, I wouldn't marry a girl who likes me for my money. I would marry a girl who would appreciate the money being there and appreciate the things that I do with her with the money, but not somebody who's gonna, like, actively go out and spend it, right? So obviously it's still my fucking money, right? So I'm saying that like I have the money. I don't have the money, but you get the money, don't get the money. It's not just my money. If I find a girl who I love, it's our money, but it's as much it's as much her money as it is my money. So it's not like we're splitting my winnings, right? Or it's not like we're splitting my bank account between the two of us, right? It's we're only gonna spend the money on stuff that we can do together. If the things that we do together end up being a little more expensive, that's totally fine, as long as we're doing it together and we both agree to do it together, right? If she wants to go to fucking Disneyland or something, right? And Disneyland is so expensive. I mean, 2 people is probably like $300. Plus, you're gonna spend at least another $150 on food and souvenirs and stuff. Go to the Blue Bayou restaurant. Heard it's pretty good. It's very romantic. But yeah, it's like a lot of money buys experiences, not things. I think that's the best way to sum it up. So, which I'm willing to buy. If I had the money, I'd be willing to buy experiences. And even though I don't have the money, I'm still willing to buy experiences. If I experience them with my wife, right? I mean, I have a lot of money. I don't have a lot of money, but I have some money. But there's a reason I don't go out to restaurants, and I don't go to theme parks, and I don't, and I don't go to Vegas. Like, there's things that I've wanted to do, but I don't, and I have the money to do them, and I obviously have the time to do them, but I don't do them. Because to me, things are about experience. It's about the experience, and I don't have anyone in my life to do them with, right? So, like, at the moment, so. But that's what it's going to be. I'm not going to get with a girl who wants to spend the money on things because she's doing that experience by herself. Therefore, she's using the money self-centeredly, which is not cool with me because that's not the way that I live my life, right? There's a reason I'm not spending the money on nice things or whatever. I mean, I bought this TV, I guess, but there's a reason why I'm not spending the money on nice things other than things that'll last me a long time, right? No, I'm waiting till someone comes along to then create a good experience for the things that I want to spend the money on, right? So that's what it is. Anyway, what's it about? Oh yeah, if a guy gets with a girl who wants to spend his money, then that's not good, right? That's not. And I've read certain articles that attest to that like, oh, girls in the Philippines, they want somebody with a large bank account because they think that the guy will spend money on them. But that's the thing. You don't spend money on somebody. You spend it with somebody. There's a giant difference, right? And hopefully I don't have a wife that actually needs stuff. So obviously I'll get her the nice thing here and there or whatever, right? It's a good gesture, but it's not like I'm not going to buy her diamond rings or anything like that. It's either going to be things that we do together or things that have really high usefulness. So, including things that like would bring a lot of happiness, right? Like, I don't know. If my wife really wants one of those plug-in water fountains they get at the Japanese stores, I'll get her one. I'll get her a nice one. I don't care. One of the tall ones are like $100. It's not that bad. And it'd be nice to hear, right? It's like something we could both look at. If she really likes it, and then, I'll enjoy it too. That's fine. Whatever. But if she wants like fucking jewelry or like new clothes or something, no. Hopefully I wouldn't get with a girl who wants to wear pretty clothes, right? It's t-shirt and shorts. It's gonna copy my fashion sense. So if it's cold out, you can wear a hoodie and some thermal underwear. There are some girls who wear thermal underwear. Flannel shirt. Ooh, I like girls who wear flannel shirts. That's nice. So obviously the weather has to be good for that. So Philippines is very hot all the time, so it's never good weather for a flannel shirt. But if you live up like north, in like the northern states or whatever, or just basically anywhere north of where I live, in Southern California, it's not, then flannel shirts are good. I like a girl with flannel shirts, when the weather permits, obviously. I also like a girl with just a basic t-shirt and some shorts. Ooh, like a basic yellow t-shirt. with like a little logo on it. It could be a little teddy bear or something. I don't care. I've seen that before. But then maybe short shorts. Not like those really tight shorts that like almost go to the knee, but they're like really tight, so it sort of defeats the purpose. I don't care for those that much. But, or jeans if the weather permits. Like a long sleeve flannel shirt and some jeans. Ooh, perfect. So they can be skinny jeans. Could they not be skinny jeans? I don't know how that would look. See, I would just give her a pair of my jeans and then see how those look on her. And then if they look good, I mean, I'll buy her own in that size. Or, I mean, if she really wants to wear my jeans, that's fine. But I only have one pair of jeans right now, so we're gonna have to share. if she really wants my jeans, we're gonna have to share, because I have one pair of jeans, and one pair of shorts, right? That's all my outdoor clothes. But then I have 3 pairs of pajama pants. So you guys can really see where my priorities are. I have more pajama pants than I do actual like outside leg wear. Terrible. So fortunately, I can't say the same for shirts, because I actually do own a variety of shirts. I like my button-up shirts, as you guys have probably seen before. I like my button-up shirts. I also like my t-shirts with logos on them. I'm so pissed. I had this really good shirt I used to wear. I got it from Omo Cat. It's a company. It was like a light gray t-shirt, and it was a little long for me, but I liked it like that. And it was a light gray t-shirt. It was all light gray, except it had like a stencil drawing in a black outline of 2 girls on a bicycle. They're just riding on the road, and that was at the bottom of the t-shirt. I loved it. It was such a peaceful design to it and stuff. Anyway, I lost the t-shirt. I have no freaking idea where it is, to be honest. I do not know where it is. So I couldn't find it. I asked my family, they couldn't find it. So I looked everywhere. I don't know where the shirt is. I was pissed. I paid like $40 for that shirt. I went to a pop-up event. I told you guys before. I went to a pop-up event. It's an online clothing store. I wasn't into them, but one of my buddies was. So we waited in line in front of a macaroon shop, like 2 cities over, at like 8 in the morning on a Wednesday in the heat of summer. Oh my God, it got to 100 degrees that day. It was terrible. But we waited in line for like 4 hours behind we were like number 50 in line, and they were giving out a goodie bag to the first 100 people in line, so that was cool. So we got the goodie bag, but then I spent like $150 that day. God dang. But then we waited in line for like almost 4 hours before the doors opened. But then I looked behind me, and by the time the doors opened, there were probably about like 500 people in line. It was in a shopping center. It was in a huge shopping center. We were place number 50 was like I'd say 2 stores back. People were pretty scrunched up together. It was probably about 2 stores back from the macaroon shop was where my buddy and I were. By the time the doors opened, the line had extended probably 15 store lengths behind us. It was crazy. It wrapped around like this giant complex of buildings. It was insane. So people were just standing out there, just blazing hot, and they were right in the sun. We were right in the sun too, but we got unlucky. But like the last half of the line was in the sun, and it's 100 degrees out. So my buddy and I had to take turns leaving the line just to get some shade. It was that hot out, so that was terrible. So we didn't bring an umbrella or anything. That would have been good, or that would have been smart. But we didn't know where we were gonna place in line. It took an hour bus to get there. It was terrible. Yeah, anyway. But yeah, no, I guess I got that shirt. Spent more money than I normally would on clothes for myself. I'm the kind of person who, like, if a shirt is more than 15 bucks, then it's not worth it for me. But again, I'm not going to get like some cheap, Walmart solid color t-shirt either. So I'm going to get something that looks good, but it's on clearance sale. But, yeah, anyway, so what was I talking about? Oh yeah. So girls with a when it's cold, a flannel shirt and like a really good jacket, like a baggy jacket. So either a hoodie or if she's wearing a hoodie, she doesn't need the flannel on, obviously. So a hoodie if it's kind of chilly, or a zip-up jacket's fine, whatever. Or I don't know. Or like if it's super cold, then obviously a t-shirt, a long sleeve, a flannel long sleeve, and then a good like wind-resistant jacket. So I have a windbreaker that she could wear. That's a good jacket. Yeah, and then when it's sunny out. Honestly, when it's sunny out, we're probably gonna hang out inside anyway. So just some pajamas, to be honest. Like, if it's sunny outside, we're not going outside. I don't like the sun. I don't like summer. So, I mean, if she really wants to, we could like go to the beach or something. But I used to do that. But if she's a little physically active, I mean, we could take electric skateboards out. But those require a bit of balance and physical exertion. So, not good for people who aren't really coordinated or really like balanced with themselves. So I'm pretty good at balancing, but I've fallen off the skateboard a few times, so I wouldn't want that to happen if she's on the weaker side. So almost broke my wrist one time. Hit a pothole. I was going super fast on the road, and it's a black tar road, and then my wheel, and then there's a pothole in the road, and I didn't see it, and so my left wheel hit the pothole and got completely stuck in the pothole, and so the skateboard stopped, and I didn't stop. Obviously, I have all that momentum, and so I flew forward. Unexpectedly, and I pushed both my hands out in front of me to catch myself, right, so I don't hit my head. And but my right hand, I'm holding the skateboard remote, and so my hand is clenched into a fist, and so both my hands hit the pavement, but my right hand is clenched in a half fist because it's holding the remote, and I didn't think to let go, right? It's so sudden that I scraped my entire, all my knuckles, all freaking 12 of my knuckles, I scraped, and on that hand, and then I scraped the back of it too, and I scraped the right side of my arm. So that was terrible. I got hit, and then my left hand, I had it pressed out. You guys can imagine if you fell forward, you would press your hand out, and the force of impact hit the bottom of my palm, which is right, and the impact, the shock of the impact went to my wrist, and so that fractured my wrist. I actually had to go get X-rays for that, and then even that didn't stop me fully. I had pressed my chin, or I had lifted my chin up to avoid contact with the ground still, and I actually scraped the bottom of my chin against the pavement. But God, that would have been my whole face if I didn't tilt my head up. So I scraped the bottom of my hands, right? Scrapes all over all my right hand, and then I fractured that left wrist. Scrapes on my chin from the drag, and then I had that windbreaker on, which is like really thick. So but then I slid on my chest, and thank God I had that windbreaker on. Otherwise, I would have, you know, ended up super scraped. But all the buttons, or like I lost a couple of the buttons on my windbreaker from how much it scraped, and then a lot of the other buttons, which are more sturdy, actually got damaged as well. But I mean, that would have been my skin ripping off if I had worn anything lighter that day. So that was terrible. So a lot of injuries from that. I was bleeding. I had my face hurt. My left wrist was just in like a lot of pain because I just fractured it. I didn't know I fractured it, but I fractured it. It wasn't bleeding, so I didn't really pay much mind to it. And obviously I'm in the middle of the streets, and I have to go. I take like 5 seconds to wince in all this pain, and then I have to stand up and go grab my skateboard because I don't want my skateboard or myself to be run over by a car that could be on the street. So luckily there were no cars on the street, but you know, I wasn't gonna wait for that to change. So yeah. Anyway, I stood up. I'm like insanely weak. Like I do not want to do anything but just lie on the ground right now. But then I have to walk over to my skateboard and grab it, and then make sure I didn't lose anything on the street, and then pull off and go over to the sidewalk, and then I'm just sitting on the sidewalk, just like wincing in pain. And there were a couple dudes, because it was in a neighborhood. There were a couple dudes sitting on a staircase, looking out, and they asked me if I was okay, and I was like, yeah, kinda, not really. They're like, oh, that sucks, man, and they left. So, or they continued talking or something, I don't know. But anyway, that was on my way back from my lunch break at work, so I went back to work, and because I used to leave my work location in order to go to Jack in the Box, because we had Jack in the Box nearby, but I needed my skateboard to do that, to make the journey. So I didn't get that long of a lunch break, but yeah, I was rushing back on the skateboard. That's why I took the quicker route, which had the pothole in it. So anyway, composed myself. I went back to work. I go back into the space or whatever, and into my workplace, and my supervisor's there, and I'm like, hey, do you think I should get this checked out? And you know, I show her all my injuries. And she's like, oh my god, yeah, probably. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I just wash myself off, and I go get myself checked out, but I still had to work. So luckily I didn't really need my hands for work or whatever, but people were like concerned. I guess, I don't know. Yeah, it was great. So anyway, if I didn't have that windbreaker on, and I had like other, like, if I was like weaker bodied and stuff, I guess, then that would have been a real disaster for me. I could imagine like a couple broken bones coming out from that. So luckily my fractured wrist healed. It took me like a month. I had just gotten my PlayStation 4, but my fractured wrist made it hurt whenever I moved my fingers on my left side. But I need those fingers in order to play my PlayStation. In order to hold the controller. So that was PS4. That was like 4 years ago, I think. So I was pissed because I had to wear this. Like makeshift cast, so I couldn't afford a real one. So I just got some bandage wrap, and I, made myself a makeshift like wrapping around my wrist to keep my arm steady. That I had to deal with in the shower and stuff, but it hurt to move my fingers, but I still moved them anyway because I wanted to play God of War on PS4. So, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, why did I even tell this story? Oh yeah, Yeah, so if my wife wants to go skateboarding with me, then I guess, considering the risks. Because of various accidents like that, because I think I crashed like 4 times on my skateboard. On that specific one, I actually spent like triple the amount of when that skateboard broke. Finally, I spent like 3 times the price for a skateboard that was it was an off-road skateboard, and that meant that they were these really big tires. You guys know how like bicycle tires can pretty much go over anything because they're sturdy and they're rubber and they're giant, right? So my skateboard basically has like a small version of bicycle tires, but they're like really thick. And there's 4 of them, obviously. So it's an off-road skateboard. 3 times the price for that skateboard compared to a normal one. It's not just the wheels, it's the engine needs to be upgraded. Yeah, I guess the motor needs to be an upgraded motor in order to have enough power to push a skateboard with those kind of wheels. Because there's a lot more resistance on them, right? You guys think it would take less power it would take less power to motorize a skateboard compared to a bicycle. Even though it's approximately the same weight, the wheels on the bicycle have to travel a further distance per rotation, and there's a lot more resistance on them. So that's why like electric bikes will have these giant boxes for motors, so plus a giant box for battery too. So, and they're more expensive, right? I can get one of those really small electric skateboards, like the mini ones, for about $250. But an electric bike is going to be over $1,000. So, and that's sort of because it takes more power for the electric bike than it does for a mini skateboard. Even though it's going to be you on both of them, right? You would think, oh, it's the same weight load, so therefore it wouldn't require as much, but it does. Physics. But yeah, anyway, I spent like $1,000 on this skateboard, so, which I don't even use anymore because I don't go out, because I just do Amazon Fresh for everything. And I was supposed to get milk from the grocery store like 3 weeks ago, and I never did. So I got this like instant coffee that you can mix with milk to make like a latte, which I've been looking forward to, but I never got the milk. So I haven't used it at all. So I used it for 1 glass. I mixed it with water. It tasted alright. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. Got myself a better skateboard. So obviously I had a wife who wanted to go skateboarding with me, which would be cool, but not wholly necessary. If I were to have that, I'd obviously get her. Well, if she wants to do a skateboard, I would get her the same one as I do, right? Or I would get one of the cheaper ones, and I would use the cheaper one. She could use the more expensive one, because I haven't had a single crash on this off-road skateboard. I've hit so many bumps that are like, if you guys know, there's the sidewalk, and oh my god, it's almost 6 hours now. I've just been sitting here talking. I hope you guys are enjoying. But if you guys know, the sidewalks, at least in my town, I know in some towns they aren't designed like this, but in a lot of cities they're designed like this, where sidewalks are they're partitioned off into squares. So it'll be like a square of sidewalk, like a big square of sidewalk, and then next to it is another square of sidewalk, and they're separated by these little indents, where, like, the space between each tile of sidewalk, basically. So my city has those, but we get a lot of earthquakes here, So not like disastrous earthquakes, but we have like one earthquake that really shakes things up, maybe once every like 15 years or so. So we just had one, or we had one like a year ago, I think. And then before that, our last big one was like back in the 90s. But anyway, so I guess it's more than 15 years. But yeah, anyway, so when a big earthquake happens, it disrupts everything and shakes everything up, and some of the sidewalk and the roads will crack. Well, they'll fix the roads, but the sidewalks, the city doesn't care about the sidewalks. So, because pedestrians can just, if there's a crack in the sidewalk, you can just step over it, right? And there's not nearly enough people on electric wheelchairs or whatever to justify fixing the sidewalks. So people on like electric stuff just know not to take certain routes. Anyway, I take any route. So I'm on the electric skateboard, I'm on the sidewalk. And there are these bumps, there are these cracks that happened where like the entire ground just cracked and then it shifted like 5 inches. It's really high. Like these bumps are really high. And what would happen is like on my old skateboard, I would hit the bump and my entire skateboard would jump and I would go jumping up with it. And so that would fly me off to space or whatever, right? So, and I'd have to stabilize. So that, same thing with the pothole, right? It would get me into accidents. Sometimes when I took the same route, I would just ignore it. But sometimes when I took the same route, I would just not ignore it, but I would be conscious of. I'd be conscious of the bumps in the road. What is it? Okay. Or the bumps in the sidewalk, I mean. Losing my train of thought. I'd be conscious of the bumps in the sidewalk so that I wouldn't hit them or whatever. But anyway, on my because it was like I would almost wipe out every single time I hit a bump. And the bump could be a half an inch high and I still almost wipe out, right? It just spins my skateboard out of control. But with the new skateboard I have that has these really big, really thick rubber tires, it hits. Whenever I hit a bump, it'll jerk the skateboard a little, but my skateboard, the new skateboard, also has a bunch of shock absorbers, which is the same thing a bike has. If you ever see on a bike near the center of the wheel, there's like 2 metal poles going up from the center of the wheel towards like the handlebars, right? Or on the back, it'll be from the wheel going up towards the seat. And sometimes on the expensive bicycles, those metal poles will have a spring, what looks like a spring wrapping around each of the little metal poles. Those are shock absorbers, and what happens is when the bike, or in my case the skateboard, it hits a bump, if the wheel hits a bump, the wheel goes up into the base of the skateboard. The shock absorber, that spring, compresses and it compresses and it squeezes in order to counterbalance the force of that wheel going up. Because if it didn't, while keeping the skateboard stable or the bike stable, whatever you're on, if the shock absorber wasn't there, then the wheel, when it hits the bump and it pops up, it would have no resistance, and your whole skateboard would jump, just like it happened on my old one. But I have the big wheels, which absorb the shock, some of the shock naturally, and then I have the shock absorbers, which absorb the rest of it. And so whenever I go over a bump, I'll feel the bump, but it doesn't disorient my skateboard at all. I'll be going like 18 miles an hour on my skateboard, which doesn't sound that fast, but when you're out in the open air, it's really fast. If you guys have ever been in a convertible car, you'll understand that. but I'll be going like 18 miles an hour on the skateboard, and I'll hit a bump really fast and really hard, and my skateboard still stays straight. It stays straight. It barely jerks me up, right? If at all, depending on the bump, right? Like a 4-inch bump, like I was describing earlier, will affect me, but I've gone up against those bumps full on. I've gone over like smallish potholes in the road, like the one that crashed me. I've gone up against those really big bumps or whatever at max speed for the skateboard, which it's not 18 miles. It's not that fast. You know, I'd love for it to go faster, but I'd have to pay such a huge premium in order to get one that goes faster. I hit them at full speed, and I haven't wiped out at all. I've hit a countless number of bumps on this new skateboard, and I haven't wiped out once. So it's been awesome. So, but anyway, it's obviously the safer choice. So if my wife wants to try it, then I have this skateboard that's safe. If she doesn't, or if she's not into it, or if she has balancing problems or whatever, then a good alternative, but she still wants to like ride around the town with me, a good alternative is a moped. Just basically just a kind of a wide scooter where it's like wide enough to where you can sit down, and has like a cushioned seat and everything, and it has handlebars, and she just ride the moped. In fact, you can get one with like one wheel in front and two in the back, kind of like a tricycle, and so it balances on its own, and then you just turn it and stuff. So I don't know if they're sidewalk legal, to be honest, but I mean, fucking who cares, right? I don't know if my skateboard's sidewalk legal at all, but I've passed by so many police cars that they don't know the law. They don't know the law with skateboards, so they're not going to really double check just because I'm around. But I don't know, with mopeds it might be a little more conspicuous. But I mean, if you don't get a moped, electric bicycles are also an option. I mean, just anything that where you can like, if my wife's got like balancing issues, or she doesn't want to risk her health by riding something dangerous like a skateboard, which I guess most adults don't. So I'm the only adult who's riding a skateboard for transportation. You know, electric bicycle is an option. Moped. I've seen stuff where you can pedal. I'm not a fan of pedaling, especially the distances that I want to go, right? I can go from here to the beach, but I have to go all the way across the next town. So I live right on the border of two cities. Border of two cities. Read in high school. A Tale of Two Cities is a book that's used to be required reading for high school. I didn't have to do it, but yeah, it's a distance. So I mean, the nice thing about my skateboard is I can take it on the bus. That's what I used to do. I used to take my electric skateboard, and I would take it on the bus. And there's one bus that goes from really close to my house. It goes from there all the way down to the beach. And my beach is really nice. It's very fleshed out. So there's actually a bike path on the beach, going in either direction. The bus puts me right in the center of the beach, and then I can go either left or right. So if I go right, then it'll extend more beach, and then it gets to like green grassy areas and stuff like that, and it's really pretty. But then if I go left from where I land, then I'll actually go more on like a desert path. So still the bike lane all the way through, and there's no cars around or anything. I mean, there's a road next to it, but you're an acceptable distance from the road. So it's not like you're riding in the bike lane on the road or anything, right? It's an actual dedicated bike path. So anyway, I used to do that. So I never went left. I always went right. I went right a distance, and then when I got to about half battery on the skateboard, I would turn around and go back. So I did that a couple times. It was fun. Whatever. When I got back, I was in downtown, and I would go grab something to eat at a store that's no longer in business. So pretty sad about that. But there are other shops over there. But yeah. Anyway, but yeah, so that's cool, I guess. So if my wife wants to do that, then that sounds fun. So it was like during the summer. Probably want to do it either like really early morning, like 4:30 in the morning, probably before it gets super hot out, or do it like closer to sunset. Since I live on the West Coast, we get like really good sunsets over here, so it's really nice to watch the sunset, especially on the beach. And you have the ocean breeze, even if it's hot outside. It starts to cool down around dusk, and then you have the ocean breeze hitting you. So even during the summer, sometimes I would have to take my windbreaker jacket to the beach if I was going to watch the sunset, because it gets pretty cold. So I would just be in like swim trunks because I didn't have anything else to wear, and then I would have a t-shirt and then this big old jacket on, so and some sunglasses. So just to do that. Yeah, so that was nice. I've only done that like once or twice, to be honest, but again, it's experiences, right? I don't have anyone to share the experiences with. That's hence why I haven't done it. But it's not really high on my list, to be honest. So it's just something to do, right? So there's a million other things. My wife would rather stay. If my wife has an aversion to the beach or something like that, then we don't have to, right? It's not like I'm not missing anything by not doing it. So, like, honestly, I'm not missing anything. It's just like if she wants to go out, because I'm so used to like being indoors and whatnot. So if she wants to if she's cool with being indoors, then can be indoors. But if she actually wants to go out, then there's a few places where we can go out, right? So there are some places I actually do want to go, and the beach isn't necessarily one of them. So if she can only go out a limited number of times, then I would rather spend those times like elsewhere, because I do want to spend a lot of time in the house, especially if I just like get to be with her and stuff. Like, honestly, like a day laying in bed relaxing, cuddle up together, that sounds a hell of a lot better, to be honest, than all that work getting to the beach and all that stuff. So I don't know. It's just, I don't know. There's a lot of things that could do, but they're not necessarily worth doing. And so it's like, it's not things like I wouldn't go out and do them myself, and I wouldn't go out and initiate doing them even if I had someone to do it with. They're just things that, like, if she's getting antsy in the house and she wants to go out, then I have like things that we could do while going out or whatever. So it's a nice thing about being in California. But the thing is, it's like if you don't care about going out, which I don't particularly care about. I mean, I haven't left the house and I haven't really gone anywhere special for like years now. If you don't care to go out, like how I don't care to go out necessarily, then I don't need to pay such high rent to be here. That's just what it is. So. But, whatever. I'm here. Might as well take advantage, right? So. But yeah, like I wouldn't miss it if I never did anything meaningful here, because I don't care. Meaningful to me is spending time with the person I love in our bedroom. That's what it is. In our bedroom. That's meaningful to me. So the days do blend together when you do that, but you enjoy every minute of it. So it's like it doesn't matter, right? Going out is such a pain anyway, but I don't know. If I got with a girl who wants to go out, then again I wouldn't mind, but it's definitely not my first choice. So oh God. There is a place I do actually want to go to, but you have to be 21 in order to go there. So, and I don't want to go by myself. So it's not like it's not like I want to order anything that you need to be 21 for, but they still require that. Or it's like an upstanding place or something. I don't know. Anyway, I saw the place in a video, so there's a lot of places in there's a lot of places in New York that I want to go to. What was it? I think Mr. Beast has a video. It's called like, oh, he has a $20,000 pizza or something like that. Anyway, he films. The video is not just about the pizza. It's he goes to a bunch of different places and he tries like different luxurious foods in New York City. One of them is an ice cream sundae that looks really good. It's like $100 ice cream sundae, but if it's good, it's worth it, you know. But and then another one is like this place that serves a grilled cheese. It's like a $100 grilled cheese sandwich. So it's like a normal sized grilled cheese sandwich, but it's $100. It's like, oh my god. But or it's like $100 or $200 or something like that. Anyway, it's some stupid price, but within my budget. And I really want to try. It looks so good. Oh my god! If you guys have seen that Mr. Beast video, you know what I'm talking about. But it looks so good. So I want to try that, but obviously not by myself. It's an experience to share. But yeah. But yeah, like that's something that like I'll go leave the house in order to do that. So will I go to New York City? I mean, that's a long way away from me, so I'd have to pay for the plane tickets to and back. I'd have to pay for the hotel because obviously I'm going all that way. I'm not doing it one day, right? So I've gone on freaking half-day plane ride, or I've gone to places where I only stay for like a really small amount of time, and that's it's a pain in the ass. Like, I'll tell you that. It's a pain in the ass to have to travel twice in one day with no rest. Ugh. It's to and back, right? So, but yeah, I So yeah, no, I'd have to go to New York. I'd have to get a hotel. I'd have to get a hotel that's near the places that I want to go to, because I don't want to have to do Ubers or, Uber rides or taxis all over the place unless it's strictly necessary. New York City is one of those places where you can just walk around. So, not that I would walk around, but, while I'm there, I might as well, check it out, right? So, anyway, Worth It also has some videos that they shot in New York City that actually there are these places that look really good, so I want to try those too. But there's a lot of places. I just want to do it for the food, you know. That's all I care about. It's just the food, to be honest. But it's worth it. It's food. It's great, and then it's an experience when I share it with somebody, and that's worth the trip. I don't know if it's less worth the trip for them, but it's worth the trip for me. So, but anyway, if I'm getting a $200 grilled cheese, a $100 ice cream sundae, probably like $200 more on all the other meals I'm gonna eat, plus probably 2 nights at a hotel. So that's, you assume 150 per night, so that's $300. And then plane tickets. I mean, cross-country plane tickets, especially to New York, which is a high destination place, is probably gonna be for 2 people. I could get it as low as $100 per person per direction. So that's 200 there and 200 back. God, that's $1,200. Oh my god, that's $1,200 for what's essentially a less than a 3-day trip to New York City. What a pain in the ass! What an absolute pain in the ass! $1,200 for 2 nights in New York City. It's, ugh, disgusting price. You know, on that money, I could go to Japan. To be honest, I could go to. I mean, for 1 person, I could go to Japan. For 2 people, it'd have to be double. But I would rather go to Japan for a week with somebody than go to New York for 3 days. Like, so, okay, I guess New York's off the list, unless I happen to be in the area for some other reason. I mean, my dad lives on that side of the country, I guess. Yeah, he doesn't necessarily live that close. So I don't have any reason to visit my dad. Alright, if I happen to be on that side of the country, then I can just go. Just whatever, right? I just want that grilled cheese, to be honest. Oh, this is so good. I got a bunch of protein shakes at the grocery store. They are in a clearance sale. And I found this Monster energy drink. You guys know Monster energy drinks, right? It's a Monster energy shake. 27 grams of protein. Only 9 grams of sugar? Oh, dang, for the whole bottle? I was drinking half bottles because I thought it was going to be loaded with sugar. It has milk protein concentrate, which it says it's a milk product, but it doesn't have as much lactose in it compared to like regular milk. So, because it's not the actual milk fat that they're using, they're just using the protein part of the milk. So, I'm able to drink like a whole. The other ones I got were like 12 ounces, I think. I'm able to drink a whole 12-ounce thing of a milk protein concentrate protein shake without getting sick. In fact, without getting my burps either. So I was burping early, but that's because of the cheese I was having. But so the bottle says contains milk, but it doesn't really do anything to my stomach. I mean, I do need to go number 2 more often these days since I've been starting to drink these, but it's not like painful or anything, so thank God I'm not constipated. Are these any good? Includes mangoes. Best by $5.22. Oh, Have space. Vroom, vroom. Dried cranberries. Sell by August. Oh, okay. Well, the mango's done. My mango is to blow up and act like I don't know nobody. Oh, these are stinky. I don't think mangoes are supposed to be that potent. I can't eat these. What the hell? Oh, these are too chewy. Alright. Giving these to my mom. Not right now, but... Gotta finish the one I bit into. Well done. It tastes pretty alright. It's just hard on my teeth. Well, can't risk eating more of this. Not worth it. I could blend these into a smoothie. I bought this like $10 bag of mixed fruit, of mixed frozen fruit. It was like mangoes and blueberries and strawberries, frozen. No seeds or skins or anything. And so I made a smoothie. I have a Ninja blender. It's a single serve. So I put ice, the fruit, and some sugar. And I believe I put lactose-free milk in it. Maybe I didn't. Anyway, I blended it. And I drank the smoothie. It's really good. Really fruity. About 2 hours later, I had the worst abdominal pain in my life. It was so bad. It was so painful. I went to the toilet, and it took me a half an hour, and I expelled everything. It was terrible. So painful the whole time. It was all liquidy, too. It was that kind... I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. It just blushed out, right? It's like it's like turning on the faucet, right? It just like comes all out. Terrible. Hope you guys aren't eating while I'm describing this. But yeah. Anyway. So, apparently, fruit acts as a natural laxative. So, I didn't have anything in my system. So the only thing I had that day was the fruit smoothie. I think I had some extra water too. But I didn't have anything in my system to expel other than the smoothie itself. So, it's trouble. Anyway, so I assume that all that fruit just condensed into the smoothie was the cause of that, so. like mangoes, like a lot. If they're... Can't eat that much, I guess. Because of that, so... Anyway. I had to throw out the rest of the frozen fruit. Because you can't do much with frozen fruit other than eat it directly or make it into a smoothie. Or, I mean, you could make like a pie with it or something, I guess. But... I'm not gonna do that, so anyway, I left it in the freezer for God knows how long, and I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna toss it. I bought it off food stamps, so it's not like I really lost $10, but still, it felt like it was a giant bag of fruit. Because I got the bigger bag because it was more cost efficient. You know, it's less money per ounce if you just buy more, right? Oh well. There's been a lot of things that I'll buy it just to, you know, try it out and experience it, and then it ends up not working for me, so I have to throw it out. I know it's a lot of money wasted, so it's not just life. That's what happens. I guess that's what happens. You spend money trying things out, and then they end up being failures. So some of them are successes, some of them are failures, but you know, you're never gonna know which of them will succeed if you don't try. I haven't set up my aquaponics setup yet. I spent like half a day this past week cleaning gravel. I bought like these giant bags of just gravel rocks. Gravel rock. It's a show. You still watch? Yeah, I bought these giant bags of gravel rock. They're like the big rocks, but they're all dirty. So aquaponics, I don't know if you guys remember, it's a garden. I don't know if I told you guys I was doing this, but basically I'm gonna make a garden out of like, I got a storage container, you know, those plastic bins, and I'm filling it with this rock. It was just a bunch of rocks. I'm gonna plant plants in them, and then so I'm gonna have plants in them, and then that's gonna be up above. I'm gonna balance it on something, and then below it, in a separate container, is gonna be an aquarium. I'm just gonna fill it with water. I'm gonna throw a bunch of goldfish in there, right? And that's gonna feed them. And then I'm just gonna feed them like twice a day. And so how the system works is that there will be a water pump that's in the aquarium, and it's gonna pump out water through a tube up into the garden. And the water is going to find its way through the rocks, and it's eventually going to rise. And once the water rises enough, I have what's called a bell siphon. A bell siphon. Okay. It's named like that because it's kind of in the shape of a bell. When the water level rises to a certain point, the bell siphon activates. It's really cool how it works. I can show you guys a video on it sometime. The bell siphon activates, and then it drains all the water. It's going to drain all the water back into the fish tank. But the cool thing about this system, you guys might think like, well, what's the point of the fish? Fish poop. And so I don't remember if I described this on the stream before, but the fish in the water tank, the fish poop, and that poop is ammonia, essentially, which is a little toxic to people. Obviously, you can't eat poop, right? But the fish poop dirties up the water, but the poop kind of settles at the bottom. The water pump will suck in the water and the poop into the water pump, and it'll send it to the garden. Now that poop-filled water is going to travel through the rocks. And if you guys have learned about the nitrogen cycle, it's the nitrogen water cycle. You guys probably learned about in science in high school. The ammonia from the fish poop, there's bacteria that turns the ammonia into nitrites. And then there's another bacteria that turns the nitrites into nitrates. So it goes ammonia into nitrites into nitrates. I remember having to do a project on this. And then the plants will absorb the nitrates as nutrients. The nitrates serve as fertilizer for the plants, they're nutrients. And so the plants will absorb, they'll drink the water, and they'll absorb the nutrients. And so the plants will absorb all the nutrients. Now all that's left when the garden fills up and then drains through the bell siphon, the water that's draining is clean water now, because the plants absorbed all of the fish poop that turned into nutrients for the plants. And so, and then, that clean, the water that's now clean will drain back down to the fish tank. So now, the garden and the fish tank, not only is the garden self-watering, or not only is the garden continually getting watered and nurtured, right, with nutrients, it's constantly getting fertilized, but also the fish tank is constantly being cleaned. I'm constantly filtering out that, sucking out that dirty water with the water pump, and then the water that gets put back in, it's clean water. So the fish, as long as the fish are fed, which I could have it on an automatic fish feeder, the fish will get fed, their poop, they will poop, and their poop will get drained out and then sent to the garden. Fertilize the plants, and then the fish tank will get clean water in it. So it's a great system. And apparently aquaponics setups, like what I just described, can grow certain plants at about 50 times the speed, the speed of growth compared to traditional farming. This is fantastic. You guys think about, like, if you go out into the woods, nature, whatever, right? And there's like a really big river, or like there's a lake. Let's say there's a lake. When you step into the lake, let's say you can step in and it's about knee high, or you can go in and, it goes up to your chest or whatever, right? So about 4 feet deep, whatever. You're going to start feeling on your feet, there's going to be a lot of plants under the water. There's a lot of kelp, algae underneath the water, all this stuff, all these plant life. Why
and it's grown wildly. In fact, there is more plant life in a lake or river than there is outside of it. There's more there's more of a prominent, vibrant plant life underneath a lake than there is, or underneath an ocean, compared to elsewhere. Why is that? Well, because there's fish in the lake, and the fish poop, and the poop fertilizes the plants that grow down there. It fertilizes the plants grow, and then the fish eats the plants. And it's this whole cycle. When the fish die, or they get eaten by bigger fish, their bodies are turned into nutrients that are then, their bodies are decomposed and they're turned into nutrients for the plants. So the next fish can eat them, can eat the plants. It's great. Oh, there's a whole life cycle down there. Anyway, if you can replicate that in a controlled environment like what aquaponics does, then not only can you grow plants really fast, but really fast comparatively. Not only can you grow plants really fast, but you can also eat the fish too. I mean, I'm just going to use goldfish, so I'm not going to be eating these, but a lot of people use tilapia. Tilapia is a commonly eaten fish. So you can get little tilapia tadpoles, or a little tilapia baby fish, and throw them in there. They're freshwater fish, and if they have enough space to grow, they'll grow into like these giant things, these giant fish that you can barely hold on to with two hands. If you have a fish that big, I mean, that's the size of a salmon. You could feed a family of 4 for a whole day on one of those fish. If you have an aquaponics setup, like in the backyard, you could be growing like 50 of those fish at a time. Growing all those fish are constantly pooping and constantly fertilizing the soil that goes, the soil and the rocks that grows the plants. And then the plants that you grow can actually be turned into fish food. If you want to grow some plants that can turn into fish food, so you never have to buy fish food. The fish help grow the plants that feed the fish, and then the poop will also grow other plants that you can eat, and the fish will actually grow as well, so you can eat the fish. So now you have a self-contained cycle that uses no resources. The fish are always reproducing, and the plants are always reproducing, because you can get seeds from the plants to replant. You have a self-contained, controlled system that requires no resources aside from the initial setup, and all you have to do is manage it, and you get free vegetables, and you get free fish meat. It's wonderful. I saw this video of this guy had this big old setup in his backyard, and he had this giant like straw basket with a bunch of fish. He pulled one of the fish out. It's huge. It's this huge thing. It's bigger than any salmon that I've seen. It's tilapia. And he was growing like all of these garden beds. They were huge. These leaves were like up to the roof. It was insane. These huge old vegetables. So it's like even this one system can provide you with all of the meats and the fish and all of the veggies from the gardens that you could ever need. So I mean, if you figure out a way to get, I mean, you could throw fruit in the mix there too. You could have a separate setup to grow like strawberries on vines and berries and whatever else, right? I mean, hell, you could probably grow like orange trees and stuff if you really wanted to. I mean, the backyard setup might not have enough room for an orange tree, but it's still possible. I don't know how you would put an orange tree on a aquaponics setup, to be honest, but you still grow berries. I mean, people grow strawberries on these setups. So you grow some kind of fruit for the fruit category, and then you grow, and then somehow get calcium. I don't know how to get calcium. I think you can get calcium from chia seeds and something else. I don't know. There's vegan ways to get calcium for sure. So you don't even have to have any animals other than the fish, and you could get all 5 food groups. Wait. Calcium, fruits, veggies, protein. Oh, you're missing carbs. Well, you know, all those healthy people, they go on a carbless diet. Oh. They make... I guess you can make pasta out of cauliflower now? Something like that. You can make a lot of things out of cauliflower, apparently. If you want to go on a keto... You guys ever been on a keto diet? It's where you don't have any carbs, so no rice, no pasta. None of that. Oh. I mean, you don't have to grow any grains or anything like that, but I mean, if you really wanted to, you could grow potatoes. There you go, there's your carbs. Bada bing, bada boom, right? Just get the whole setup started and then bam. And the nice thing is, like, so many people have already done this that you can literally just copy somebody's setup. You can literally just copy somebody's setup. A lot of YouTubers will tell you how to do it because they get ad revenue from their videos. So there's so many tutorial guides out there and stuff for how to do this. And so it just requires an initial investment, and then you can just grow all your food. It's amazing. So anyway, I'm in the middle of doing my own aquaponics setup. I spent, half a day washing gravel because I didn't have the I guess I need like a what's it called? A strainer. There's a special like strainer you can get for rocks or for outdoor use. So for rocks, it would have been nice if I had that. I didn't have that. It was cheap and I didn't want to get it. So bad on me. Plus I could have looked for it at Home Depot, to be honest, but I had to go to Home Depot for the gravel anyway. But anyway, I had 2 bags. It was 100 pounds of gravel. So 50 pounds in each bag. It's heavy. So I had to have my brother help me. But yeah, and I had to wash all that gravel. So I was trying, I tried to use a towel as a strainer. It didn't really work. Then I tried to put all the rocks in a bucket and then just constantly wash out the water from the bucket. It didn't work. I still needed a strainer for that, to be honest. And then eventually I took a storage bin. I tried to cut my hole, because you need to cut a hole into the storage bin to get the bell siphon into it so you can drain your water every once in a while. And I screwed up the hole, so it ended up cracking like a lot of the plastic around it, so that's ridiculous. But yeah, I ended up using, and so I had a bigger hole than I wanted. So I was like, oh, F it. So I put all the rocks in, I put some of the rocks in that storage container, open top, and with a hole on the bottom, and I just ran the hose through the water, or through the rocks, and it got a lot of dirty water off of the rocks, but then also a lot of the sand, and it's basically miniature pebbles, fell off and collected off the rocks, and I had to drain that. So anyway, it's a big pain in the ass. I'm doing one load, which is how many rocks can fit in this little container, in this storage container that I have the hole in. I'm doing one load, takes me like 15 to 20 minutes to clean all of it off. because I also have to, with my hands, I have to scoop up a pile of rocks, run the hose through it. Once I've cleaned them all off generally, I've gone as much as I can, then I can start taking handfuls of rocks, spraying through the pile of rocks in my hand, through my hand, and through the spaces in my fingers to get any remaining dirt off, and then put in a bucket. Or put it in, I have another storage bin and container. So, I did that. And, this whole process takes me like 15 or 20 minutes per batch. I had to do about 6 batches. So that ended up taking... So, it had been like a couple hours from start to figuring out that method. And then it took me like another 2.5 hours to actually clean all the rocks. I didn't even clean all the rocks. There's still about another batch of rocks left, but I determined I didn't need it. So I used the majority. I used about a good 90 pounds of gravel for this. So I cleaned it all off. It's relatively clean. I'm not gonna cry over a little amount of rock dust or whatever. The fish can deal with it. But you work outdoors, nothing's perfect, so I was never going to get all these rocks like pristine condition anyway. So this gravel is it's supposed to be, it's mainly used for concrete mix in the first place, but I looked it up and people were saying they use it in their aquariums just fine, so and they've used it in garden beds as well, so I've determined that it's fine. Plus I did a pH test. If you guys learned about pH in science class, I think that's middle school, I think, the pH level of certain things. So like water is a pH of 7, and then it can go up to like 14 and down to 0. And so the higher the pH level, the more acidic it is, and then the lower you go, the more basic it is. So acidic versus basic, whatever. Anyway, so I did test the pH level. I grabbed a handful of rocks from the bag, washed it off in the sink, because this was before I had washed any of them off. Washed it off in the sink, and then I put the rocks in a cup, and I filled the cup with vinegar. And apparently, the rocks will, when submerged in vinegar, the rocks will continually bubble up the vinegar. If they're acidic. I don't want them to be acidic. So I did that, and they didn't bubble up. Thank God, because if they did bubble up, I would have had to return both bags to freaking Home Depot, which honestly I wouldn't have done. It was so cheap, it wouldn't even be worth it for me to make that journey. But yeah, it didn't bubble up, so I could use the gravel, and then I had to clean all of it off, and I tried to cut that hole in the storage bin, which the hole doesn't work, so I have enough space for the pipe, but there's a lot of extra space, and so what I'm gonna do is, because the whole storage bin is shot if it doesn't work, so I'm gonna have to use a new one. I don't want to waste all these storage bins, so so what I have to do now is I have to patch up the entire hole with electrical tape, pour water over it to see if it leaks. If it doesn't leak, then I can cut the appropriate hole in the electrical tape and stick my little bell siphon through it. If it does leak, then I'm fucked. I gotta cut myself a new hole. So it's so dumb. It's stupid thing. It's I don't have any hand tools. With these like do-it-yourself projects, you need like a power drill, you need like a wood saw, all that stuff you see on like construction shows, and they're like cutting big old planks of wood to make houses out of and stuff. I need those tools, but I don't have those tools. If I did have the tools, I wouldn't have the space to store them. So there's no room for a workshop or anything. if I lived in my old house, my dad had a space for a workshop, so I would have just used that. I took that for granted. He hardly used it. So I don't have space for a workshop. But even if I did, I'd have to buy all these tools myself, and these are like $100 tools. I'm not spending this much money on, on this kind of one project, right? So it's the world of doing construction projects. So I am. But yeah. Anyway, so back to what I was saying. I was trying to cut a hole through the the bottom of the storage bin, and I'm using the best thing I've got is I have a pocket knife. As I'm using this pocket knife, I'm like jabbing it into the hole, or into the bottom, right? I draw out a hole. The hole has to be 7/8 inch in diameter. I don't even have a ruler. That's how unequipped I am, so I have to use a tape measure. Or, I didn't even use a tape measure. I used the width of the pipe of the bell siphon that I'm going to have to be stringing through in order to make an estimate. And then, so then I make I do a circle for the hole, and so I'm trying to get my knife in there. My knife barely pierces, but like I have to go slowly and steadily, and then it can barely even move itself. So I'm trying to wedge this knife into the outline of the hole, and I'm pressing heavier and heavier on the knife in order to cut this hole. And I pressed down a little bit too hard, and instead of me pressing down hard and it, cutting a hole through the outline like I wanted to, I pressed down a little too hard, and it just cracks the storage bin. It just like a 5-inch line off in the opposite direction of the hole just cracks on the thing. It just cracks. And the place that I was pressing down on doesn't make any progress. What the fuck? So I do this a few more times, and at one point I'm just like, screw it, and so I jab right in the middle of the hole. And like it cracks in like 3 separate directions, like 5 inches in each direction. My hole is not that big, so I'm making this giant by the end of it, I have this giant jagged shape of a gaping space in the bottom of this thing. I didn't even cut the full hole. I can still see some of the outline or whatever. This was just like the right side of the hole, just caused this gaping fissure of space, and obviously it's not in a circle at all, so I can't, the pipe, and the thing is I try to jam the pipe through it, but the shape is so jagged that I got all these corners piercing into, it's like this hole, it's like this space, but then there are these corners of parts of what's left of the storage bin, jutting into the space, so I can't even fit a circular object in there. So I go with my knife, because I'm screw it at this point. I try to go with my knife, and I try to cut off these little corners that are jabbing into the space, and I end up cracking more of it. The force of the cutting ends up cascading off and forming more cracks along more of the storage bin, while at the same time it is not cutting the corners that I want it to. I am so frustrated because it's I'm beyond caring, but it's just so stupid. So anyway, that whole store's been shot. Apparently, there's this object that I can get that'll fix a hole. So like, if I didn't get it exactly 7/8 inch of a hole, then I can fix it with like some object I gotta pay like $8 for. But this tool will not fix a giant gap like this. I mean, the gap is at least like 3 inches in diameter, but it's 3 inches in diameter one way, and then like 1 inch in diameter another way, and then like 5 inches in diameter another way. It's like it's this really weird shape and size. So anyway, I used that failure to sift my rocks, but I don't mind using another storage container. But the thing is, I have just as much probability of failing on this next storage container than I do on the one I'm currently using. So it's a pain in the butt. But I don't know, I don't think electrical tape's gonna fix it, to be honest. So I don't think electrical tape stops leaks. But I can't jam into this thing, like, at all. But then I was looking online, and people are, for their aquaponics setups, they're using the exact same kind of shipping containers as I am, or of storage containers as I am, for their aqua beds. And they're getting this stupid bell siphon into it too, so I don't know how they're doing it. And, they're showing all the tools that they're using and stuff. And it's like, okay, it's like, great, they're using like power drills and stuff that I would have to pay like $100 in order to get access to. And I'm not going to pay $100 for a power tool that I'm going to use once. I mean, the best that I can do is, like, I can look on Craigslist for somebody selling their power tools for a discount. But then what am I supposed to do with them after I use them? I'm still going to be paying a lot of money, so... Plus I have to go pick it up, which is a pain in the ass. So... I got a tool shop. I got a tool store, like, within like a 5-minute walk of me. But... they have really jacked up prices, so I don't want to. But anyway, using the tool isn't guaranteed to work either, so it's a pain. It's a pain, and the thing is, like, even if I didn't have this issue, and even if I could install my bell siphon correctly, I still have to install a bell siphon, which isn't that hard. But then I have to balance this container on I'm using the cat cage, the outdoor cat cage that I have. I'm going to use that so that I have a barrier so the cats can't get into it. Because the cats are going to try to eat those fish. Which, God, they probably still will. I can just imagine Kiwi reaching her paw, her whole arm through the cage, and then swiping down into the fish tank to try to, through the water, to try to grab one of those fish. I can just see it now. God damn it. I'm gonna have to put the lid on it and cut a hole through the lid for the fish pump to fall out of. What an actual pain in the ass. Because I'm gonna have to cut another hole for the bell siphon to sprinkle water through, but it's not gonna be exact unless I use another pipe. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, I could just erect walls around the fish tank itself and hope that protects. Okay, I'll just do that. Then I'm gonna have to take down the walls every time I feed the fish. Ugh. What a pain! What a pain! Ugh. God damn it! It's all these things you have to take into consideration. Anyway, I'm really good at, like, forward thinking. Like, I can anticipate all the problems and all the steps that I'll need to take to rectify those problems, but I'm also really lazy. And I don't want to do any of this. I don't want to do any of this. So it's like, at this point, I'm going to get this whole thing done. I was so tired by the end of washing all that gravel. I wasn't mad or anything. Like, it was a task I needed to get done, and I had music in my earbuds, so it was all right. It wasn't, I didn't hate the task or anything, so I didn't feel the time go by. But it's one of those things where it's like, when I come across a problem and I have to think of an improvised solution to that problem, then it's, it takes a toll on me mentally. Just because I have to exert mental power in order to solve this, because I love the problem solving, but I don't like the improvising. That's what it is. And if you guys don't know the difference, I can sit here and talk about the steps that I need to take in order to do something. I like that part. I like the thinking part. But yeah, I like the thinking part. Yeah, everyone does. But when I actually get down to the nitty gritty, I'm gonna have to improvise. I'm gonna have to do these solutions on the fly. I still don't know how I'm gonna cut that hole perfectly with just a pocket knife against this really hard plastic in order to install my bell siphon. That's where I'm gonna have to improvise, because I can't think of a solution right now other than just doing it, trial and error. Same thing with the fish tank thing. I need to do this solution, but I know what I can use to block off the fish tank. We have a bunch of extra lids for the storage container, and they're pretty tall, so I can just use those, but I'm going to need to stack them perfectly and make sure they balance, and then I have to make sure they're secure, so that, because I know if nobody else, Kiwi will see the fish and through some crack in the system, and she's smart. She'll knock down the wall that I've erected, and then use her paw in order to get the fish. And guarantee you, the day that I set it up, by the next morning, if I don't do this properly, by the next morning, Kiwi will have eaten at least one of the fishes. Like, guaranteed. And I'm not giving my cat goldfish. And she's gonna eat it bone and all. And eye and all. Oh my god, no, it's disgusting. So anyway, I'm gonna have to... I know what I'm gonna use for the wall, but I don't know how I'm going to specifically balance them all up properly. That's the part where I'm gonna actually have to go to the setup and improvise a solution. That's the difference. So, but yeah, I also have another problem with my house has a bunch of windows, but none of them get sunlight, so they don't get enough sunlight to like justify them being there. So except for 2 windows in the house get ample sunlight, but neither of them, I don't have access to either of them. So I need to place this whole thing in a room that doesn't get sunlight, and I'm gonna need a heat lamp for it to grow the plants. Heat lamps are expensive, for one thing, but more importantly, since I'm gonna have the entire thing around in a cage, I'm gonna need to make sure that this heat lamp is in a good enough position to where it can still hang over the plants. No. I was thinking maybe I could just put the garden bed on top of the cage so that's outside of it, but no, the grates in the cage aren't wide enough. I could technically look at it now, but I have a pretty good idea. The grates in the cage aren't wide enough for my pipe to fit through, so the water is going to... So I won't be able to fit it through, plus the water is going to get on the cage itself, which means that it could trickle down elsewhere. if I lose, because I'm going to be having the setup on 24/7, so if I do lose some of the water to it being caught on parts of the cage, then eventually I'm going to lose all the water. If I keep the system running forever, I'm going to eventually lose all the water, so I can't have that. Plus, it'll make a big old mess next to the cage, and I don't want to have to clean that up constantly. It'll do damage to the floor as well, so... But yeah, so I need the heat lamp, and the heat lamp isn't... I have the garden bed in the cage, but it's near the top of the cage. So there's no space for the heat lamp. So the heat lamp would either have to be in the cage, really close to the top of the garden bed, or the heat lamp would have to be above the cage, and then it would basically sear the top of the cage as it's trying to pass through to the garden bed. I don't know, because there's two problems there. If the heat lamp is on top of the cage, it's going to have to go through the grates of the cage. So one problem is that the grates of the cage are going to heat up, and it's going to damage the cage and eventually erode it. And that erosion is going to get into my garden. That's not good. And then, plus it's going to damage my cat cage. I paid a lot of money for that. But, and then problem number 2 is that the grates of the cage will create a shadow to where some light cannot get onto the plants. Normally, if a plant grows outside and the plant is in a shadow, it's not going to be in the shadow all day because the sun moves. With this setup, my light source is never moving and my garden is never moving. So if there's a plant that's caught in a shadow caused by the grates of the cage, then that plant will never get sunlight. So I just have to be careful of that. I don't know if that will be a potential problem or not. That's just what I'm foreseeing. I might be paranoid, honestly, but yeah, I probably am. But still, it's, I have to think about these things. I mean, I could technically put my garden lower in the cage, but then there's a problem of I'd have to figure out how to balance the lamp above it, because there'd be no support. All these problems. This is kind of the first time I'm thinking about all of this stuff since I stopped working on it the other day. Anyway, so that's what I've been doing. I had to get that gravel from the store. And then, yeah. I got that gravel after the dentist. I went to the dentist twice this week. Tuesday and Thursday. It's a pain in the butt. Tuesday, I got the gravel afterwards. And Thursday, I worked on the thing afterwards, so it's been productive. But, yeah, and then I have to go back to the dentist next week. Next Wednesday, I think. I've already spent almost $300 at the dentist so far. I got one filling, and I got a cleaning with some antibiotic chemical thing they put on my gums to heal them. So that cost money, and then I got a specialist consultation for a root canal that I didn't have. That alone was $50. So, and I spent almost, plus the cost of all the office visits, ended up being like $300 total for all those things. But, and then on Wednesday, so I got 1 filling done. Apparently I need 6 more fillings. So I'm going back on Wednesday and getting all 6 of them done. And I'm having second thoughts, because they didn't really explain to me, like, what teeth needed fillings and why they need fillings. So I'm gonna have to call about that. They're really busy, so they don't, like, it takes a while for them to get back to me on anything. But yeah, anyway, each filling is gonna be $100, which is not too bad for a filling, but I'm getting 6 of them done, which means that's gonna be $600. I don't want to spend $600 right now. I already spent $300. It's gonna cost me another $6. I still don't have a job. I can't afford to, that'll mean that I've spent $900 at the dentist, combined with the 3 months or so of the dental insurance that I've paid for so far. That'll be $1,000 that I've spent on my dental work in the past 1 month. $1,000 for fucking fillings, dude. And apparently I still have like a root canal and 2 crowns that I gotta take care of, which are like $2,000 each. Where's all my money going? It's like, holy crap. $1,000, that's 2 months rent. So obviously I could have been working this whole time, and then I won't have to deal with this. I'm gonna have to get a job soon. Oh yeah, I found, I was doing research, and this is what I'm gonna do when I get a job, because I'm still like very COVID cautious, so I need to protect myself. I don't think I'm gonna die if I get Omicron or anything, but I still need to protect myself. Plus, the longer I put off getting the vaccine, the better. I need them to test the spike protein vaccine before I get it. And, they're going to use the world population to test this, so I have to get that. They're really pushing getting the mRNA vaccine. And I am super suspicious of it, so for myself, not going to get it. They're starting to prove that, like, the vaccine isn't as effective as they said it was. Just like how they're starting to prove that, like, the masks aren't as effective as they said they were. Because the whole thing was like, oh yeah, you can use cloth masks and disposable masks. And they're fine. That was the message back in 2020. Now, the CDC is saying, okay, well, cloth and disposable masks aren't really that effective, and so we're going to lift the mask mandate. It's a bunch of bullshit. So essentially they've been lying to us. So I don't care about wearing a mask. That's like, I'll wear a mask for the rest of my life if I had to. I don't care about that. I care about the fact that they lied to us. And if we can't, if the health organization of the United States is going to lie to people during a pandemic about the masks, what else have they lied about? Oh, maybe the vaccines aren't that effective. There are news articles now that are coming out that are debating the effectiveness of the vaccine. It's the CDC that is debating the effectiveness of the vaccine that they told us to get. It's insane. What do you trust? How effective is anything that we're doing? And now they're coming out with all these articles that are like, oh, we're figuring out how to live with the pandemic long term. It's like, well, what about all the fucking people who are like autoimmune deficient? How are they supposed to live with the pandemic long term? If people with autoimmune diseases who are fully vaccinated are still dying when they catch COVID, what are they supposed to do? What are you supposed to do as an autoimmune person? What are you supposed to do as somebody with asthma, or somebody who's taking who's taking who's taking a medication that lowers your immune system, are you just supposed to stop forever? Are you just supposed to, or are you supposed to freaking, get the vaccine and cross your fingers that it's gonna work? I mean, people are still dropping dead. This is ridiculous. How are we supposed to like protect ourselves? I don't give a shit about the rest of the world. The healthy human beings who are conservative, who freaking don't give a shit about COVID, they can do whatever they want, right? I'm just gonna separate myself from the rest of society. But what are we supposed to do? What are you supposed to do if you're afraid of getting COVID or you're at risk of dying from COVID? What are you supposed to do with this? Everyone's just gonna get sick because COVID just exists all the time. What about the people who are gonna die from COVID? What about the people who are super sensitive to COVID? I mean, there are still people dropping dead in the hospital every single day by the hundreds. Who's next? When are you next? When am I next? Like, how are we supposed to live with this for an eternity? I'm getting, I have a plan for how to separate myself from society, but I still need like 2 or 3 years in order to enact that plan. What am I supposed to do in the meantime? What are you supposed to do in the meantime? What's anybody's, those of us who are still like afraid of it, what are we supposed to do in the meantime? If COVID is always going to exist, are we going to have to just, take off our masks and then cross our fingers that we don't die from it? Or are we always going to keep on our masks in fear? I mean, honestly, like for autoimmune people, if you gotta live in the society anyway, which I do not recommend, exposing, now that COVID's around, I don't recommend anybody with an autoimmune disease exposing themselves to the public or to people who have been in the public or in any capacity. But if you do absolutely have to expose yourself, like if you work a job or you go to school or whatever, then stay protected. Get one of those freaking the masks. They have the helmets. They have the microclimate helmets. They have like the Air 2 now, which hardly makes any noise. It always has this fan running that's like it's hooked up to like multiple HEPA filters on the side of it that's filtering out all of the germs from the air, and it's only giving you clean air, and it has proper air circulation, and it has an anti-fog thing on it, and it's a full helmet so you can wear it, and it has like a neck guard too, so you can so there's not going to be any updraft of air going up your neck because it has like a neck guard. I think you have to buy it with a microclimate one. You have to buy it separately, which whatever, right? So there's this helmet. It's $300. I think it has like one site said 4 hours of air circulation. Another site said 8 hours of air circulation for however long the battery lasts. It has a micro USB port on it, so you can just get a long cord and just charge it in a wall socket if you're have access to one in whatever public space if you're outdoors for longer than 4 hours, which again I would not recommend. That seems to be the only solution, but even the microclimate helmets only protect from I think the website said like 96% of airborne molecules, which apparently COVID attaches itself onto bigger airborne molecules, and then that's what travels it. So if somebody like coughs or sneezes, they expel natural germs when they cough or sneeze, and then the germs that they blow out have COVID cells on them. So that's what it is. So COVID, I guess, can't survive on its own. Like, in the air on its own. It's got to be attached to like a bigger germ, because COVID cells are like too small for any filter to capture. But if you breathe in, but then COVID can't travel by itself. It has to be on germs or bacteria. So if a HEPA filter or an air filter filters out the germs that COVID is on, then the COVID won't get to you. And you just got to change out those filters every once in a while. So, I mean, that's going to have to be good enough, right? You get 96% protection. So honestly, like if I was autoimmune compromised and I had to go out in public all the time because of this shit, because of freaking, oh, we're going to live with COVID forever, like goddamn, then the microclimate Air 2 helmet, it's like $300, and then it's another like $50 for all the accessories. But honestly, the money's worth it. It's like, if it's better than dying, it is 100% better than dying. So you're gonna be the weirdo with the hipster with the high-tech helmet on you, when everybody else is going without a mask. You're gonna have this big ol' electronic air filter helmet on your head. Nobody will be able to tell you no. Don't wear that helmet. You look like a weirdo, but you're gonna get weird looks and stuff. Which, again, hell of a lot better than dying, right? We have our own lives. We have nothing but our own lives, right? So, wearing one of those costs a lot of money, but it's worth it. But then, it's only 96% of filtering the germs. That means 4% of germs are still going to get in. So if somebody sneezes at you, you're still getting about 4% of those germs are still going to find their way into the mask. So what you do, or into the helmet. So what you do is you wear an N95 mask. Get one of the good ones. But if you can't get one of the good ones, then, just not a cloth or disposable. You can wear a cloth or a disposable one over the good one, but N95 or KN95. The company does matter. Like, I think you got to buy like the name brand ones in order to that have actually been tested. But the Chinese ones are tested, but they're not tested at like great standards. So that's why they can pump them out so cheap. But again, it's like, it's better that than nothing, right? So an N95 or a KN95 mask on you in the helmet. So you put on the mask, you put on your N95 mask, and then you can have a cloth mask or disposable over that if you want to. You don't need to, but at least the N95 mask, and then you put on the helmet. You put on the helmet make sure it's fully charged, and you have the neck thing too. You have the neck thing that guards against like updraft or whatever. And then, I mean, other than that, just make sure you don't have any like cuts or bruises on your body that are going to be exposed to the air. So, long sleeves, jeans, recommended. Gloves are a little overkill, especially during the summertime, but whatever, right? You're just trying to protect, because your eyes, nose, mouth, and ears are going to be protected by that helmet, and then your nose and mouth are going to be doubly protected with that mask on. And then, of course, you can actually, if you wear glasses, your eyes are going to be also protected a little bit more from COVID. So you do all that, especially if you're in a place that has a lot of COVID cases. I know New York has a lot of COVID cases. Does Texas? I don't know. New York has a lot of cases. Florida has a lot of cases. California has more cases than in general, but they got a bit of cases, and more people are catching it or whatever. So all these precautions, all the money that's spent. It's a hell of a lot better than going to the hospital. It's a hell of a lot better than dying. So, N95 mask with the fucking helmet on and the little accessory. So when you're spending that much on a helmet, you're going to get the accessory too. The little neck thing. It's like I think it's called a neck guard or something. I don't know if it comes with the helmet or... When I was on the Microclimate website, it was... They sold an accessory. The helmet advertised as having the neck guard, but then they also sold an extra accessory. So, I don't know. Anyway, it's since there's gonna be a lot of air circulating in the helmet, then like your head is gonna stay cool even during the summer. So, it's gotta make sure you're not in the sun all the time. That greenhouse effect, right? So, whatever. Me personally, since I don't have to worry about dying from COVID, I'm going to Amazon sells like this $30 helmet that's like it's a helmet with like a full visor, and it protects, like it goes down like around your chin, so it's gonna protect like my chin up from like exposure to the elements. And I don't know if it protects my ears, but at least to protect my face, so that'll be good. And then people use it for like construction, but there's like hospital staff that use it. It has like this anti-fog visor on it, and you can talk and hear clearly. And there are pictures of people wearing it, and they saw masks on underneath it. So that's what I'm gonna do. Wear a big old helmet with a N95 mask on when I start working. So that'll be good. The thing is, at work, I don't know if I would get reprimanded for having protection, but if I do, I'm just going to tell them that I'm autoimmune compromised. I mean, I'm going to lie to them, or I'll tell them I have asthma or something. I'm just going to lie to them. They don't need to know. Typically you don't go to the hospital for like typical things. Like if you have arthritis or something, right, and you're taking your medication, then you're autoimmune compromised. So I'm just going to tell them I have something. They can't ask, and they can't discriminate against me based on my health condition as long as it doesn't impair my work. So I'm just going to, if they talk to me about, oh, you can't be having so much COVID protection, like, fuck you. Like, this is like, but I don't think it's going to happen, but if it does, I have discussion points ready. But yeah, I mean, I can go the cheap route and get the helmet or the $30 helmet on Amazon with a KN95 on me. But if I was autoimmune compromised, like if I had asthma, or I was taking a medication that made me autoimmune compromised, then I would go the full microclimate helmet with the HEPA air filter that's chargeable, and then with the neck guard, and then I would still wear that mask, because 4% of those germs are still getting through that filter, apparently, according to the website. So you need to wear that mask to protect yourself against those other germs. So you do that, you're good to go, right? If you gotta live like years and years with that, then then so be it. But the best thing to do to protect yourself is to eventually figure out a living situation where you don't have to interact with society. You don't have to interact with people who could be COVID carriers. So that's what I'm doing. I'm figuring out how to leave society. I mean, I was figuring this all out before COVID even hit. So, years ago. I had it at the back of my mind, but then I started seriously thinking about farm life and getting away from society and being self-sufficient before they even started announcing that, oh, hey, we're going to have to live with COVID now. I'm not living with COVID. I'm not going to get sick. I'm not going to get my fucking wife and family sick. Like, are you kidding me? So doing this to protect myself. You guys do what you need to do to protect yourself. You get the necessary material, equipment. It's nice because they made this stuff in anticipation of COVID lasting a long time, and so the product exists. $300 for an air filter helmet that's going to, for the most part, protect you from COVID. Fantastic. Like, just amazing, right? So, I mean, this is the kind of thing where you can wear it even in your own home, right? It's going to be comfortable. It's going to circulate the air through your head. You're going to get that fresh air. I mean, they make the microclimate thing is also made for, like, if you do a lot of work, like if you do like construction work, for example, like if I'm using power tools and you know, to saw wood and stuff, and there's a lot of sawdust going up in the air, that HEPA filter in the helmet is going to make sure I only breathe clean oxygen, and I'm not breathing in any of that sawdust or anything like that, right? So it has that dual purpose. And the Air 2, not the Air 1, but the Air 2, gives you that utility. So there's hardly any noise on the filtration system, so you can actually hear and speak clearly whenever you know, you're around people. And then the visor has that extra protection against the elements. So fantastic. It's great that products like that exist, because it allows us to protect ourselves, because this is crazy. Fucking COVID is a disease that is killing people, and it's not going away, and people aren't taking it seriously. I mean, you've had how many hundreds of thousands of people die? Like, those are human lives. Those are human lives that are dying every single day, and nobody's taking it seriously because, oh, I'm not the one dying. I mean, if I had it my way, people would wear masks for the rest of their lives. And you know, in countries like Japan, people are wearing masks for the rest of their lives. I mean, people over in Japan are still wearing masks. They are not having as many COVID breakouts as we are, but they're still wearing their masks all the time. You don't have to wear the mask. Like, I don't think there's a mandate over there anymore, but people are still wearing the masks, because they're not only are they protecting themselves, but they're considerate of others. You know, people were wearing masks in Japan before COVID. You know, if you were sick, like just with the flu or a cold or whatever else, and you had to go in public, you wore a mask. That's how it was in Japan. If you're coughing in public and you're not wearing a mask, then you're considered rude and a detriment to society. So everyone wore a freaking mask when they got sick, even pre-COVID. So, you know, with COVID happening, everybody's already in Japan is already used to this. So, and then you have America complaining that, oh, masks are so restrictive. Oh, I'm losing all my oxygen from wearing this mask all the time. Like, what a bunch of crybabies. What a bunch of crybabies. So stupid, but whatever, right? It's the world we live in. Anyway, Microclimate Air 2. That's what the product's called, so they have the website. Get that, the necessary accessories. I know they have multiple accessories. I haven't checked the website in a while, but they have multiple accessories. That, if you have to leave the house, that's the thing to get. You know, it's peace of mind, right? It's peace of mind that, hey, you know, I got to leave the house anyway, but, you know, I got to make sure I'm protected against COVID as much as possible, right? You can still get COVID with this thing. So social distancing and, social distancing, as little time in enclosed spaces as possible, and as minimal contact with your hands as possible on things that are not yours. So social distancing is the main thing. So, I mean, if you wore a microclimate filter, microclimate helmet, with a N95 mask, and kept it charged and all that, so it's always going. And you did social distancing, then, and of course, if you have to eat meals outside, then you go far away from everybody before you take that helmet off. Then, or you could kind of sneak food underneath the helmet or whatever, or you could just skip lunch altogether. I mean, it's just like, but yeah, if you do those things, helmet, mask still under the helmet, and then social distance, should be able to survive the pandemic. Holy crap. I can't imagine. Like, I've been living in fear of COVID, but I know it's not going to kill me. Even if I get like the Delta variant, it's not going to kill me. But, or it might actually, the Delta variant, because I'm not vaccinated. But if I was autoimmune compromised, like I would be scared out of my pants. Because it is a death sentence, right? Every time you go outside, you're playing Russian roulette, and you're crossing your fingers that this shot isn't the one with the bullet in it. Oh my god. So, you guys know what Russian roulette is, right? But anyway, it's... So now there's news articles coming out about how we're gonna have to live with COVID. I have one up, but I didn't look at it. It was debating like the effectiveness of vaccines and stuff, so I'll probably give it a read, and then I could read it right now, to be honest. Where's my phone? That mango piece was good, but can't do it every day. Ah, where'd it go? Ah, okay. Can I... there go all my tabs. Well, whatever. Studies says COVID-19 causes mental health issues and eating disorders. Bunch of silly gooses. Alright, there's microclimate. They didn't save that article that I was looking at? Okay, here we go. COVID vaccine effectiveness. Google is asserting that COVID vaccines are effective. I don't care. I need a news article. Maternal vaccination. Why would you get the vaccine if you're pregnant? Oh my god. Waning 2-dose and 3-dose effectiveness of mRNA vaccines against COVID-19. COVID-19 vaccine booster effectiveness wanes after 4 months, but still offers protection. 4 months? So what, you gotta get your fucking booster once every 4 months, along with the regular vaccine, like, once a year? wasn't mRNA supposed to be like it changes your DNA, or not changes your DNA, but it adds a line of code to DNA? You think about like coding a program on the computer, right? If you have a bunch of code and then you add a line of code, that code is always going to be there. You add a new line of code, that code is always going to be there. That's how they explain the mRNA vaccines. It's just like coding a program. The mRNA vaccine adds a line of code to your DNA so that it can be effective against the vaccine. Where is it going if it's not as effective? Vaccine effective in Minnesota. Oh, specifically Minnesota, huh? Yeah, whatever. Can I... News. COVID vaccine booster effectiveness wins. Will adults need a 4th dose of COVID vaccine? What the fuck? How many shots are people gonna get? It's so stupid. What the hell? Why China doesn't have an mRNA vaccine for COVID? I'm sure they just didn't come out with it at the time. A 4th COVID-19 shot might be recommended this fall as officials continually look at emerging data. Waning immunity. Okay. PharmacyTimes.com. What a fun website. Deny. Right. Immunity against severe cases of COVID-19 begins to fall 4 months following the 3rd dose of an mRNA vaccine. Stop with the pop-ups. Pfizer or Moderna. According to Regent Street Institute press release, declining immunity was observed against both the Delta and Omicron variants, which is similar to how the efficacy of mRNA vaccines drops after the 2nd dose, according to the study. Although prevention decreased with time, a 3rd booster dose was still highly effective at preventing severe illness with COVID-19. The mRNA vaccines, including boosters, are very effective, but effectiveness declines over time. Our findings suggest that additional doses may be necessary to maintain protection against COVID, especially for high-risk populations. We also found that people who are Hispanic or Black are half as likely to have a 3rd vaccine dose than people who are white, making people who are Hispanic or Black more vulnerable to severe COVID and highlighting the need for public health officials to double down on efforts to protect these vulnerable populations. Oh, did you guys know? I mean, that's just... It seems like they're not giving vaccines to as many Hispanic or Black people. Which, I mean, that's a personal issue. That's not, like... That has nothing to do with individual people. But anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So, with the mRNA vaccines, which is the normal one, they inject it into your muscle. I forget why they inject it into your muscle, but they don't do it into your blood. They inject it into your muscle, which is why your muscles, your arm muscle gets sore, because you get a shot in it, right? And they inject whatever, it's a liquid or something, I don't know. They inject it into your arm, into your muscle, so that's why you're sore. But anyway, The blood from your muscle actually can pump back into your heart, which is normal. That's muscular behavior. So there are some cases where somebody who gets the COVID vaccine in their arm muscle will have parts of that vaccine actually pump in directly into their heart. It'll pump into their cardiovascular system in their heart, and then people will get side effects because the vaccine is not supposed to be in your heart. No vaccine is supposed to go into the heart itself. So your blood circulates throughout your whole body, but with the muscles, it goes directly to the heart and back. So, or not like directly. It's not like a one-to-one journey, but it's there. So there's some people who are getting, and again, it's a small minority, but there's some people who are experiencing like cardiovascular problems after getting the vaccine, just because it went into the heart. It went from the muscle to the heart when it wasn't supposed to. So yeah, blah blah. Racial statistics. Who gives a shit? Okay. Oh no. Okay. So people who were going to the ER, or wait, emergency department, urgent care. Some disparities were observed. Okay. There are still people with the vaccine and booster going to the hospital. That's what this is saying. It's saying 12% of white people who go into the emergency department urgent care had a third dose of the vaccine, which means that more than that had the full vaccine with just not the booster, and they're still going to urgent care. They're still going to freaking the emergency department. So people like to say, oh yeah, you only land in the hospital if you don't get vaccinated. It's like, well, even if you do get vaccinated, 12% of people had their vaccine and the booster, and they still landed in the emergency department. Whoop-de-doo. Following the third dose, protection against Delta variant-associated hospitalization dropped from 96% within 2 months to 76% after 4 months or longer. Vaccine efficacy against Omicron was 91% during the first 2 months, but fell to 78%. Oh my god, it's not... I hate these statistics. They're so misleading. You look at a statistic, and they're like, oh, if you hear a statistic like, oh, vaccine effectiveness against Omicron variant associated hospitalizations was 91%, but then fell to 78%. So basically, they're saying, you look at 91% effective, and you just say, oh, fantastic, that's great odds, right? That still means that 9% of people who have the vaccine are going to the hospital. 9% of people who have the vaccine are still getting Omicron bad enough to where they're going to the hospital. And that's in the first 2 months, and then it falls to 78%. That's 22% people. That's 1 out of every 5 people is not getting a vaccine effectiveness, because it's not just your effectiveness isn't 91%. It's 91% of all people are protected, but then 9% are not protected and are going to die. That's what it is. And so, oh, what happens if you're part of the 9%? Well, you just skew the statistic a little bit. You're dead, but you just skew the statistic a little bit. So, if you go to if you get COVID but you survive, then the CDC uses you as an example of the 91% who survived. That's what it is. It's misleading. It's misleading in the way that they word it, because they think like, oh, you specifically are going to have a 91% positive chance of not dying from this. No, if you're autoimmune compromised, you have a 100% chance of dying from it. So, all right, maybe like a 90% chance of dying from it. I mean, freaking nothing's for certain, but still. And they're not sampling, of course they would never say, oh, how many of the people, what percentage of vaccinated hospital patients die from COVID are autoimmune compromised. They would never tell you, because that sends a bad message, because then, oh, all of a sudden, autoimmune compromised people are going to be, wary of the vaccine, and we can't have that. So the way that they phrase all of these statistics, it's phrased in a way to make them look good, to make the vaccine look good. And it's fine if that's their goal, but they omit information that is necessary. They omit information that's necessary to make an informed decision about it. If they tell you like, oh, out of all the autoimmune people who got COVID, half of them died of COVID, then you can make, if you're autoimmune, then you can make an informed decision saying like, okay, if I have a 50-50 chance of dying from COVID despite vaccination, then I just shouldn't go outside. I'll get the vaccine, I just won't go outside. There you go. Whoopie-doo, you saved thousands of lives with that information. They will never tell you that information, because guess what? It screws up the statistics. It screws up the headlines. Because if they had even one news article that said, oh, the vaccine isn't effective for autoimmune people, then everyone would flip their lid. Everyone would go crazy. What? The vaccine isn't effective? What? It's weaker? What? And then, oh, that screws up their message. Oh, but we can't have people doubting the vaccine. The amount of lives that they are putting at risk in order to push their narrative it's staggering. It's disgusting. It's honestly disgusting. Given the emerging evidence of waning immunity in adults following the two-dose schedule with authorized vaccines and following requests of some member states, the purpose of this document is to review the evidence of COVID-19 vaccine effectiveness and duration of immunity following vaccination in adolescents aged 12 to 17 years old, and to outline interim public health considerations for the potential use of a booster dose in this group. You guys know a lot of states they're not making kids wear masks at school anymore. Kids are still getting COVID. In fact, they're getting COVID more so than they were before, but nobody wants to wear masks anymore, so. Only in some states, though. This isn't everywhere. It's not in California. The median uptake of the primary course of COVID vaccine amongst adolescents aged 15 to 17 was 70%. They're doing a median. Okay. That's not accurate. A median, basically, I mean, if you guys took math, a median just means that, they have all these numbers in front of them from low to high, and they're picking the number that's dead in the middle. That's the median. You could have a bunch of zeros and 100s on the scale, but they're just taking they're not showing you any of that, they're just taking the median. And they're just taking that number. That number doesn't mean anything. So. God. Okay. Booster doses with no underlying conditions. Just gives us a summary. Okay, this doesn't. Oh yeah, they do have that anti-COVID pill too. So if you do end up in the hospital from COVID, they got a little COVID pill that they give you. Of course, I don't know what the effects, if it correlates with any medication. If you're taking a certain medication, we can't give you the COVID pill, and then you die. What we do, but yeah, they do with the COVID pill apparently. There, and I only read one thing on this, but hospitals only have a certain amount of the COVID pill, so they're saving their supply of COVID pills for people with autoimmune diseases and people who are not vaccinated. So both groups of people will be prioritizing getting the pill. And if you are vaccinated, and of course boosted, and you're a normal healthy person and you land in the hospital, they're not going to give you a COVID pill. So you could be writhing in pain, on the verge of death, and they won't give you that COVID pill because they're saving it for somebody else. So, which I think is, it's whatever, right? It's just, they're prioritizing saving human lives, and somebody who's vaccinated is more protected than compared to somebody who's not, and all that. But if you land in the hospital from COVID, chances are it's already too late. Okay, booster shots 90% effective against preventing Omicron hospitalizations, which means that it's 10% not effective. So if you're that 1 out of every 10 people who gets sent to the hospital, then you can still get sent to the hospital from getting Omicron, which wasn't supposed to be that deadly of a version anyway. Is this the one I was looking at? Some dude with a shirt off. What's hidradenitis suppurativa? Yeah, Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson support the safety and efficacy of... Okay. Clinical trials show support for the safety and efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines amongst healthy patients. However, immunocompromised patients and those with specific underlying conditions were excluded. Therefore, studies among these groups are needed. Are you kidding? They did clinical trials with healthy people on the vaccines, but they have not done clinical trials on the efficiency or on the effectiveness of vaccines among immunocompromised people. So there's just no data. Okay, they did yesterday. They did a clinical trial for people with hidradenitis suppurativa, a chronic inflammatory skin disorder that causes abscesses in intergenitis areas. Is not to be significant inflammatory burden that leads to systematic manifestations. HS is of interest as both the disease progresses and common drug therapies may cause immune system deregulation. The aim of the study was to investigate the safety and efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines amongst patients with HS. In total, 1.2 million vaccine patients were identified, of whom 3,400 had prior HS. Compared with the control cohort, the HS cohort was younger and had higher numbers of black patients, female patients, and patients with coexisting comorbidities. The percentage of patients with HS receiving any dose of the vaccines was 83%, 14%, and 2%. Wait, why did 14% of female patients get the vaccine? After matching, the risk for any outcome between HS and non-HS vaccinated patients was not significantly different. Similarly, there is no significant difference in any assessed outcome. Wait, outcome of what? What do any of these mean? COVID-19 vaccine-associated adverse effects before and after propensity matching. What does this mean? Oh, it's testing the safety of COVID vaccines amongst patients with HS. Were these people not getting the vaccine before? The results show that patients with HS are not at any higher risk of vaccine-related adverse outcomes. Furthermore, patients with HS on systematic medications within 1 year of being vaccinated have similar outcomes to those not receiving medications, demonstrating that anti-inflammatory / immunosuppressant therapy should not be viewed as a contraindication to vaccination. Although the prevalence of adverse events is rare, it can be concluded that COVID-19 vaccines are more likely safe and effective amongst patients with HS, even among those with systematic medications. Avoiding vaccination may pose greater risks in patients with HS and comorbidities. I mean, whatever. It seems like an established study. What? Okay. So they concluded that vaccines are safe to take. Wait. Vaccines are most likely safe and effective amongst patients with HS, even on immunosuppressant medications. Okay, so the vaccine is safe to take, But is the vaccine actually protecting them against COVID? I guess, okay, how would you do a study on that? If I took a group of people and I took two groups of people. One group of people... No, I would only do a study. I would do one group of people. I'd take a single group of people who are immunocompromised, give them all a vaccine, and then sometime later induce them with COVID. That's the thing. You can't tell if they have COVID. If you look at hospital patients, if you look at hospitalizations of people who are immunosuppressed, which there are records of that, then you can say how many of them survived the hospitalization and how many of them didn't. And the thing is, you can take... And if you want a bigger picture, you can just take all of the people who are immunocompromised in the country and compare them to how many people actually landed in the hospital. But they wouldn't have been... You can't really test that. So you have to know that somebody has COVID, but then also know that they didn't go to the hospital. That's what I'm wondering, though. I mean, are people who land in the hospital going to die from it? Deboki's dad did, but he's not found on any statistic. mRNA, oh boy, mRNA vaccine-induced antibodies shown to be more effective at neutralizing SARS-CoV-2 and its variants than natural immunity. Oh. Well, what do you mean by... long-term serological responses. The majority of patients infected with... Oh, I thought I said injected. Long-term antibodies can be found in the majority of the infected people. The antibody levels vary widely. And the current methods... The SARS-CoV-2 spike protein attaches to angiotensin converting enzyme 2 via its receptor binding domain, which is becoming a significant public health study subject because of its involvement in neutralizing antibodies and mutations in emerging SARS-CoV-2 patients or variants that are spreading fast around the world. Yeah, whatever. What's the conclusion to this? Implications. When compared to those who became seropositive owing to previous COVID infection, investigators found that blood from mRNA-vaccinated individuals' blood had a median of 17 times greater RBD antibody levels. A median! Stop giving medians! Duh! The ability to biochemically neutralize RBD binding to the cellular ACE2 receptor was found to be highly correlated with high RBD antibody levels in these findings. I'm so tired. Fuck. I have a homework assignment due in 2.5 hours. I haven't even touched it. Anyway, I can't find that article I was looking at. I'm pissed. Can I... Okay. Vitamin D isn't an effective COVID-19 treatment, but scientists haven't ruled out its relationship to severe diseases. Great headline. Okay. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. Single mom in Georgia who can bring in 120 grand a year adds income streams by helping others start teaching online. I have an unsupported PC, Windows 7 on the message. Elon Musk's company Neuralink confirms monkeys died during brain chip testing procedures and denies animal cruelty. Oh, yeah, that's right. Neuralink, which is a company that was they were putting those brain chips in into monkeys. They want to put them into humans. Apparently, when they put them in, it was the one where freaking the monkey was able to play Pong on the computer with its mind. Anyway, apparently a bunch of monkeys died, like 12 monkeys died due to testing. So that's fun. Poor monkeys. I mean, nobody cares about the monkeys, but yeah. Rest in peace, monkeys. Monkey. But yeah, so that doesn't bode well for human beings. But human beings who need that brain chip in them. Elon Musk's been working on this for like 6 years now. So he's so it sucks. Mm. Da, 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 da. Oh god. I don't have any water. Oh god. I got chapped lips. Got lips. Where's the chapstick? Oh god. can't burp. Can't burp. I don't want to do my homework assignment. Dang it! I feel a burp coming on, but I can't get it out. Oh god. Anyway, what was I talking about before? I was talking about something. Fashion? Oh yeah, I like girls who are in their PJs. That's right. Girls in their PJs. Hell yeah. That's my favorite kind of fashion. I only wear my PJs most of the time, so. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Holy crap, I've been on here for 8 hours. Jesus. If I get off stream, I'm gonna have to do my homework. I don't want to do my homework. I don't want to take the hit to my grade. You know, they judge your GPA pretty seriously in college. Not like super seriously. I mean, you could get straight C's and still pass, but typically it's not. Typically it's frowned upon. So I have it's not just like A, B, C, D, F. It's like A plus, A minus, and they give you an adjusted point average based off of that. So, you know, like back in high school, if you got an A plus, that was 4 points. If you got an A minus, that was 4 points. You know, as long as you were above 90%, then you got the 4 points on your grade point average. And so if you got all 90% throughout all your grades, then that's technically all A's, and so you get a 4.0 GPA. College is a little different. They actually take off. If you get an A plus, it's 4 points, but then if you get like an A minus, then you don't get the full 4 points there. You get like 3.5 or something like that. Anyway, so it's not just, oh, I gotta get above a 90% to get an A anymore. You know, it's like I gotta get like an A or an A plus in order for, you know, I gotta get the highest thing possible for it to count for me. So with all my classes that I've been taking, you know, I've been getting A pluses so far. I got like a 99% in English composition last semester, and of course I got 100%. Or I think I got like a 98 in college readiness. So that's two A pluses. So this semester I'm taking psychology and public speaking. So in psychology I have like a 95 or 96 right now. I've been missing some points on tests. Even though online school, so it should be pretty easy, but I've been missing points on tests. So I got like a 95. So I got like a flat A. I want to get that up, but I mean it doesn't matter to me. But in communications, which is the class I hate right now, I have an A plus. I have like a 99.2%, something like that. Anyway, I missed like 1 point on a quiz, but then I've gotten 100% on everything else. But I have two pretty big homework assignments due this weekend. I have one due in like 2.5 hours, and then I have another one due Sunday night. And I mean, I don't want to do them, to be honest, but the one tonight should be easier. I'm just supposed to like look at online sources and describe if they're credible or not or whatever. So I mean, it's not that much of a task, but but the one due tomorrow night is like we have to prepare for the speech. We're supposed to give like this really big speech that's worth like a third of our grade at the end of the semester. And I can typically, with speeches I can just wing it. I described to you guys before how with the speeches that I gave when I used to go to college, I would just wing it. I would think about the main talking points in my head, and then I would just expand upon them. I would just get in front of the class and just expand upon them for the first time ever in front of the class. But eventually so I would essentially make it up on the fly. The professor, he eventually wanted us to have note cards to turn in, and he wanted a script of our speech prepared beforehand, and for us to get in front of the class and state our speech, and he would follow along on the script and grade us for how accurately we followed the script. That's not good. That's not indicative of public speaking. You don't memorize a speech from start to finish with public speaking. That's not how I do it. So I don't believe that's the right way. I don't believe that like Academy Award winners memorize an entire speech start to finish when they go up there and speak in front of everybody. I think they have general points of what they want to talk about. They plan a joke or two or an anecdote, but then they kind of tell it fresh, right? It's improv. So I think that's how most public speakers do it. They don't memorize a script start to finish. It's how some of them do it. Anyway, that's how I prefer to do it. So anyway, so that public speaking class I stopped going because I wasn't gonna prepare a speech beforehand and sit there and memorize it. It's a lot of work. So I wasn't really up for doing school anyway. But I would have passed that class if I was allowed to just wing. If I was allowed to just wing it. Which honestly, I should have just gone into class and handed the dude a blank piece of paper and said, my speeches come organically to my brain, and then just done it. And he would have marked off the points, but I still would have passed the class, because he's not going to fail me if I still give good speeches. He was giving me A+ on my previous speeches, so. But yeah, that's how I naturally do it. I don't, if I memorize a speech and then I have to recite it from memory, I get nervous, and I'm trying to look around, trying to remember the words that I had prepared, all that sort of stuff. It's terrible. The last time I did it, it was, it ended up really like jittery and stuff. But, so with this class, none of this has been a problem because I've been typing up myself notes, and then I'll just look at the notes while I'm giving the speech. But just so I don't have to memorize everything, because they ask you a bunch of questions. She's like, okay, do a speech on answering these questions, and she'll give me like 6 questions. And it's like, I can't memorize all 6 questions and memorize my answers to them, so I'll write down little bullet points, right? Because that's something where you have to memorize it. It's not just, oh, give a eulogy and then you know what a eulogy is. And so all you have to know is what's a eulogy and who are you talking about? What, who's the topic, right? My other speech class, I gave a eulogy on my dad. So that was fine. My dad's not dead, but I pretended like he was. He's dead to me. And then I just gave that. So I'm like, okay, eulogy is a speech about a dead person. And then I was like, okay, I picked my dad. Came up with the bullet points in my head beforehand. Boom, there I go, right? I talk about one thing until its natural conclusion, and then I think like, okay, what else was I gonna say? And then, oh yeah, this, and then I start talking about that, right? It's a natural talk, right? Just in the same aspect as where I get in front of you guys on stream, and I just talk about whatever the heck I want, right? If I come up with a subject, I will just continue talking about it. When they want you to type up a script for the speech beforehand and memorize it, it is no longer natural. But in public speaking, they teach you, oh, you need to sound as natural as possible. And yet these assignments are requiring a script that makes it the most unnatural memorized thing, memorized from a script as possible, right? A lot of actors will actually say that, like, during very important emotional scenes, a lot of the time where they just nail it, they just get down the emotions so properly. A lot of them will say like, oh yeah, during that scene I deviated from the script and I improv'd it. I just improvised. I just, said what I thought would be the most natural and appropriate thing in that situation, even though it deviated away from, even though it wasn't what the script told me to say. And the movie people decided to keep that in, and it went to the theaters, and people loved it. In like every situation, if you're improving something, then it comes naturally. But, with my last public speaking class, and they didn't allow me to do that, so that last one I dropped out. I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to go through the trouble. If I type up a script, then first of all, that's a lot of work, but then I'd also have to memorize it. And then I have to go into a speech all 3 hours of prep work going into my presentation. How stupid. Plus he was doing this thing where he wasn't going in any kind of order. So you were called at random when you went to class. You were called at random if you were going to present that day or not. So it's terrible. But I understand why he did it, but it's terrible. But anyway, so with this speech class, they're having me prepare my talking points, and they're having me prepare note cards that I have to turn in. And I don't know if there is an actual speech script that I have to turn in too, but I have to get all my talking points researched and crafted in complete sentences. Okay, that's the thing. She gave us an outline for this speech, but it has to be in complete sentences because we have to know how long we're going to be talking and stuff. But that's essentially writing the full script out on the paper. So I essentially have to come up with my script tomorrow for what I'm going to be saying. I haven't thought about this speech at all. I thought about this speech 2 weeks ago when we first got assigned it, and that was it. That was it. I don't even remember what I was brainstorming back then. But anyway, so that's tomorrow's assignment. So oh my god, I'm gonna actually have to do that. God, fucking. Yeah, I could probably just half-ass it and get some of the points. Honestly, I'm not gonna prepare my whole speech tomorrow. And then next week we gotta prepare note cards. We have to prepare our note cards and turn them in. So I don't know what she expects. Like, you gotta take a pic, you gotta do the note cards and take a picture. But whatever. So we have to prepare our note cards. What we're gonna be writing on the note cards. And I don't know what I'm gonna be writing on the note cards. When I did my last speech and I had to use note cards, I prepared my note cards the same instance that I was doing my speech, because I would recite my speech, practicing it, and then I would say, I would recite my speech, practicing it, and then I would, what should I call it? And then I would be like, okay, I'm messing up here. I don't remember this thing, so let me write that down on the note card. So, I mean, honestly, she's not going to see the note cards when I present, so I can just freaking... So, I mean, I could probably just make something up and then just change it later before the actual speech. So. Or I could just make the note cards and do my whole speech next week when I do the assignment, and then just record it and then just not turn it in. So I'll probably just do that. Get it out of the way. That way I don't have to worry about it anymore. Or I won't have to worry about it the next week. Because 2 weeks from now, I have to do the full formal speech, and then she wants a second speech about, talking about how we liked the class or something like that. So I don't know why she's having us do both in the same week, but this seems like it could have been spaced out a little bit better, but whatever. So, anyway, I hate this. I'm hating this class because I actually have to think about all this stuff, and the thinking is so spread out. It's our final project, but we chose our topic 2 weeks ago. And 2 weeks from now, we're presenting. So that means that we have to have had this speech subject in our minds for a full month. And I can't keep something in my head for a full month. I can barely keep something in my head for half a day, much less a full month. Especially with these assignments, they're so spaced out. And the thing is, she won't let you do future assignments ahead of time. So I had to think, every week I had to think about my topic a little bit. And then do the assignment, and then wait a full week, right? I have to push it on the back of my mind and wait a full week in order to get the next week's assignments. And then I get to think about my speech a little bit more this time. It's so spaced out. Whereas, I could have done all this in a day. I could have picked my topic, come up with my thesis, my major points, done my research, wrote out my entire speech, start to finish on the script, done my note cards, and recorded the full thing. I could have done all that in 6 hours. And I would have loved to take a Sunday and just do that. But she wouldn't let us do that. I didn't have any heads up on any future assignments or what they would be or anything like that. So, she won't let you do that. So, that's where I work best. So I don't know how I'm gonna do tomorrow's assignments, because I haven't, like I said, I only think about this once a week when I have to do my homework, and I haven't thought about this at all. The last time I seriously thought about my topic was 2 weeks ago when I first picked it, because I was like, okay, what subject can I write a speech on? And then I picked one, and then I came up with the full thing and all that. I am doing a speech on whatchamacallit. Sustainable living. The whole doing the farm thing. So my whole premise is that I'm trying to convince people to start farm life so that they can, because the world's going to shit right now, and we don't know if there'll be food at the grocery store, you know, next week. So start your own sustainable living setup now so that you don't have to rely on the economy being good. And then I was going to do research on like how the supply chains are being screwed up, and there's you know, food shortage, so there's that threat of like, okay, you know, we could need it, we could not have this, and then, you know, I do research on on sustainable living methods, you know, the whole aquaponics thing and all that stuff. So I figured, you know, at the time, you know, 2 weeks ago, I figured, okay, this is something I've been doing a lot. Every night I've been watching YouTube videos on sustainable living, so I know a lot about this and I can talk a lot about this. So, you know, I can do this as a subject. It was a little harder than other subjects, but I'd be able to do it. But then I picked the topic. I did a little presentation about what I was going to be talking about and stuff. And then I forgot about the topic because I didn't need to think about it anymore, because I didn't actually need to do my speech in that moment. So I forgot about it, and then I've stopped watching sustainable living videos. And so yeah, now the topic's completely lost on me. Like, beyond what I just said my topic was about, I have nothing. So it's like I don't know what I'm gonna do. And I think she wants all the research done by tomorrow, so I don't want to have to rush and do all my research. She didn't parse this out at all. She gave us an assignment about credible research, which is like the longest assignment we've ever had, because we have to answer like 30 questions. And that's due today. And then we have to do another, and then tomorrow we have to do all of our research, and make sure it's credible, and use the research, and come up with all of our talking points, and write it out in full sentences in the form of a full script, start to finish. And that we got to do all of that in one day. It's ridiculous. I mean, obviously we have more than one day to do this, but she assigned that. She assigned in 1 week we had to do the basic outline, and we have to do this credible internet source activity sheet that's due in 2 hours now, and we also have the full outline. And it's like she didn't space these out like at all. She didn't let, you know, the way that she organized the assignments, there was no opportunity for them to grow organically, or the topics to grow organically. So, I mean, it's just stupid. I don't know. Anyway, I should probably start that assignment that's due tonight. Her due dates are really weird too. She's been having half of a week's worth due on Wednesday, and then half of the week's worth due on Friday. And each section is just, it's a quiz and like a little presentation. It hasn't been that bad. But this week, next week, and the final week, she's having it like a third of the work is due Wednesday. A quiz is due Friday, a big assignment Saturday, and then an even bigger assignment Sunday. And she's having us do that for this week, next week, and then the final week we have to do our big old presentation. So, it's really weird. So, I don't know, just whatever. But I mean, point being, I should probably do that right now. So, God, I know, like, the instant I end stream and I get up to go to the bathroom, I am like I am on the verge of falling asleep right now. I haven't been getting enough sleep. I got yesterday, yesterday I got 3 hours of sleep from like 9 p.m. to midnight, and then I couldn't go to sleep anymore. And so I laid in bed for like 5 hours, and then I got up. And so I was awake from like midnight to like 11. And then I was like, okay, I can't do this anymore. And I took a nap. But then I napped until like 4 in the afternoon. And I woke up in a sweat because it's hot in my room. And then, I stayed up until midnight last night, or like 1 a.m. I stayed up till 1 a.m. last night. And then I went to bed, but then I only slept for like 5 hours. And I woke up before my alarm. Yeah, anyway, I was planning on streaming yesterday, but I was just so sleep deprived that... Plus I didn't even know if like it would be cool to stream or if I'd have anyone watching or whatever, so I didn't. Yesterday, so I streamed today. I talked for a while. I've been streaming, God, almost 9 hours now, so hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I like doing the stream at 10 o'clock, because after I've streamed for a while, it's still like the afternoon, or it's like the early afternoon still. 4 hours into the stream, it's only like 2 p.m., which is cool. So, I feel like I've been on here talking and hanging out all day. I haven't played the game at all, so if you guys did come for the gameplay, I apologize. But yeah, I just... But yeah, I have a little more than 2 hours to get that assignment done. I don't even know, I haven't looked at the assignment yet. God. Christ. I barely looked at the assignment. Might as well turn my computer on. Oh yeah, I hope the sounds of the game aren't like putting you guys off or anything. I haven't had my headphones in, so I haven't been hearing it, but I know like it's some eerie music, and then the rats are pitter-pattering on the loading screen. I didn't think I would be talking for this long, so otherwise I guess I could have turned down the volume. I'm not gonna turn down the volume now. I'd have to turn it back up the next time I do this, and I might get off stream soon. Hope you guys liked the topics that I've been talking about. I've been talking for like 8 hours straight. Holy crap. I guess I had a lot to say. Well, it was just repeat of other stuff or whatever, but I don't even remember what I was talking about in the beginning. Oh yeah, I was talking about my music. That's right. I listen to a lot of Nightcore songs. Nightcore's cool. It's not the emo kind of Nightcore that you know, the angsty preteen boys and girls listen to. It's like it's just simply like higher pitched sped up remixes of regular songs. So but yeah. Oh yeah, next week, Elden Ring is coming out. Oh yeah, it's coming out Thursday. Thursday. I don't know if it's like Thursday day or if it's technically Thursday because it's like 11:59 at night or whatever. But anyway, so that should ship out. I should get it by Saturday. I'm hoping I get it by Friday, but if not, I might get it by Saturday. It's gonna be cool. I'm getting the game, and I'm getting a steelbook case with it, so that'll be good. But I'll I should get it by Saturday, so I have to install the game. But I should have it all installed and ready to stream by next Sunday, which would be good, because I'll start the game on stream, but then I'm definitely gonna play it on my own, like off stream, unless you guys want me to stream it, but like during the week and stuff. But yeah, my college classes will be out by then, or well, no, that's the last week. So if I do my final speech before then I won't have to worry about it, and then I'll only have the one assignment for that class, and then I'll have my psychology assignments, which, yeah, it'll be cool. Psychology. Oh yeah, I've been my psychology textbook is actually really cool. It's talking about like human behavior and how people develop and different theories on like different elements of psychology. It's really cool. It's stuff that I'm super interested in, but I'm a lazy piece of poop who won't read a textbook start to finish, so I've only been skimming it and then just like doing the quizzes cold turkey. But or doing the quizzes off the cuff, I guess. But which is why I don't have the best grade. I mean, it's still the A. But let me see here. What is my grade? I'll put you guys in front of my computer so I can actually do stuff like that. Do this. Turn it. Ikedo. Ikedo. Alright, here we go. Hope you guys can hear me. Alright. Grades. Grades for Big Pasta, public speaking. Oh, yeah, what do I have so far? What's today, the 19th? Well, I have a 99.88%. in this class, so that's cool. And then, although I was trying to calculate if I just send effort to these assignments, then... Oh, I don't have to do the full thing tonight, I just have to do some of the outline tonight. I have to do the full outline by next Wednesday, okay. Video assignment, upload your note cards. Wait, you want me to record a video of me of me showing the note cards. Ugh, whatever. I don't think I can get my speech done ahead of time. Or maybe I can. So it looks like these assignments I'll have to do some of them ahead of time. Anyway, if I forgo this assignment... Nah, whatever, I'll just BS it and then turn it in. She's like really easy on the grades, so... Ugh. I have like... I don't know if you guys noticed when I streamed with my webcam on the a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I have a 95 in psychology. Not the best grade, but whatever. Okay, unweighted, which means if I do 10, 20, 30, and then 90 would be 340 or 440. So 425. Oh, whoops. Calculator. 425 over 440. It's 96%. Oh, so it doesn't realistically matter. Okay. Well, can't get a good grade on that. Anyway. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So I don't know if you guys noticed, a couple weeks ago I live streamed my face. I had a little beard. It was mostly my chin beard. It was my chin and the stubble. And then I had like a little hairline outlining the chin. Well, since then I shaved that hairline that outlined my jaw, and I kind of shaved my sideburns too, just a little bit. But I kept the chin part and the stubble. So now I have this giant like this little mess of hair on my chin that's actually really long. It's like I'd say it's like 3 to 4 inches long. So it's pretty nice. It's very like full body, and I have the stubble. But like that's it. So I kind of look like Abraham Lincoln, you know. Abraham Lincoln had oh, I don't even look like Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln had the full thing. He had like the full... He had the full beard, just without the mustache. I have just the chin part of Abraham Lincoln's beard. So... Anyway, it's been like in my face this whole time, like especially when I'm sleeping, it really like presses itself up. Like when I put my face in my pillow, sometimes the hair will actually push against the pillow and then it'll push up. And then the hair's long enough to where it'll go from my chin to like my bottom lip. So if I open my mouth when I put my face in the pillow, even just a little bit, I might get some of my chin hair in my mouth. it's like that long. So it doesn't seem that long, but it ends up being that long. So it's been happening a lot. It'll happen like 3 or 4 times a night, at least, every night. So I'm kind of peeved about it. But I'm just like... So I've been contemplating just shaving it off. It's taken me like months to grow it though. I started growing this in like Christmas, I think. So it's taken me a couple months to grow it out this long. So all this effort to grow this, and then I'm just gonna shave it off. But I don't know. Obviously, you guys can't see it. But I was debating setting up my PlayStation camera for today's stream, but I decided against it. But oh. But yeah, so I'm debating shaving this or not. I don't know. Anyway, not for the next day at least. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I want to tell you guys about this. I was thinking about this recently. And so I looked it up. I knew that it was a fallacy. And I was right. It has an actual name to it. So... you guys know what a fallacy is, right? It's basically, a fallacy is when somebody uses an argument, or when somebody is debating with you and they dismiss your ideas based off of certain criteria. So, straw man fallacy, or like or ad hominem, or things like that. Where is... they're not... okay, informal fallacies. Okay, here we go. Where's ad hominem? Ugh, they don't list it. God damn it. Okay. Okay. So, you guys have probably heard of ad hominem and straw man before. Ad hominem is basically like, okay, let's say you're making an argument, and you let's say that you make an argument and you're having a debate or a discussion with somebody, and you make a point in the argument saying, okay, this is what I think, this is, this is why this is, and this is my evidence to prove it, and whatnot. And so the person responding to you will, in order to fight back against your argument, they will, they could commit a fallacy. And there's a bunch of different fallacies, but basically they are not, whatever they do, they're not addressing your main argument or the words that you said. They're going to attack something else in the discussion in order to make your point less credible. So ad hominem is a fallacy where, somebody will attack you, you'll make a statement, and then somebody will dismiss your statement, saying that, they'll use an attack on your character. Oh, well, you're not a good person, so your argument, so I'm not going to listen to your argument. Oh, well, oh, you don't know, you're not in that position, so why would I trust anything that you say? Or, things like that, right? It's a, if you're trying to make, like, let's say you make an argument like, oh, hey, climate change is bad. Let's say you say that to somebody, hey, climate change is bad. We should really stop polluting everything. And the person you're talking to will say, oh, well, I don't think that's right. You're not an environmentalist. You don't know what you're talking about. So I'm not going to listen to you. That would be ad hominem. Your argument is being dismissed, and the person isn't going to listen to what you say, and they use an attack on your character. Or, oh, they could instead of that, they could say something. You say, oh, hey, climate change is happening, is bad, we should stop polluting. And they could be like, oh, so now you start caring about, the other person could say, oh, so now you start caring about something, right? When, you don't care about other things, so why should I listen to you when you care about this thing? They're making an attack on your character, on who you are as a person, that has nothing to do with the actual argument of climate change, right? Their attack on your character has nothing to do with climate change. And the validity of that, they're dismissing what you say in general by attacking your character. They're dismissing you as a person, therefore giving them a false justification to dismiss what you're saying. If you say like, hey, you should really stop being a bully, then they could, instead of addressing that, they could respond with an attack on your character. Oh, but you do this all the time too. Or, oh, oh, you're not so good of a person compared to me. Or something like that, right? They're not addressing the problem. Like if somebody's a bully and you tell them to stop, they're not going to address the fact that they need to stop being a bully. They're going to attack the speaker who told them that in order to dismiss the argument. And the problem is that, these fallacies, they have nothing to do with the actual topic of the argument. They are all trying to dismiss the argument by using something else that's completely unrelated. When you have a discussion with two people, you need to stay on the topic, right? You need to, I say something and then you respond with something back. You stay on topic. If you're trying to win an argument, you still need to stay on topic. If your point of view is really superior, then you need to use supporting evidence for the topic, for your point of view, right? But fallacies don't do that. That's how you have a normal conversation. Fallacies don't do that. Fallacies, in an argument, somebody will use a fallacy in order to attack a person to dismiss their claim to it. Let's say you say something that's really good argument, like the whole stop being a bully thing, right? Nobody can argue that you should be a bully. So how does a bully win in an argument about stopping being a bully? Well, the bully can't, win an argument by saying, oh, but bullying is good, right? They can't bring that up because it's not, right? You guys can see the flaw in that argument, so they would be laughed at. So instead, the bully, instead of admitting defeat, they double down and they try to win the argument by using a fallacy. They use ad hominem by attacking your character. Oh, you're not such a good person either, remember that one time you were mean that one day? Well, so I'm not going to listen to you say that I should stop being a bully because you're a hypocrite. They're using an attack on your character. It might sound like a valid argument. It's not. Because what they just said has nothing to do with the fact that they are continuing to be a bully. It has nothing to do with that person. It's an attack on your character, right? It has nothing to do with the actual topic at hand. Even if they are somehow relating the topic to you, that's not what you're talking about right now. It's still not the same topic. So that's ad hominem. It's an attack on your character. With strawman arguments, a strawman fallacy is a strawman fallacy is similar, where you, I'm sure you guys have heard this too, where you argue against something and you make it sound like you're talking about that thing, right? Like I was just saying, but you dismiss the topic by attacking other aspects of the subject. A common example would be, we should not build bike lanes because cyclists run red lights and endanger pedestrians. That's a strawman argument. It might sound like, oh yeah, cyclists are doing all these bad things, we shouldn't build bike lanes. But those two are not related to each other. Cyclists, whether a bike rider runs a red light or endangers pedestrians, has nothing to do with bike lanes. It's the same realm of topics, but it's not the same exact topic, right? So if you were to say something like, oh, we should build more bike lanes because biking, it's a sustainable mode of transportation. And then somebody else says we shouldn't build the bike lanes because cyclists run red lights and endanger pedestrians. Then it's, it has nothing to do with their response to you, it has nothing to do with the actual argument. If that makes sense, because, it's, while you are still talking about the same group of people, it's not relevant. And what a strawman fallacy does is that they break down they weaken the subject's defenses so that they can break it down, right? You think about, like, if you had to physically fight against a real person, it'd be pretty tough to fight against a real person. You think about an argument like a real person, right? You have to fight against this real person physically. That's going to be pretty tough. But if you transform, instead of fighting a real person, how about you just fight a dummy made of straw, right? A straw man. This is where the phrase comes from. if you had to fight a straw dummy physically, you'd probably win. Anybody would win. It's a piece of straw, right? It's a bunch of straw just strung together. You can just kick the thing and it'll go flying. What a straw man fallacy aims to do is it aims to take the central topic and it tries to make that topic weaker and weaker, so therefore turning that real topic, that real person, into a straw man. And then when it's really weak, then you can beat it down, right? But the thing is, you're making the credibility and the reputation of the topic itself to be really low when you're not actually when you're not actually talking about the actual topic at hand, right? It's a mismatch between someone's stance and the stance that the opponent is attacking. So it's a workaround, right? You know, the bike lane thing. The dude saying bikers run red lights and endanger pedestrians has nothing to do with bike lanes. It has nothing to do with bike lanes themselves, and it has nothing to do with expanding cycling or expanding biking or anything like that. It might sound like it does. It doesn't. If you instead said, oh, we shouldn't build bike lanes because there will be less room for cars, that actually relates to bike lanes, right? It's not an attack on the bicyclists themselves, because that would have nothing to do with that. If bike lanes themselves were inherently bad, like, there's less room on the road for cars, therefore bike lanes are bad, therefore we shouldn't build them, that's a valid argument. But saying that bike lanes are bad because the people who use the bike lanes are bad, there's a mismatch there. So that's a straw man. Ad hominem was a fallacy where you attack, you don't attack the argument itself, that the point that's being made, you attack the person who is speaking the argument. Oh, your opinion's invalid because you are a bad person, or your opinion's invalid because you didn't come to my birthday party, so I'm not listening to you. That's an ad hominem, right? You guys can probably understand that one a little bit easier. So, I bring all this up because there's a fallacy that I've been thinking about that didn't, in my mind it didn't have a proper name, but I hear it all the time. It's called the fallacy of relative privation. Privation meaning meaning loss, right? Or something like that. So thing is, denies animal cruelty. So, the fallacy of relative privation, you guys won't recognize that name, I certainly didn't, but you guys will recognize the actual concept. When someone dismisses your suffering because other people have it worse. That's what this fallacy does. And again, fallacies are false arguments that have nothing to do with the subject at hand that's being debated. And therefore, they're not valid arguments, right? These are all attacks on something that doesn't have to do with what you're talking about, right? With the ad hominem, they're not addressing the point, they're trying to attack you. Or with straw man, they're not relating to the actual point itself, they're beating around the bush in order to weaken the argument artificially. All of these fallacies are not used to debate in a proper way. These fallacies are instead used to try to win the argument no matter what. The thing is, arguments are not meant to be won or lost. They're meant to be discussions where you can come to the natural conclusion. Hey, there's a problem. Well, I have an opinion on this problem. You have a different opinion. Let's talk it out. Let's come to an understanding. That's what a discussion is supposed to be. That's what an argument is supposed to be. We talk about it. We share our sides. We debate with each other. Yeah, I understand your point, but here's why I think your point is wrong. That's fine in a discussion or an argument. But a fallacy doesn't do that. A fallacy ignores whatever you're saying so that I can make you look bad, or I can dismiss your argument entirely. But you're not using actual evidence for dismissing that argument. You're using something fake, right? You're artificially dismissing the point that's being made itself. Fallacy of relative privation. You guys have definitely heard this one. I mean, everyone gets this, some form of this guilt tripping. Oh, you shouldn't complain about that because people have it worse than you do. Oh, you're not, your problems are not as bad as a homeless person's problems. Oh, your problems aren't as bad as a starving kid in Africa. They have it worse than you, so you'd stop complaining. It's a fallacy. It's a fallacy because they're not addressing your problem. You bring up an issue that's happening, like, I don't know, basic stuff. Hey, I don't like the food you made today. And then fucking your parent goes, oh, don't complain about the food. There are plenty of starving kids in Africa who would love your food. It's a fallacy. Your parent is not addressing the fact that the food tastes bad. They are dismissing your argument, which is a valid point, because it's just an observation. They're dismissing your argument through a falsehood, through just making it irrelevant, right? Oh, basically what they're saying in that situation is, a starving kid in Africa would eat my cooking, so I never have to improve. That's what they're essentially saying. I never have to make my food taste good or make sure that you like the taste of my food because you don't have it as bad as somebody else. I don't have to listen to you ever say anything because somebody else has it worse. And so whatever negative things you have to say, somebody has it worse, therefore all of your problems are invalid. It's a fallacy because that's not true. Your problems are still valid. You still experience negativity and feel and experience suffering from that negativity and feel the emotions that are associated with that. That's the whole point. You're a human being. And so you experience that. But people who say, oh, you don't have it as bad as this group of people or that group of people, they are dismissing your concerns, and they're showing that they don't care, essentially. They don't care and they don't want to listen to you complain or whatever, right? That's what they're essentially doing, which your complaints could be completely valid. Hey, I got stabbed in the stomach and I'm bleeding to death. Oh, well, I'm sure a starving African kid would take a stabbing over hunger pains any day. Well, what the fuck are you supposed to do? You're still bleeding out here, right? You still have a knife in your gut. You need to go to the hospital. Oh, you don't need to go to the hospital because there are people out there who live in worse pain than you do who are fine at home. And then you bleed to death. Oh, well, she's dead now, or he's dead now. At least, a dead person doesn't have it as bad as, somebody who's living in constant pain. Like, when does it end? You could use this fallacy for every single aspect of life. If you don't like something, don't care, other people have it worse. Oh, you have a serious medical condition? Oh, doesn't matter, other people have it worse. Oh, you're dead? Doesn't matter, people have it worse as the living. Or, oh, other people died in more horrific ways, so therefore your death doesn't matter. Your life doesn't matter. Your concerns don't matter. Your emotions don't matter. It's a fallacy. It's a fallacy because it's dismissing your problems. Human beings, on a natural state, have problems, right? And we make arguments. If all of this sounds anything valid to you guys, then there's a problem, because as human beings, we feel, and we feel negativity and we suffer. Regardless of the severity of that suffering, we suffer. And when you suffer, and when you feel negative emotions, that means that there's a problem to fix. You're feeling these negative emotions, something's bothering you, you gotta address it, right? As a human being, that's what you gotta do, right? Human beings suffer. And yes, suffering is relative to the self. It's not relative to anybody else. If you were the only person on the planet, and you had the same problem, you would not suffer any more or less than if everybody had it worse. Just because other people, it's a fallacy based off of the fact that other people exist, therefore your problems are not as bad compared to them. But that's incorrect. That's incorrect because suffering is relative. It's relative to you. And how much you suffer is individually dependent on you and who you are as a person. Some person could stub their toe and they can feel pain from it, right? You feel a sharp pain from that, but you didn't break your toe or anything, right? But you still feel pain from that. Whereas somebody with chronic daily pain, or somebody who has terminal cancer in a hospital, maybe they're just numb to it by now, right? So they don't care, right? They feel less, somebody with terminal cancer probably feels less pain than you do when you stub your toe on the corner of a table. Just because their condition is worse doesn't mean that they experience more suffering than you. It doesn't mean that your suffering is invalid because they exist. And this fallacy is a fallacy because it doesn't address the actual problem. You complain about your parents cooking. Hey, this tastes bad. You tell your mom or dad. Oh, well, the kid in Africa would still eat it. Well, that doesn't change the fact that that doesn't make it taste any better. Are you going to fix it or what? Are you going to address the actual problem, or are you going to ignore it? If somebody's cooking tastes bad, they need to change their cooking methods. Or they need to prepare something else. If you have a 5-person family and somebody cooks and their cooking tastes bad, then when you address the problem, maybe the solution is, hey, that person just shouldn't cook. maybe we should have somebody else cook, and this person who's bad at cooking can go do another chore instead. You know, something where they don't have to worry about bad cooking. That would be the actual, like, eventual conclusion to that argument. But instead of that, which would be a proper argument, instead you have the cook saying, a starving homeless person would eat my cooking. You know, you're lucky to live under a roof and have 3 meals a day. Which I'm sure you guys have heard. All of us have heard that. It dismisses the problem, and by dismissing the problem, it creates this issue where somebody who's bad at cooking is still cooking every day. You're going to continually eat bad meals, and that, if nothing else, is an inefficient way of using cooking ingredients. I mean, what a waste. You're wasting good food, good cooking ingredients on somebody who's going to make it taste bad. Whereas if you put a different person in the kitchen instead of them, then those ingredients would actually taste good in a properly cooked dish. But instead you're not doing that. Instead you're not solving the problem by using the fallacy of relative privation, by saying that, oh, well, other people have it worse, so shut up. Then you are dismissing the problem, you're dismissing that person's concerns, and you are not fixing the problem. You are not fixing the problem. When you dismiss the problem, you're not fixing it. And when it's not fixed, then the world is a more negative place. If you have to deal with somebody shitty cooking, the world is you are going to feel negative about that no matter what. And you know, the world will be a more negative place. By simply dismissing somebody's concerns, they are making the world a more negative place, because the person whose concerns are being dismissed is going to feel negative from not being cared about, and they're also going to feel negative from the continuing problem of whatever they're talking about. Oh great, I have to put up with mom's shitty cooking again, and if she's proven to me that she doesn't care, so she doesn't care about me, so that's a double negative, right? That's two terrible emotions to feel every single dinner. Like, holy crap. Instead you could have just instead of using this fallacy that doesn't address the problem, you could have just fixed it. Oh, well, if my cooking's so bad, then why don't we just have somebody else cook then? And then somebody else cooks, maybe dad cooks instead of mom. And then dad's cooking is okay. The cooking got fixed, so that's a positive. And your concerns got cared for. Your words were heard and somebody cared enough to listen to you. That's another positive. And mom doesn't have to cook anymore. And, that's another positive. There we go, right? Whenever it does not matter the situation, whenever anybody says, oh, well, you don't have it as bad as somebody else, then every single time they are making the world a worse place than it could be. They are making the world a worse place by saying that. They're dismissing the problems of whoever they're talking to. They're dismissing their emotions, which is a negative, and they're not fixing the problem that's being complained about in the first place. They're making the world a more negative place by doing this. Which makes this a shitty argument. I mean, that's not the only thing that makes it a shitty argument, but that makes it a shitty argument. There is no one person who has it worse than anybody else. And in fact, even if that person existed, out of the 7 billion people on the planet, this fallacy, if we take it seriously, means that only the absolute worst off person on the planet can be cared about. And the other 7 billion of us just have to deal with it. We're not allowed to express any negativity against any problems. We're not allowed to express negative feelings against anything. We're not allowed to fix our problems because, oh, somebody has it worse. The rest of the goddamn planet has to just suck it up and ignore their problems and not fix anything that's going wrong in the world. Oh, there's a dictatorship and people are suffering under a tyrant? Under a tyrant for a president? Oh, well, somebody has it worse. Oh, there are people starving on the streets? Oh, well, there's somebody who has it worse. Oh, global warming is happening? Oh, well, there's somebody who feels the effects of it worse. You can use this fallacy for anything, and it dismisses everything. What are we supposed to just not fix our problems? Are we just supposed to ignore our problems because, oh, it's not as bad as somebody else's? No. If we continue to do that on a global scale, nothing would get done, nothing would get fixed, and everybody would suffer. Everybody would suffer if we took this fallacy seriously. On a global scale, that's what would happen. On an individual scale, meaning single people or a group of people, somebody using this argument is making somebody's life a worse place. They're not fixing the problem that's being talked about, and they are making it well known that the person doesn't care. That's why this exists as a fallacy, and that's why this fallacy, like all the other fallacies, is used to just shut down people. It's not used to win an argument. It's used to shut down people so they can't talk anymore. Because if I shut you up, then I win, no matter how wrong I am. If I say, oh no, global warming is actually good for the planet and we shouldn't worry about climate change, then every point you try to argue against me with, I just shut down by using ad hominem. Oh, well, you're not a good person, so you don't deserve to talk. I use straw man. Well, actually, oil companies are good, so we shouldn't restrict them. Or if I use relative privation fallacy. Oh, well, you don't have a right to talk about global change because you don't have it as bad as people who live on the equator or people who live elsewhere who are affected by this. Any one of these fallacies, there's a whole list of fallacies. And any one of these fallacies I could use, or all three of them. In fact, I just used all three of them for one argument. I didn't even have to listen to what you guys were going to say on climate change. Because I didn't have to, because you guys noticed that, right? In order to use all of these fallacies, I didn't even need an argument to be arguing against. Because in a two-way discussion, I make a point, you make a point, I respond, you respond. It's a back and forth using the information that we exchange with each other. That's how a discussion works. With fallacies, you're not doing that. You're not listening to the other person. You're not considering what they are saying. You are just simply using a fallacy to attack them and dismiss their problems, to dismiss anything that they say, and it doesn't matter what they say. That's the thing about fallacies. You guys might think that when somebody uses ad hominem, when somebody uses straw man or relative privation, that they are making a valid argument. They are not. And the very proof of that is that you can use any one of these fallacies regardless of what the other person says. In fact, the other person doesn't even have to say anything. You could walk in, spout all these say your position, spout all these fallacies about how the other person is wrong and doesn't get it, and they're privileged, and their argument's weak, and blah blah, and then walk out of the room. It's a one-sided discussion. And therefore it doesn't address anything, because you don't need anything to address in order to make the fallacy, which means that any time that a fallacy is used in an argument essentially means that you are not responding, or that person is not responding to the actual points being made in the argument. They are just simply trying to beat down your point, and in a lot of cases, beat down you, in order to dismiss whatever you had to say or whatever you could have said. That's what it is, which means that it's an argument not based on evidence. It's an argument not based on different perspectives that you could take. It's an argument that is not backed by any kind of actual evidence. You know, if you brought up evidence of like global change affecting the planet and destroying ecosystems, let's say, and then I said, nope, you know, the people who did that study, they didn't have it as bad as other people. There we go. I just dismissed your whole study. Was it an actual reputable study? Yeah, it was. Of course. Of course, it was an actual credible study by people who care about the planet. I just dismissed it. Did I dismiss it falsely? Yeah, of course I did. I used a fallacy, right? I didn't even listen to your argument. I didn't even need to listen to my argument. I could have my headphones on, listen to music, and still beat you in an argument, because fallacies do not require you to actually listen to the person or actually consider anything, which makes it a moot discussion. It makes it so that you don't actually address anything. It's just like I said with the, oh, you don't have it as bad as starving children thing. It's just simply trying to dismiss the other person's viewpoint without even needing to hear it. You're right, and nobody else is right except for you're the most right in the room. Whoop-de-doo, and you need to prove that to everybody. It's not about being right anymore. It's not about coming to an understanding and a logical conclusion that's good for everybody. It's not about that at all. It's about the person using the fallacies, their need to win because they are insecure of the fact that they're going to lose. These are people who cannot accept defeat. These are people who they can't back up their arguments with any sound logic. Oh, I shouldn't be a bully. Oh, I shouldn't abuse my kids. Oh, I shouldn't pollute the planet. Oh, I shouldn't kill seals. Oh, I shouldn't murder people. Oh, I shouldn't commit arson. Well, the victims of my crimes don't have it as bad as other people in the world, and so therefore I can do whatever I want and harm as many people as I want, because because the people that I do harm don't have it as bad as anyone else. Do you guys understand yet why that's a bad argument? Why using this fallacy in any situation is a bad argument? I mean, to me it's pretty obvious. As like I said earlier, I can make any argument and I can win the argument. But what do you accomplish by winning an argument through not addressing the points? Well, first of all, you didn't win it. You didn't convince anybody of anything. You made the world a worse place by inducing all this negative emotion, whether you dismissed the person's concerns, or whether you attacked their character and made them feel bad, or whether you made fun of them for having such a weak argument, even though you're the one who weakened it, and their concerns were valid. So you made the world a worse place, and you didn't actually address the problem being addressed. And you can tell this tactic is done by people who, they don't care. They don't care about solving the problem. And a lot of the time these people are a little narcissistic. they're so self-centered that they can never be wrong. They're in the right and everybody else is in the wrong. That's the mindset that they have. And it's an unconscious thing, this mindset. These people aren't interested in fixing problems. They're not interested in making life better for anybody. They're only interested in winning and feeling good for winning. And if they can use these fallacies to make somebody feel bad for even trying to argue against them, then they get that ego boost. They get the dopamine hit in their brain. Oh yeah, I felt good being powerful. Oh, I'm so powerful because I used a bunch of fallacies to beat down someone's argument. And they were too naive of the world in order to understand. I mean, you have parents who argue with their kids, and the parents use fallacies. A kid is less likely to use a fallacy because it's a manipulation tactic. Fallacies are manipulation tactics. You are manipulating the outcome of an argument, and you're manipulating people's opinions of certain topics and certain issues through the use of something that is not a real argument, right? Oh, climate change is bad. Well, I can use fallacies like I did before, or I can make actual real arguments. Well, global climate change is actually a natural occurring phenomenon that happens once every few millennia. Just as we had the Ice Age where the Earth got really cold naturally, we also have a global warming where the Earth gets really warm naturally. Look at these statistics dating back millions of years that show the Earth's overall average temperature getting warmer and then colder in cycles. So global warming, while it's not necessarily the best thing, is a naturally occurring phenomenon that was going to happen anyway, even if humans didn't dig up and start burning fossil fuels. There you go. And obviously you can argue against that, but especially since I don't have my statistics up right now for that. But I could, you could, if you have nothing to say against that, I could say I won the argument. But I didn't just win the argument, because just winning the argument would have been using a fallacy and just telling you how wrong you are. No, I actually provided real evidence to address the problem, and then to not dismiss the problem, but to alleviate concerns about this problem. You shouldn't be scared of global warming because this occurs naturally on the planet anyway, right? Instead of just saying like, oh, you're not an environmentalist, so what would you know about global warming? Maybe you should read a book and get a degree before you come talking to me about something you don't understand, right? That's a fallacy. That's a fallacy, and it does nothing but make the person look bad, and it's not convincing at all. It's not convincing at all, but you don't have anything to say against that, because a fallacy it's not meant to win, it's meant to shut down the other person, but not continue the discussion, not continue the arguments. Whereas something like the evidence I showed actually it wins the argument, but it does so in a way where it can convince the other person to agree with me. I'm not just shutting you down. I'm not just going to sit here and make you feel bad. I'm going to tell you why I think, you're wrong, but I'm going to tell you why I think that, and if you want to continue discussing it, then we can continue discussing it, and I'll try to support myself. As long as it's not a roundabout argument, right? As long as it's not a oh no I'm right sort of thing, then you can continue the actual discussion. An argument isn't about who is right or wrong. I mean, when a problem is addressed, it comes up, then yeah, you gotta, an argument is there to deal with it. Oh, your cooking's bad. Oh, my knee hurts. Oh, I'm hungry and there's no dinner. Right? Oh my God. Can you imagine if you were raising kids and then your like 6-year-old kid says, you know, Daddy, I'm hungry, but there's no food. And then you yell at them, you know, you got 2 meals today. There are kids in Africa who are younger than you. There are babies out there who didn't get to eat anything today because US government aid didn't get to them in time. So stop complaining and go to bed. That's a one-way ticket to get CPS to show up at your door, that's for sure. You know, get that child into protective custody. You didn't win that argument, right? By using relative privation fallacy, telling them, oh, you don't have it as bad. You didn't win that argument. All you did was neglect your child. That's what you did. Congratulations, right? Maybe you can contest the court order to the judge for loss of custody by saying, no, Mr. Judge, but I won the argument. I won the argument because, you know, she didn't have it as bad. My daughter didn't have it as bad as other kids, so she can just suck it up. Who is going to sympathize with that? Nobody. Nobody is. Because they all know what you're doing. You're a weak, pathetic piece of shit for a parent whose only way of winning an argument is trying to make your child feel bad for having basic needs and requirements. The use of fallacy, any fallacy, in an argument shows what kind of person you are. That's what it does. It's sad to see, but it's even sadder. But the thing is, adults can just deal with it, right? You're an adult. You're my age. You know, if I'm my age and I go if I have a discussion with somebody or a debate with somebody, and they start using friggin' any one of these fallacies that I can recognize because I've been exposed to them so much, then I'll just be like, okay, man, whatever. Or, you know, if it's on like a job and it's something to do with like work or whatever, I'll go to the boss. I'll be like, hey, man, you know, this is what I think the problem is. This needs to be done. But my coworker is not willing to do it. There you go. And then you leave it up to the boss, right? If the boss believes in the fallacies that the coworker is saying, then, you know, I just stop caring about it, right? This has happened to me before in the workplace where I'll see an issue and then I'll address the issue to the supervisor, and then somebody else will come in and argue against me and use a fallacy. And then the supervisor will believe the other person. And, you know, at that point I'm just like, okay, that's your decision. You know, you'll live with the consequences. And then I stop caring. And then the consequences happen. And then I'm like, well, you know, it was caused by this that I brought to your attention last week, and you did nothing about it. And then that's on the supervisor, right? But the thing is, in any other aspect of your life, I could just be like, okay, cool. Cool, yeah, you know. You're going to use a fallacy, so you're not going to take this argument seriously, so I'm just going to walk away from this. You know, hit me up when you have a real point of discussion to talk about with me concerning this, and we can continue later. People who I'm acquainted with, that argument is like that. Relationships, that's how that argument is, right? You know, anything like that, but I'm an adult. The sad thing is that, and it is truly despairing, is that there are kids and teenagers and young adults who are not exposed to the sort of backwards concept of fallacies, to the manipulative concept of fallacies, because that's what fallacies are. They're manipulations, right? They're trying to shame you into believing their stance. They're not trying to convince you, they're trying to shame you into it. Oh, everybody else is doing it, therefore you should do it. Oh, you don't have any right to complain, therefore you should believe my stance. I mean, what are you supposed to do at that point, right? It's like, as like a kid or a teenager, you don't know right from wrong. You don't know, like, you're not exposed to these sort of arguments, and especially if you have like a manipulative parent, then you don't, you're exposed to this all the time and you think it's normal. That's the thing. There are kids out there who think this is normal, who think it's normal to be shamed into not complaining about anything because, oh, somebody has it worse than I do. There are kids and teenagers and even people my age who are accustomed to dismissing their own concerns simply because somebody else has a worse somewhere in the world. I don't care if it's your next door neighbor who has it worse. I don't care if it's freaking the person living in the next room to you who has it worse. It doesn't matter. Your concerns are still valid because as human beings we suffer. As human beings we suffer, and we're not, and dismissing them doesn't solve the problem. That's the main point, is that dismissing problems does not solve them. It ignores them and it lets them bubble up inside of you. This is a great way to breed passive aggressive people, right? You take a kid and every single time they bring up a concern, the parent uses the relative privation fallacy. You don't have it as bad as somebody else, so shut up. They didn't get their favorite toy, you don't have it as bad as somebody else. They didn't get to eat tonight, you don't have it as bad as somebody else. They don't have any clean clothes, you don't have it as bad as somebody else. Go to school in your dirty shirt and your dirty underwear. Oh, they have some physical or mental disorder, you don't have it as bad as other people, so shut up about it. Not only do you have all these pervasive problems that come from, having, real concerns being ignored, but even if it's not problems that are that bad, right? Even if your parents aren't going to starve you or dismiss your mental problems or anything like that, what happens is that the more and more you grow up having your problems dismissed with saying, oh, you don't have it as bad, or there are worse problems in the world, or, whatever, right? You're just complaining, shut up about it. If you're told that so many times and you're not allowed to speak up and you're not allowed to express any concern or emotion, then what happens is that you as a kid, you bottle it all up. You bottle it up and you learn to keep your mouth shut because, if nobody's going to care why do I even speak? But you learn to keep your mouth shut and you let it bottle up. Those negative feelings caused by the problems and the neglect do not go away. They will not go away. It's like what I was talking about with the Buddhism thing. The anger never leaves. It just builds up inside of you. And I'm not saying let it go, right? I'm saying get new parents. If only it were that easy. I'm saying you become passive aggressive. A kid who deals with that their whole life is going to grow up to be a passive aggressive adult. Personally, I can't deal with passive aggressiveness. If somebody has a problem with me or related to me or anything like that, they need to speak up about it. The problem is that when you get a passive aggressive person to speak up, they become real aggressive, actually aggressive. So, and then that's a whole thing to deal with. I mean, you need therapy for that, but I'm kind of like a pseudo-therapist, I understand all of these concepts on like a pseudo level. I just don't have any of the real knowledge to deal with it. So, which is what a degree gets you. But I can stand in as one, obviously. I've played therapy for a number of people, so not official therapy, obviously, but just talk about your problems and stuff. I don't mind that. If a relationship requires that of me, then fine. It's just another challenge to the relationship, right? Life is full of challenges, so that's what makes it interesting. But yeah, passive, it breeds, keeping your problems bottled in breeds passive aggressiveness. As long as, if you gotta keep it bottled in, fine, you can't speak about it with the people around you, fine. But as long as, when you get to a point in your life where you can speak about it or you can be open up, as long as you're willing and ready to make that transition from, I was a kid and my parents hated me, so I gotta keep it bottled up. If you're willing to make the transition from that to being a more open and expressive adult, once you get out of that situation, because honestly, you should get out of that situation as soon as possible. But once you're able to do that, then, as long as you can make that transition and recognize that you will have to make that transition, because that's the thing, it's psychological. You have to be able to make that transition from childhood trauma and the consequences of all that to being a not functional adult, being expressive. I love expressive people. I love people who put their emotions out on the table. And, this is what I'm feeling, good or bad. I'll laugh with you, I'll joke with you, I'll cry with you. I'll get angry with you. People who are expressive are, especially girls who are expressive, I love it. Yeah, I absolutely love it. Because it means that you're honest and open and you're comfortable enough to be open with me. That's what it really shows. And it's a little self-centered and egotistical of me to want a girl to be comfortable enough to be open with me. But, screw it, right? Relationships are supposed to be self-centered and egotistical. They're supposed to be you both feel satisfied being with each other. That's what it's supposed to be. Nobody should have to bottle up their feelings when in a relationship. Nobody should have to, deal with the other person or tolerate the other person. It should always be that you want to be with the other person, for good or bad, in sickness and in health. That's what they say in the wedding vows, and it means what it says. You take the good with the bad. You take the bad with the good. That's what it is. So human beings always have both. How much of both or how much of either, it depends. But, if you love somebody, then it's manageable. It's always manageable. But it's not manageable when you're passive aggressive, when you let the childhood trauma carry into your adult life. That's when it's not good. And so you have to be able to recognize that. And that's why people go to therapy. That's why people who are abused by their parents have to do years of therapy in order to sort out those feelings with each other. A therapist understands everything that I said. A therapist understands the use of fallacies to make bad arguments. A parent understands the effects of neglect and emotional abuse and insecurity and all this stuff. The effects that it has on a person. As a child growing into an adult, they understand that. I understand it too. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I don't understand it. I do understand it. So, I don't know. If my future girlfriend or wife ever comes to me and she has some problem like that, oh, I'm passive aggressive because of this, or oh, I'm angry because of this, or oh, I have a mental disorder because of this, and we can work through it together. It's totally fine. As long as she's willing to recognize that that there's this problem that exists, and that she's willing to open up about it, and she's willing to work through it together. That's what it is. And it's not something that can be overcome overnight, You work for it. You work towards it, but you work towards it because you love each other. I would work through it with her because I want a happy relationship. She wants to work through it with me because she wants to have the happy relationship too. So whatever gets you to that point. So unless you're like, I mean, there's some trauma that really can't be healed, but that's the radical stuff. And even that can be it can be mitigated. It can't completely disappear. I don't think trauma completely disappears for the most part, but most of it can almost disappear. It can be just completely dismissed. You'll still have the childhood memories, but after that, you've decided to live your life against what you've been conditioned to. And I think that's probably, it's for the best, right? Unless you grew up in a healthy, happy family where there are no problems, then, obviously, you're pretty well equipped for normal life, but most people aren't. Most people have to deal with, the kind of lives they had to grow up, they had to be as children. I did. I mean, I was neglected. I have to deal with that. I'm still continuing to deal with that. But it's through understanding yourself and understanding the problems that you have, and where they came from, and what you need to do to get past them. And it's a work in progress. I mean, you always work towards that, so it doesn't matter how many times mom and dad used, oh, your problems are meaningless because other people have worse problems. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you heard that every day for your entire life. There will be a day where you stop hearing it because mom and dad aren't there anymore to boss you around. There will be a day where you can be with somebody who won't say that stuff to you because you actually found a good person to be with. Or maybe you do find somebody who will say that stuff to you, but then you're too naive to really recognize that. So, I mean, it can work either way. So, and then you got many more years of that treatment. So, I mean, whatever though. People end up in all kinds of situations. There's not any right or wrong to it. It's just whatever you need to do to create a happy life for yourself. Deal with it in the now best you can, but you hope to move on with life. I don't know. This is all going off the assumption that people can eventually find supportive partners. But I feel like a lot of people in the world, especially in America, they don't know how to be supportive with each other, or it's too much to deal with. And so they just abandon, they're just oh yeah, we broke up because she has a lot of baggage that she needs to work through. It's what a shitty reason to break up. I mean, is she cheating on you? Does she have sexual problems because of her trauma, or does she, I mean, there are some huge ones that are key in that they either break the relationship or they just never go away. That you can't deal with that, right? And sorry for those girls, but or guys, depending. But, I mean, obviously you can't fix a chronic cheater. Even I wouldn't go with someone like that. Of course I wouldn't guess it with someone like that, considering my values. But, deal with it. It's anything else can be worked through, right? So, you just deal with it. Or you don't deal with it. You work through it. You work through it. Both of my parents were, still are, passive aggressive. So I had to deal with that my whole life. But there are ways to get past that. But it requires willingness. Obviously the partner's part to, be willing to help their partner through that. But it requires willingness on your own part to get past it. If you end up passive aggressive, or you end up angry, or you end up narcissistic, or whatever it is, then you have to you have to bring yourself to be willing to help yourself. It doesn't work if you don't. So, it does not work if you don't. I don't know. I think the problem with people is that, not that they have problems, but it's that they are not willing to fix it. Because like I explained with the whole fallacy thing, people are so absorbed in themselves, and they're comfortable. I'm a passive-aggressive person, so it's comfortable for me to ignore people, or it's comfortable for me to bottle up my anger, because you don't want to face the negative emotions and the trauma that comes from opening up. If you're just a little bit angry, maybe you'll be a lot angry when you open up this time. But again, it gets easier over time, but you have to be willing to do it knowing the end result, knowing what you need to do, and then knowing the end result. So it's hard and it's painful mentally, but you won't be able to have a successful relationship if you just ignore it. It's just the same thing with the fallacies. If you ignore and dismiss a problem as being a non-issue, or being, invalid or whatever, or being something you don't need to care about, then the issue still exists. And depending on the issue, it'll always exist, but depending on the issue, it could ruin something good. You can't have that. You can't live life like that. If your passive aggressiveness or your whatever else is preventing you from having happy relationships, or having a happy life, or even being able to smile, then what's the point of holding on to it? Oh, it's easier. Well, it's not that fun. It's not. You're not going to get anywhere you're not going to be able to live a happy life if there's something that's preventing you from being happy, and you don't address it. Then you're preventing yourself from having something that could be good. I don't know. It's sad to see. It's sad to see that human beings develop in these certain ways. Most kids get abused in some capacity. A lot of kids get abused in some capacity. It might just be very light, or it might be super heavy, or it might be in the middle. And again, this is not to dismiss anybody else's abuse. It's always bad feelings. There's always bad feelings that are being there. So, what I went through wasn't that bad. Relatively speaking, it wasn't that bad. But it's still problems I gotta deal with. Like, to this day, it's still problems I gotta deal with. The thing is, I live my life in a way where I can continue forward. I make it a point in myself to pursue whatever is going to make me happy. You have to do that. Even if you can't do it right now, you have to do it eventually, right? 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years from now, you'll have to do it eventually, right? So, I don't know. It's a shame. And fallacies that exist like this, it reminds me of the fact that people have to deal with this. The reason why fallacies are even defined in the first place is because there are people out there who don't understand them. When you have a parent that says, oh, you don't have it as bad as somebody else, so stop complaining, then as a kid, you don't know. You don't know that, hey, this is a pretty shit argument. Hey, they're dismissing my concerns. Hey, I am allowed to feel. I am allowed to feel what I feel because of what I'm going through. Yeah, somebody else has it worse, objectively, but I still feel suffering. So, that shit. Just I don't know. Whatever. Guys, don't let your problems consume you. We all deserve happiness, whether it comes now or whether it comes, way in the future. We'll get through our problems, especially if we have supportive people or a supportive person. In your life, then. And again, it takes for granted because I always imagine myself as a supportive person. I'd be willing to help, not anyone, but, somebody I care about. Be willing to help them through their problems, but I know that, a lot of people aren't like that. A lot of people want somebody who has already fixed themselves and then comes into the relationship as their best. And most people aren't going to be that. And all that teaches is that independence that people can't achieve. All that teaches is that you shouldn't have problems going into a relationship. And so therefore any problems you do have, which obviously you couldn't take care of, in time, you should just shut up about it, right? That's why so many people are passive aggressive. Oh, I don't want to deal with your problems means that oh, I'm not, I just gotta keep it bottled in. Just like I did as a kid. So, I don't know, my defense against it, because I didn't have people who cared about me. So, I got ignored for my whole life, so not disturbed, but not paid attention to either. So what I end up doing, obviously, as you guys can tell from these super long streams, is that I just learned to say whatever I wanted, whenever I wanted. I'll never hold something in, because everything that I have is worth saying. To me. It's worth saying, it's worth talking about. And likewise, I'll listen to anything somebody else has to say. If you want to go on talking for 10 hours straight, then go ahead, I'll love to listen. Let me interject in there, and every once in a while I'll feel involved in the conversation too, just as I would for you. So I'm overly open, and I'm overly expressive about stuff. A lot of the things I say are kind of negative, but it's just my thoughts. I'm not going to keep it in just because it's, something less than positive. If, I always have to have good vibes, then maybe I'll just shut up and not say anything. But that's not the kind of life I want to live. So, you get the bad with the good. So, I've learned to be more expressive. That's how I've dealt with it. More expressive as an adult. And it did take me a long time to get to this point where I was comfortable talking this much. But I did it. I don't know if I did it in the proper way, but I'm still learning. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm still learning. Still work in progress. God, I gotta do this. This is shit. How much time? I have 35 minutes. What is this assignment? What are we doing? Downloads. No, it's not here. What is this? Okay. Guideline for assessing internet research. Oh my god. I'm not gonna finish this in time. I have... It's 15 responses, but... Okay. Each answer is 1 point for a yes or no response, and 1 point for clear reasoning for your response. So, are you saying that I can just type yes or no for every question and not provide a response, a actual, reasoning, and you'll give me half credit? Or I could just turn it in an hour late and then just hope that she doesn't. I turned in one thing an hour late. I turned in a discussion post an hour late. Or, no, I turned in a discussion post like 5 minutes late. And she gave me full credit for it. I don't know if an hour late on this assignment, if she'll give me full credit. Okay. Control click. Nope. Alright. We're just gonna copy and paste. Is the source... I am so tired right now. I do not want to do work right now. Oh my, I am so tired. Holy crap. This assignment is due in literally 30 minutes. Oh my god. My eyes. Holy crap. Okay, what am I doing? Sorry, guys. I should probably end stream right now, to be honest. I'm just gonna be doing this assignment for probably a nice hour and a half. Plus I gotta go to the bathroom and see if there's dinner at all. I did not play the game at all today. So... Okay. Who is the sponsor of the website? What the hell? How do I even find that? Virtual speech. They post a bunch of companies they've worked with, but... Affiliates. Here we go. Wait, join the affiliate program? No, this isn't what I wanted. It's the organization with an appropriate, credible company. Resource Center. What is this website? I don't know why she linked me. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna get off. I gotta focus on this assignment. 10.5 hours, I think. It's been enough time on here, so I gotta go to the bathroom. Just decompress a little bit. Maybe splash water on my face and then get cracking on this. Who sponsors virtual speech? Won several awards for the past couple years. They got these awards. How am I supposed to find what is a source affiliated with an appropriate, credible organization? I don't think so. Or no, wait. I guess. Okay, it's yes. Website seems to be associated with a credible organization, although with a credible, trusted organization. Who's the sponsor of the website? The sponsor of the website? I think it's just the organization that owns the website. The sponsor is Virtual Speech. A trusted virtual training company. Oh, I see. Okay. How's she even gonna grade all this? No, whatever. Does the syllabus say anything about late work? Of course, welcome. The syllabus. Control find late. Late submissions may lose points. May lose points. Ah, I see, okay. Okay, anyway guys, I'm gonna get off the stream. I hope you all enjoyed. I will be on tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna do the second. I should really do the second assignment that I have due tomorrow. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed. Ten and a half hours, my god. Spent a long time on stream. I'll probably do this other assignment tonight. To be honest, I gotta do it. I'm not gonna want to do it tomorrow night. That's for sure, so might as well just do it. But yeah, I gotta finish this one first. But yeah, hope you all enjoyed. I ended up not playing the game at all today, so we'll probably play the game tomorrow. I did want to beat it tomorrow, so that would be good. But so yeah, hopefully I can beat it tomorrow, and then maybe get all the achievements. Hopefully I can beat it tomorrow. I mean, an 8-hour playing session tomorrow should be able to beat it. So hopefully I can. So yeah, I talked about pretty much all I wanted to talk about today. So yeah, but anyway guys, that's gonna do for me. That is gonna do it for me, guys. This has been Big Pasta Gaming. You guys have been Little Pasta watching, and I will see you all tomorrow. Same time, 10 o'clock. I'll just stream all day tomorrow. Keep playing the game, all that good stuff. But yeah. Love your faces. Hope you all got a good sleep tonight. So I gotta get this homework assignment done. Oh my god. I'm just like, I'm about to fall asleep, but I gotta go to the bathroom, get some food, and then do this homework assignment. It's gonna be late, but better like it's better like an hour late than, you know, a day late. So gotta get this done. And then I gotta get the other one done so I don't have to do it during stream tomorrow. So I'm sure it'll be a long one too. So yeah, here guys, I'm gonna head off, do that and all that. So yeah, hope you all enjoyed the stream. Hope you all enjoyed my 10 hours of talking. But yeah, guys, just, I don't know, protect yourselves. Protect yourselves, do what you need to. But yeah, as I was talking about earlier, the whole Air 2 thing is only really like necessary if you actually leave the house all the time and stuff. So obviously, like, you know, you have a good mask and you go out of the house like once in a while, then then it's probably not necessary. But you know, if you have to leave the house every single day, then obviously it is necessary. But I don't know. I don't know how versatile the whole Air 2 thing is either. How like easy it is to work with and move around with. Because I don't know. Oh, it does come with a fabric scarf. What do they mean? What the frick? Oh, they're showing a video on this Air 2 helmet. These people are apparently allergic to pollen and grass and stuff. But they're wearing the helmet around a bunch of flowers and whatnot. And they're not like experiencing any side effects because they're not breathing any of the material, any of the pollen in, because the helmet provides them with filtered air. Huh. Oh, that's cool. There's a video of somebody with the air helmet thing on, and they're apparently they're allergic to cats, but when they're wearing the helmet, they don't they can go up to the cat and pet it and stuff. This kitty could kill me. That's cute. Wait, if you're allergic to like pollen or cats or anything like that, because they're wearing the helmet, so the air is being filtered, but they're not, but yet they're still physically touching the cat. Huh. People are saying the old Air model isn't secure. Wait. The Air 1 is 99.97% effective, but the Air 2 says it's only 96% effective. What the frick? Freely ask questions. While there is still a certain amount of reduction of clarity, Air 2 is organically more effective at enabling communications. Air 2 with its fan suspension modules greatly decrease the overall background noise. Huh. Okay, so okay. So this air thing, I'm getting a little interested, is so the air helmet was designed for, I mean, many situations, but the way they're advertising it now is that you're able to fly in an airplane with it. Basically, they made it flight standard, but you guys know in airplanes, it's a very tightly packed space. And so if someone has COVID on the other side of the airplane, it's probably going to spread to your location in the airplane, especially on a long flight or journey. The mask will apparently this helmet is to be used for, or it can be used for flying. This is a good thing for flyers to protect yourself against COVID. There's a picture on here that shows the dude in the mask and in the helmet, I mean, and he's seated around a bunch of people with masks on. So they started developing this product during COVID, like when COVID first hit. So individuals with extremely large or small heads may not feel comfortable in the air, or in the helmet. Does air fit children? The neck seal will function appropriately on a child-sized neck, however comfort is subjective. While we have customers who have purchased air for their child and loved it, we still recommend the parent purchasing a mask for themselves, allowing the child to wear for at least an hour before purchasing one exclusively for the child. Oh, that's a child, though. the fact that they say this helmet has been used on flights, but please be prepared with a conventional mask in case you run into any misunderstandings. So I'm assuming that that means that the purpose of the helmet is to protect against COVID, because they're describing COVID situations while wearing it. I mean, this helmet is the best thing. It has fans in it, which means that it's going to circulate clean air within your head. When you breathe through a mask, obviously you're getting filtered air, but the air could have particles in it that has COVID, so you never know. Whereas with this helmet on, it is being filtered directly through HEPA filters. I mean, you guys should read up on this, but this helmet it filters air through these HEPA filters on the side of the mask, or on the side of the helmet. Or the fans are behind the helmet or whatever, so it filters the air and gets really clean airflow, so it's good for not only for COVID, especially for COVID, but also for helping keep clean air circulating. So if you're afraid of other germs, somebody might have the flu or something, right? It's still filtering that air, and so even if you're in the same space as somebody with the flu or somebody with another sickness, then you're able to you're able to breathe comfortably around them, because the filter on the helmet is filtering that air and giving you only clean air. So the battery life, they say it lasts for 8 hours if the fans are running on low. More than enough time for sure. 8 hours on a full charge. So you can still talk within it. There's a fan suspension module, which makes the fans very quiet, and the fans are positioned especially for the Air 2 model, the fans are positioned on the back so that you can hear components. Go back a second. The fan's new location places the center of gravity further back. This improves balance so the helmet stays in place when looking down. That's nice of them. Anyway, guys, I'm getting off. If you guys want to know more about this helmet, go on microclimate.com. Microclimate.com. It's the Air 2 model, which is a more expensive one, but it's I don't think they have the Air 1 model up anymore. But yeah. I mean, it can protect you from all airborne pathogens, it seems like. Or at least the vast majority of them. So. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna take off. See ya. Hope you all enjoy this stream. Mask protects against any airborne pathogens that could cause harm, including COVID and other stuff. I mean, like, I would wear this during flu season for sure. Like, even if COVID wasn't around, I would wear this during like flu season, stuff like that. They market this helmet for like construction workers and, you know, everything else, but you look at like the videos where it protects against pollen, and you look at the videos where it protects against like the cat allergies and stuff, and I mean, it's clear that obviously you can't necessarily show protection against COVID, but they're showing it working on airplanes during the pandemic, so I mean, there are people who get COVID when they take flights because they pack everyone in that small space, so, but the helmet's going to protect you during those times. So is that 96% protection against at least 96% protection of 0.3 micron particles of both incoming and outgoing air. So again, if you're wearing this, then most of the COVID is going to be filtered out. So you're vastly reducing your risk. I mean, it's a 96% reduced risk of getting COVID in a situation where you're exposed to it. So obviously, if you're exposed to COVID and you're still wearing a mask and you're social distancing, like just a mask by itself and you're social distancing, it's not that bad, or it's not, you know, like you can still not get it, but you can still not get COVID. But this isn't a free pass to. This helmet isn't a free pass to, you know, go out and party and stuff. But it's but you know, it adds that extra level of protection. Not only that, but it keeps you comfortable too, right? It keeps you comfortable, and it circulates the air, which is going to make you feel good anyway, right? You're going to get clean air in your system. But yeah, it's gonna give you that extra comfort too. It's gonna give you that extra comfort, and you know, it's gonna circulate the air inside inside the helmet, it's anti-fog while the air is circulating. So, and then it's got it balances on your head pretty well. It has that neck scarf to kind of keep it in place. It's only 2 pounds on your head, which is pretty light. So it charges with a USB-C cable, which everybody has. 8 hours of battery life. I mean, there's no reason not to get this. Like, it provides all this ample protection and comfort, right? And honestly, anybody with, like, any kind of, like, risk. Anyone with any kind of, like, health risk or anything can anyone with kind of like health risks, or who are immune, or who are like, you know, you're allergic to pollen, or you're allergic to grass, or you're, allergic to cats or things like that, right? And anyone who has any kind of sensitivity, or who's allergic to, or who's like sensitive or susceptible to any kind of airborne pathogens, any kind of airborne germs, like COVID, like the flu, like pollen, like cat hair, sawdust. I mean, this thing's going to protect you from all of it. So, I mean, there are videos of people who apparently have pollen allergies. I mean, you can't verify that, but there are people who apparently have pollen allergies who lie in a bed of flowers with the mask on, and they're not getting, they're not breathing in any of that pollen. So, obviously in like, I mean, I don't know. Again, if you're just going out like once or twice a week, and you're not going to be in close contact with, that many people, then it's not, it's not that necessary, right? The N95 masks should be decent enough, but I mean, still, I don't know. This mask, I'm pretending like you guys can actually see it, but this mask, right, if you're going out like once or twice a week and it's only for a little bit, then maybe you don't need it, right? Especially if the place you're going to, like, actually has COVID standards, right? COVID safety standards, so, which I imagine, like, a medical facility would, right? Require you wear masks and all that. But you wear the N95 mask all the time. Even like Amazon has Amazon has a friggin' helmet mask for like $30. So, I mean, honestly, like, that would probably be fine, to be honest. So, why is Amazon taking so long to load? I have it on my phone. With the Air 2, it's it's overkill, but if you're going out every day, you want that overkill. But if you're going out every day, you want that overkill, and if you're going out for multiple hours a day, you're gonna want that overkill. Like, it's gonna be good for me if I where's that going? Here we go. Like if I was autoimmune compromised and I had to go and I went out to and I had to go to work for 4 hours a day or 8 hours a day or something, then I would invest in something like that, like the Air 2, because of that. But they do have just like basic masks. They have this if you only go out once in a while or whatever and you still want to be like super protected, they have Amazon has multiple of these, but the one I'm looking at it's called a Uvex Bionic Face Shield with anti-fog, and it's on Amazon. It's $30. So this is the one that I'm gonna get for myself when I start working. But there are pictures of people wearing it, and apparently it's comfortable. If it's on the head, fine. There are doctors and nurses who use this with a mask on, and they'll use it for like 8 hours or 12 hours a day. And I guess, I mean, it's a full facial cover. So you wear this so you wear a full face mask like this. And this one I was describing earlier, it fits around your chin too. So, air coming from the bottom up is fine. So on Amazon, it's a Uvex Bionic Face Shield. For me, it's $29. The one I'm looking at, the reviews say it's pretty decent. It's not a face shield like the ones that, it's the cap on top of your head and then it just hangs down the front and like flat and that's it. It's not one of those. It's this actual curved around helmet that seems to be like, it seems to enclose your face. It's like I wish I could show a picture of it. It's like the front part of a helmet where it kind of like clasps at where it kind of closes in on the side of your head, and then it goes front and it encircles your face, still leaving enough room to breathe, and then it closes off down at the chin and of course at your forehead. So, or actually above your forehead, it kind of curves to the top of your head. So this will protect like the whole frontal of your head. Obviously, you go home and you still need to shower and stuff, but this seems to provide like a full facial protection from COVID. And there are, you can wear glasses, protection goggles with this. There's one of the front pictures is this nurse who has this Amazon helmet on for $29, plus her nurse cap, her glasses, and two facial face masks on, and it all fits within the helmet. So apparently she wears these helmets for 12 to 16 hours a day while working at the hospital, and it does a good job at protecting her. So for you guys who can't afford the Air 2, or who just simply, you don't go out that much, but you still want to be like super protected, this $30 Amazon mask seems to be a very good substitute. So this is the one that I'm going to be using when I work a retail job just because I'm not going to drop $300 on a air circulation helmet. But it's got all good reviews. There are people wearing it. It provides good facial protection. So like, if you fall on your face, like let's say you land face first on a metal pole, then it'll protect you against that. Like it seems. I mean, assumably, don't do that, but. This thing sort of seems like the good go-to. And it's adjustable, which is cool. And it's only $30. I mean, if it doesn't work for you, it's only $30, right? It's not that much money. So, hell, I could buy one for the whole family. God, I'm hungry. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So, for you guys, if you guys have to go out, like, every once in a while, like, once a week, twice a week for only so much at a time, right? And you still want to be protected, then one of these helmet things, the UVEX, that's UVEX Bionic Face Shield, with clear polycarbonate visor and anti-fog. It's Amazon's choice. This one has really good reviews, but yeah, it seems like a full thing of protection. It's a little curved. It might impair. I don't know if it would impair vision. Again, it's only $30, so like, it's better, especially for you guys who don't wear glasses. Your eyes are exposed to COVID, and your ears are exposed to COVID, and all of that. So, does this cover the ears? And this one, if the visor breaks, then the front shield thing breaks, then you can always just buy a replacement visor for like $10, and then you can just fit it over. So there's other ones, but this one for $29.44, sold by ECTY store. Seems pretty decent. So UVEX Bionic Face Shield. This is the one I'm gonna get. So this one should be good enough. If you're not immunocompromised, or if you are but you don't go out that much, right? Then it's, it's peace of mind. It's peace of mind. That's what you're buying. It's peace of mind. I don't want to get COVID. I don't want to deal with it. I don't care if I'm not going to die. I just don't want to deal with it. So I'll wear this face shield, and I'll wear a N95. I'll wear N95 behind it. So it's not one of those crappy face shields that just like where it's just a cap on top of your head and it hangs down. This thing is like half of a full helmet. So it's half of a full helmet with a full like black outline to it, and then it has that curved visor or whatever. So the whole point of that is that it actually encloses your head, because the face shields, I saw people with the face shields on the just the regular, you guys probably saw it, the regular face shields. They don't, I mean, yeah, it curves around and stuff, but it doesn't completely encapsulate your face. If there's COVID hanging in the air, it can still get under that shield. You gotta buy this full helmet thing, or, what looks like almost a full helmet, so. This actually uses similar bands to keep it to your head as my virtual reality headset does. So, people were saying this thing is comfortable. You can wear it for hours at a time. You can wear a mask underneath it. You can wear a mask and glasses underneath it, but it's still going to protect you from those airborne pathogens like COVID or the flu or anything like that. So. UVEX Bionic Face Shield, would recommend. But God, I've went an hour over what I was supposed to. I gotta end stream now, guys. I gotta take care of my. I mean, it's not. The assignment's late at this point. It's not that urgent. So. But yes, I'm gonna go. I'll be on tomorrow. I'll be on tomorrow. Continue talking and stuff. So, yeah. Anyway, take care, guys. Bye bye. Sayonara. Good night. But yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. That mask that I described, highly recommended. But yeah, the not the Air 2, but the not the Air 2, but whatchamacallit? What was it called? The Uvex face shield. Was it called that? What the heck? Uvex Bionic face shield. Oh, bionic. It looks kind of like a Bionicle now that I think about it. Uvex Bionic face shield with clear visor and anti-fog. That's pretty important. You don't want it fogging up, especially since it doesn't have a ventilation system. But I guess it has like, so you're not supposed to actually clean the thing. It has like anti-fog protectant coating on the visor, so when you breathe on it, it's not going to fog up, which is pretty nice. But yeah, I think you could still clean the outside of it if you squirt the visor with, I don't know what cleaning materials this thing would take, but I imagine Clorox. Not Clorox, Windex. Yeah, probably Windex for the outside of this thing, but yeah, I don't know. The Uvex Bionic face shield with clear polycarbonate visor and anti-fog / hard coats. It's sold by the Ecty store, ECTY. But yeah, it's only $29, at least for me. So when I get a job, I'm gonna order one of these for myself and wear this with the N95 mask. And I mean, cross my fingers I don't get COVID, but it's you know, it'll be good enough. I personally don't need to spend $300 on an air filtration helmet. I would love to, but I'm not. I'm not going to, So but yeah, for you guys who don't go out that much, it's a totally fine solution. The Uvex Bionic face shield for $29 on Amazon. I'm looking on Amazon, by the way, so it seems pretty decent. It says Amazon choice. I don't know what it would say in other places, but yeah. Anyway, guys, I really got to go. I've been holding my pee for like hours, and I got to do this homework assignment at least within the next like 3 hours. So it's already late, but whatever. So I clicked on submit assignment, and it says choose file before 9 o'clock. So I'm hoping that it's it takes it, but I really don't want to do this, to be honest, but I'm just gonna BS it and just work through it, whatever. You may lose points if it's late, is what she says. So I'm turning it in technically within the same week, but I'm turning it in like just 3 hours late. So I don't know, she probably won't fight it, to be honest. So yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna do all that. I still gotta eat. So my stomach sickness went away. So I need water too. Oh my god, my throat is really dry. But yeah, I'm gonna do all that. Oh yeah, relative privation, fellas. But yeah, I'm at half. But yeah. Anyway, guys, take care. Have a good night. I'm gonna head off. I'll be on at 10 tomorrow again, so yeah, that'll be good. Anyway, good night, guys.